Chapter 1, Fusion of 3 Generations of Raking. Chapter 1 Fusion of 3 Generations of Raking. No Wind Zone. Advance the city in the great prison under the sea of Empel. On the second floor at the moment, in a corner of a cell. Zhang Liufeng shook his head with a wry smile, feeling the tingling sensation from all over his body. He was very speechless. 2. As a very unlucky young man with 3 NOS, he felt that his life had been sad enough. 2. But he didn't expect that even if one day passed through the One Piece, he would still not be able to escape his unlucky fate. 2. Thinking back to myself a few days ago, I had just passed through. I thought I would rise to the pinnacle of life like the protagonist of the novel and shine in another world. But who thought that the place he passed through was a pirate ship that had just been captured by the navy? I was on a pirate boat, and I couldn't clean it even if I jumped into the Yellow River. 2. After that, he was mercilessly thrown into this cold prison and pushed into the city. Fortunately, the pirate ship was a small character, and he was just thrown to the second floor. Otherwise, an ordinary person without the power to bind a chicken would be killed by other prisoners. However, even on the second level, he would inevitably be beaten and abused by the jailer or other prisoners. 2. After a few days, he was exhausted physically and mentally. Damn thief god, you got me here, but give me a system. At this moment, Zhang Liufeng's mind suddenly sounded like a wind chime. 2. The system is being installed. Please wait. Hey! Really give it. Zhang Liufeng thought he had hallucinations for a while, but listening to the real voice, there was a real system interface in his mind. Let him have to believe that all of this is true. Ding! 2. The strongest punch-in system was installed successfully. A gift package for novices will be rewarded. Check whether to accept it. Hearing this, Zhang Liufeng exclaimed with excitement. 2. Check. As his voice fell, an extra card appeared on the system panel in his mind. On the card is a dark-skinned, muscular old man with a strong build. Ding! 2. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a 3-generation Rakage inheritance card, which can inherit all the abilities of the character. Do you want to integrate it? 3 generations of Rakage. Zhang Liufeng swallowed fiercely, his eyes were brilliant. 2. As a senior comic fan in his previous life, apart from pirates, Naruto is naturally one of his favorite animes. He is no stranger to the 3rd generation of Rakage. The super powerful body that can resist the attack of the Ninja Coalition forces, the strongest spear that can cut off a horn of 8 tails, and the super speed, which is one of the best in the ninja world. This is the top power in the Naruto world. I have to say that the system is simply too powerful. 2. Fusion. The system will fuse me soon. With an order, Zhang Liufeng's body was already scarred, and suddenly he felt a ray of blue light from his body. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of electric light instantly covered every inch of his skin, and his hair was erected by the electric light. He intuitively felt that his body was undergoing crazy transformation at a speed visible to the naked eye. His figure gradually became stronger, and the originally loose limbs and fat belly gradually turned into angular muscles. There are also 3 generations of Rakage's majestic chakras comparable to tail beasts, constantly perfusing. At the same time, a memory flooded into my mind. That is the memory of all ninjutsu practice in the 3 generations of Rakage's life. At this time, Zhang Liufeng seemed to have experienced it personally, instantly comprehending all the opponent's ninjutsu and combat experience. After a minute, the lightning on his body had disappeared. And that originally ailing body has been transformed into a perfect golden ratio. Strong without losing the sense of beauty. 2. He squeezed his fist, felt the enormous power in his body, and nodded in satisfaction. Finally, I have the power to protect myself in this world. The ups and downs in life are like riding a roller coaster, changing his mood several times at a time. At this moment, the sound of the system sounded again. 2. The host officially activates the check-in system, and when he arrives at the designated location to check in, he will receive various instant rewards. The check-in task has been updated. Location: Advanced City's 6th floor. A series of voices kept coming, and Zhang Liufeng was stunned. Okay? He clearly wants to escape from prison, but the check-in point for Mao is on the 6th floor? Slightly frowned, Zhang Liufeng didn't think about it anymore. It seemed that it would be good to pick a few teammates. The 6th floor is the 6th floor. Now he is not what he used to be. Even if Magellan drives him to him, he is not afraid. Since we are going to break out a world in this troubled world, let the storm come more violently, so that it will be exciting enough. 2. I was about to flex my muscles soon, and there was a burst of uncontrollable excitement in my heart. 2. Before arriving at the iron gate of the prison, he took a deep breath and slowly lifted his feet entangled by thunder and lightning. Let's start with this foot. In the corner of the mouth, the suffocation and resentment that had been suppressed in my heart for more than 10 years followed this foot and went toward the prison door. Alarm! Alarm! In the control room, the red light is flashing. The main monitoring phone bug keeps emitting harsh alarms. A prison guard sitting in front of the surveillance system looked at the incredible picture, pale in shock, and drops of sweat on his forehead were left along his cheeks. He settled slightly, hurriedly stretched out his trembling hand, picked up the phone and dialed. Hey, it's Magellan. A calm voice came. 2. The prison director has done something bad, and some prisoners have escaped from the prison on the 2nd floor. What? Someone dared to escape from my prison? Yes, moreover, he defeated the guards, took the keys, and released all the prisoners on the 2nd and 3rd floors. He is now heading to the 4th floor. What? I got it. Haha. 2. Magellan, who was sitting on the toilet, looked very ugly, and someone dared to escape from prison under his supervision. He felt that his authority had been challenged. The most important thing is that the person didn't run up, but came to himself. This is simply not paying attention to him at all. 2. Without a word, he immediately left the toilet and ordered a group of high-level officials to gather. He wanted to see what this person who was not afraid of death would look like. However, when he had just arrived at the entrance of the 4th floor, he saw a huge rhino smashed towards him. Boom! 2. With a loud noise, the rhino jailer beast fell in front of him. A figure with thunder and lightning from time to time walked down slowly in the smoke of gunpowder at the entrance. Hundreds of prison guards were standing in front of them, raising their guns neatly and pointing them at the incoming person. As long as Magellan ordered them, they would not hesitate to seize him. The dust gradually fell, and what caught everyone's eyes was a handsome face and a perfect figure with purple hair. It is Zhang Liufeng. 2. The long one is very handsome. I really want to tie it up and have a good torture. The first thing that reacted was Sati. Seeing Zhang Liufeng's perfect appearance, the pervert in his heart was about to move. Magellan rolled his eyes and ignored her, instead speaking directly to the prisoner who dared to challenge his authority. Boy! You are so courageous! You dare to escape from prison under my supervision. The more he thought about it, the more anger he got, and the poisonous fruit ability was immediately activated. The whole body turned into purple venom, ready to let Zhang Liufeng have a taste of it. And Zhang Liufeng didn't take him seriously at all, instead he hooked his finger at him. 2. Why do you talk so much nonsense? If you have the ability, just shoot it. Chapter 2, Put Down Magellan. Chapter 2 Put Down Magellan. Seeing the contempt in the opponent's eyes, Magellan was more intent to kill. Shoot me! Beat him into a sieve! Bang bang bang! 2. The prison guards had been preparing for a long time, and they quickly squeezed the trigger in their hands at the order, and the bullets suddenly flooded the sky, flying towards Zhang Liufeng. Thunder and lightning shield. Zhang Liufeng let out a low roar, and instantly surrounded by thunder and lightning, turning it into a shield, blocking all the sky bullets. Seeing this, the guards were dumbfounded. What's the situation? He is actually a capable person. How is it possible? Why is there a capable person on the second floor? And not being handcuffed with Shanghai Lushi? Magellan's expression also changed slightly. It turns out that you are a capable person, no wonder you are so arrogant, but do you think you can beat me? You all give me back. A group of prison guards were also very self-aware. Seeing that the other party was capable and knowing that they were not able to fight, they retreated one after another, leaving space for Magellan. They knew that when Magellan moved his hand, the power of the poisonous fruit is irrespective of the enemy. 2. On the other side, Zhang Liufeng shook his head when he heard the words, I know that I can't help you for the time being, and I have important things to do, so I won't be with you. Pretending to want to run? Can you run? Eat my poison puffer fish. Shoo! With the activation of Magellan's skills, a lot of pufferfish-like venom was separated from his body, and he laced towards Zhang Liufeng with a scream. Oh, this is too slow. Zhang Liufeng chuckled, putting his hands around his chest, as if he had no intention of making a move. When everyone saw the poisonous pufferfish getting closer and closer to him, they all smiled triumphantly. 2. Haha, this kid is scared, right? Isn't it? The warden's venom can't be resisted even by the capable. It is estimated that he will be poisoned to death in the next second. The warden is mighty. Warden Wei. But the moment the poisonous pufferfish touched his body, he moved. 2. Immovable. Moving like thunder. 2. Everyone only felt that there was a flower in front of them, and Zhang Liufeng's figure was already blurred. In the seemingly indiscriminate attack with no dead ends, his figure flashed back and forth. 2. I can't see where his deity is at all. Only vaguely can see the thunder light constantly flashing, shuttled among the poisonous pufferfish. When he returned to the place again, the poisonous pufferfish had already shot on the wall behind him, and he himself had not even gotten a trace of venom. Hiss! There was a sound of cold air from all around, and everyone's mouth opened into a zero shape, and they couldn't believe that what happened before them was true. 2. Too fast. It's incredibly fast. Even the perpetrator, Magellan himself, cannot calm down. 2. Damn, this kid. How could it be so terrifying fast? As the head of the world-famous prison in Advance City, Magellan certainly has more than just the ability to fruit. But just when Zhang Liufeng was moving, even his domineering looks couldn't capture him at all, let alone those guys who could only be seen by naked eyes. 2. Immediately he could no longer underestimate the young man in front of him whose age is not proportional to his strength. 2. Poisonous giants. Magellan's firepower was fully fired, and his height instantly grew to a height of 10 meters. The venom in his body changed from purple to purple. Obviously the toxicity was even more violent, and even the floor showed signs of decay. 2. Seeing that Zhang Liufeng's pupil shrank, he also did not dare to neglect. After all, he was a skill that had just been understood. Whether he could resist such a corrosive venom, he had no idea. Now run the chakra with all its strength, pour it into the lightning shield and the strongest spear. I saw that the thunder and lightning light on his body reached saturation in an instant. It was so brilliant, everyone's eyes were almost unable to open. 2. Zhang Liufeng raised his head and rushed to meet the giant poisonous soldiers. But in the eyes of everyone, his move is simply looking for death. 2. How could someone dare to confront the poison giant? 2. This kid is too big. Even a person, no matter how strong it is impossible to resist the warden's poison. He wants to die by himself, but we have saved a lot of effort, haha. Many prison guards have put down their guns, feeling that they are gone. It's a pity that in the next second, an unforgettable scene happened for them. 2. The strongest spear. Break it for me. The poisonous dragon. Ah! Zi la la. Zhang Liufeng, whose whole body was covered by thunder and lightning, stretched out an arm, with an unstoppable might, and flew straight towards the poisonous dragon, a bit faster than just before. 2. Even where he passed, a long electric arc was pulled out, crackling in the air, not going away for a long time. 2. The poisonous dragon was directly cut apart at the moment it came into contact with Thunder Spear. Zhang Liufeng was like a broken bamboo, and the poisonous dragon did not stop him at all. 2. He hurriedly tore up the poisonous dragon and thrust a spear into the stomach of Magellan, who had turned into a poisonous soldier. 2. When he reappeared, he was already standing behind Magellan. Fusion of 3 generations of Reikage, really terrifying. To be honest, this power even scared him. This time he played against him, and he knew a little better about his own strength. 2. Even in front of this corrosive venom, the lightning shield was unscathed, and it seemed that there was nothing he could not stop. 2. I don't know what it will be like to face domineering. 2. In the shock of everyone, Zhang Liufeng actually looked forward to it on his own. 2. Sorry, the warden, Zhang will not accompany you. After pressing a sentence, Zhang Liufeng ran to the 6th underground floor without looking back. Although he is now tyrannical, but he made such a big move, who knows if there will be any generals coming back. 2. The most urgent thing is to hit the card first. Looking at his fading figure, the prison guards couldn't slow down for a long time. At this time, apart from Magellan's crackling on the 4th floor of the prison, there was no more sound, as if even the heartbeat had stopped. 2. Wow! What kind of horror is this? As one person exclaimed, everyone came back to their senses. 2. What did I see so peculiarly? Monster! It's a monster! He directly penetrated the warden, who turned into a poisonous soldier. Wow! The warden's terrifying poison cannot hurt him at all. Speaking, everyone turned their eyes to Magellan, only to see that Magellan's ability has faded at this time, and he has returned to the usual appearance of wearing a black windbreaker. But 2. At this time, Magellan was covering his abdomen in pain, and a big bloody hole was directly blasted out of his abdomen. The thunder and lightning flashed wantonly, still continuously hurting his wounds. Hiss! Seeing Magellan's tragic situation, everyone breathed another breath. The more courageous person was directly frightened and his legs softened, and he sat on the ground with an ass, and there seemed to be unidentified liquid flowing out between his legs. Just when everyone panicked and felt a deep sense of fear for Zhang Liufeng. He has successfully reached the 6th floor punching light beam. Ding! 2. Congratulations to the host for successfully punching in on the 6th floor of Advanced City. The system rewards the host Roger for his tricolor domineering skills. Does the host learn? I go. Chapter 3, Roger's 3-color domineering. Chapter 3, Roger's 3-color domineering. Rao is a fusion of 3 generations of Reikage, and Zhang Liufeng, who has fully improved both his strength and his temperament, can't help but exclaim when he hears Roger's 3-color domineering words. This particular system is too abnormal, right? With his current strength, I am afraid that before entering the new world, he will be able to sweep all directions casually. Coupled with these 3-color domineering, it is simply an improvement in strength. Now fight Magellan again, it is simply a spike situation. Fusion! Fusion! Hurry, hurry! Ding! The host has successfully integrated Roger's 3-color domineering. Check-in mission update. The next check-in location is, the 7 capitals of water. As soon as the system's voice fell, Zhang Liufeng's body began to react, and his mind was even more filled with memories that came from Roger and used domineering skills. What did Zhang Liufeng say about the system at the moment? I have long been immersed in the series of 3-color domineering use skills that have been poured into my mind. Boom! He tentatively launched the domineering look, and all of a sudden an overlord coercion swept the entire 6th floor. Even the fierce pirates in the 6th floor were shocked by the sudden pressure, and their faces were shocked. With a thought in his mind, his armed collar was fully open, and he saw black ripples entwined all over his body, making every inch of his skin dark as iron, looking like an Iron Man. Zhang Liufeng was ecstatic, constantly waving his arms in the air, feeling the domineering metallic feeling from the domineering and domineering armed collar. He seemed to have seen himself rampant and domineering above the sea. Now even those with natural ability are equally vulnerable in front of me. Zhang Liufeng sighed with confidence, clenching his fists. The feeling just now, what level of overlords domineering? How can it be so terrifying? The big pirate named the Evil King said to himself in shock. It's not just the horror of the overlord, but looking at the color of that kid, the level of domineering is also quite high. Bondi Valdo stared straight at Zhang Liufeng. Gg, the kid over there. You are very good, come over and let me go, I will give you a chance to be my little lover. It was Catalina Depeng who spoke. Amount? Zhang Liufeng, who had not recovered from his joy, was interrupted, frowned slightly, and looked at the person who spoke. Suddenly, his stomach was turned upside down, and he almost spit out the overnight meal. Don't you disgust me, ugly. What did you say? Hearing that, Dai Peng's face was overcast, and he gritted his teeth and asked. I said you are ugly. Toad wants to eat swan meat. You. I'm going to kill you. When you come out, I will stand here and let you kill, and my eyes will not be awkward. Come and come. Zhang Liufeng looked at her playfully and said. You. At any rate, Dai Peng was once a strong man. He was so stunned by an unknown boy that he almost fainted. Wow, ha ha ha, this kid is so courageous. I like it. Bondi Valdo said with a big smile. Zhang Liufeng also knew a little bit about Waldo. He was forced to be a pirate to protect his brother. He was very righteous and powerful. Before he was caught, he was a bounty criminal of 500 million baileys. Zhang Liufeng had thought about it carefully on his way here, and he didn't catch a cold for anyone selected by Blackbeard. It was Waldo, Earl Red, and Crocodile that he wanted to recruit. It's a pity that Golden Lion has already ran out, otherwise it will be a good choice for him. Time didn't allow him to think too much. Right now, he came to Waldo's prison first and said to him seriously. If you are willing to follow me and become my partner, I will release you. Amount? Hearing that Waldo's smile came to an end, he put on an arrogant expression. Little Wawa, fighting at sea is not a playhouse. Although you have the domineering look, but in the Great Channel, you have a lot of domineering look. I think you should go back to your prison and hide, otherwise Magellan is here, and you will suffer. He can't come for the time being, I have already beaten him down. Zhang Liufeng replied lightly. Hearing that Waldo's pupils shrank, even the super figures in the corner who hadn't reacted at all until now also narrowed their eyes slightly and stared at Zhang Liufeng. After a brief astonishment, Waldo laughed again. Ha ha ha, I said little Wawa, if you put on the 5th floor, you might be able to achieve some effect, but bragging in front of us is not much use. What are you doing? As soon as Waldo finished speaking, he saw Zhang Liufeng walking towards him without saying a word. I saw that the left hand he raised instantly became as black as iron, and his entire arm was entangled with lightning. He came to his prison door and punched it apart. Boom! After a loud noise, the prison door made of the hardest sea-loud stone in the One Piece world was smashed to pieces by his punch. Okay? Seeing this scene in front of them, the strong people's attitude towards Zhang Liufeng instantly changed 180 degrees. There is no surprise in their eyes, no fear, there is just endless hope. They finally believed Zhang Liufeng's words. He definitely has this ability. As long as he is admired, maybe today will be their moment of rebirth. Little brother. Let me out. I am willing to be your little brother. Little brother, just release me, I am willing to support you to become the One Piece. Little brother. I'm a man who can fight against the 4 emperors. Little brother. Listening to this group of bullies, they flickered with their rhetoric. Zhang Liufeng was not moved at all. He knew that these people couldn't believe it at all, and the words were good. Maybe the first one to release it will start to attack him. He is not afraid of them coming to trouble, but he doesn't want to waste extra time. The world today is so colorful to him, and he is no longer the small person who was so weak that he didn't have any sense of existence anymore. Now all the places, all the big events, all the big people, will be his home court. He wants to rush to various stages prepared for him and write a wonderful life. So he ignored them at all. On the side, Waldo swallowed heavily, and his eyes struggled. Does he want freedom? Of course I do, but he will definitely not succumb to others so easily, and he is a man of faith, once he promises to do it. Zhang Liufeng saw his hesitating eyes, not angry but happy. He knew that Waldo was a trustworthy man. Once he made a decision, he would not look back. That's why he hesitated, he was struggling. For Zhang Liufeng, he wanted this kind of person. I stepped forward and came to Waldo. With a big wave of his hand, he unloaded 8 pieces of the sea tower stone handcuffs that locked Waldo's limbs. The power of thunder and lightning is really good for cutting hard objects. Waldo raised his hands in shock, and before he could be happy that he was free again, he heard Zhang Liufeng's voice faintly. If you win a fight, you will leave on your own. If you lose, you will be my partner. Chapter 4, 2 Heartbroken Old Iron. Chapter 4, 2 Heartbroken Old Iron. Facing Zhang Liufeng's sincere gaze, the flame that was about to extinguish in Waldo's heart burned again. Okay. If that's the case, then it's better to be respectful. He wasn't an inked person either, and he opened his posture, ready to attack. Zhang Liufeng raised his eyebrows, and the lightning shield had already been activated. I stand still, if you can hurt me, you win. Okay? Although thanking the other party for his life-saving grace, it was not the reason for being trampled upon by the other party's dignity. Hearing Zhang Liufeng's arrogant words, Waldo attacked without saying a word. Waldo fruit is called Momo fruit, which can increase the speed of objects by 1 to 100 times, depending on the level of skill development. The current Valdo can increase the speed by up to 20 times. Although only 1/5 of it has been developed, its level of terror cannot be underestimated. I saw his body shape burst out, compared to Zhang Liufeng's full speed is between the first. Waldo shot out, facing Zhang Liufeng with a violent attack. The speed of the punches and feet is so fast that even the masters who watched them were all admired. This Valdo is really not built, even in the new world, he can dominate one side. Yes, it's really not a wise move to fight him close. Hey, don't you know? It's only Valdo's 50% strength in close proximity. Valdo is really awesome, but it's a long-range attack. Oh? How to say? Think about it for yourself. If you were attacked by the domineering artillery bullet and attacked at 20 times the speed, you will know what will happen. After hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. This is really awesome. The outside side again and again, they were all praises to Waldo, but I knew it, that at this moment Waldo's mood was 4 words. What a shame. This is too special. Metamorphosis? No solution? Terror? I always know these words. Dam's own firepower was on for a long time, and he didn't even touch the opponent's hair. In the end, even his own armed and domineering attacks were counted as being blocked by the opponent's armed domineering. The other party is really unscathed. However, Zhang Liufeng was also testing the limits of the lightning shield at this time. Sure enough, it's still a bit difficult to fight domineering. Seeing that after being attacked by Valder's armed forces, the lightning shield has not been broken, but it has been constantly deformed. It is estimated that it is impossible to change a person with red hair. You have to find a way to increase the power of the lightning shield. When he wanted to be wrong, waves of frustration rushed to Vardo's heart, making his attack slower and less powerful. Finally stopped in despair. Don't fight, don't fight. Damn! This is so heartbreaking, old iron. The smoke and dust cleared, and as Waldo's voice fell, it was greeted by everyone, two unscathed figures. One is light and breezy, the other is dejected. Oh! Good guys! Those present were all masters of the masters. They could see the full firepower of Vardo, and even if there was smoke and dust, they also knew that Zhang Liufeng did not move. After 10 minutes of attacking, Zhang Liufeng was really unscathed. Even those who are used to seeing big scenes are shocked. Because, none of them has the confidence to make Waldo attack like this, and he can block it completely without moving. Zhang Liufeng patted the dust on his body very pretentiously, nodded and said with a smile. You are pretty good, how is it? Would you like to bet? Amount? Nima? Not bad? Everyone rolled their eyes. Is you too perverted? Waldo stabilized his mind, his eyes became firm. In Nizhny Waldo, willing to follow the captain. Wow! The surrounding area exploded. Waldo actually became that kid's subordinate. Isn't it? That kid is so powerful, even I am a little distracted. There is indeed some strength. Then came another round of flattering voices. I hope Zhang Liufeng can release them too. Zhang Liufeng dismissed it. He lifted up Waldo happily, flattered each other a few times, and walked towards the Red Earl who had been silent. Regarding the character of Red Earl, Zhang Liufeng happened to know before he crossed. In fact, the fruit power is a bit evil. He himself is not bad-hearted. The most distinctive feature is Red Earl's domineering look. It can be said that his domineering looks are born with him. He awakens at the age of 6, and its intensity increases with his age. In layman's terms, the older he is, the more valuable he is. Coupled with his wicked fruit ability, he will return to youth and peak state after absorbing the blood of others. This setting can be described as complementary lengths and shortcomings, and it is so perverted to be outrageous. It is a pity that good fortune and misfortune depend on each other. It is precisely because of his overpowering ability to see, hear, and look at him, so that he can see the ugliness of the world early, so he is unwilling to work with others and develops a lonely and weird character. As Zhang Liufeng, who has his own spoiler attribute, naturally knows from the theater version. In fact, Earl Hong is not unwilling to associate with people, but he does not want to associate with these ugly people in contemporary times. And now he doesn't have vampire fruit yet. Therefore, it seems difficult to impress him, but in fact it is extremely simple. You only need to show your sincerity and show your magnanimous noble sentiment. Secondly, use the favorable temptation of vampire fruit and the strength that you have shown before he is still very sure about recruiting the Red Earl. Earl Hong, who has been hanging up high, has his eyes closed, but at this time he must know that Zhang Liufeng is approaching him. Out of curiosity about this young man, Earl Hong still didn't hold back, and calmly launched the domineering look and feel, and leaned towards Zhang Liufeng. Zhang Liufeng, who was fused with the top tricolor domineering, was equally keen on seeing and hearing domineering, and Earl Hong had already sensed it as soon as he moved. He grinned at the moment. Hey, I'm afraid you won't come over. As long as the Red Earl takes the initiative, then the rest is easy to say. When I am about to throw away all the distracting thoughts in my heart, show my most sincere side, and my own open style. Perceived the emotion of Red Earl, he reacted slightly. Zhang Liufeng saw a show at first sight. He will be served dinner immediately. Earl Red was released 3 times and 5 divided by 2, with the serious expression of Earl Red. Have you thought about it? Are you willing to follow me? Earl Red was slightly taken aback. If you think that this will allow me to be a lonely person for a lifetime, because you will be moved if you save it easily, if you follow your words, then you will underestimate my Barlowric. Letterfield. As soon as the voice fell, a domineering look was released, and it was about to leave Zhang Liufeng. Zhang Liufeng chuckled. Yun Danfan waved his hand lightly, the same domineering color turned on, and it collided with the domineering Red Earl. Roger's domineering. One Piece is not just for fun. Rao is a peerless master like Red Earl, and he can't resist it either. Zhang Liufeng was not ready to lose his face, his momentum was overwhelmed. With a bang, the two domineering groups dissipated. The two of them were nothing. The crowd of people eating melons was caught off guard, and they were shocked to step back. I'm going. This domineering actually overwhelmed Earl Hong. The evil king said in surprise. It's not fair. Why is the strength of a little boy so abnormal? How can I wait for a group of so-called strong people? Big Wine Barrel finally couldn't help it, shaking his head. However, Zhang Liufeng shrugged his shoulders slightly with an unpredictable appearance. In fact, I was already happy in my heart. I'll go. These 3 generations of Rakich's ability plus Roger's domineering, really arrogant. Red Earl paused, and then said a little lonely, I can't help you with half of my foot in the coffin. You should find someone else. When Zhang Liufeng heard this, the opportunity came. Chapter 5, Intimidation and Lure. Chapter 5 Intimidation and Lure. I saw him with a mysterious smile, came to the ear of Red Earl and whispered. I have a way to help you get the vampire fruit of the Eudemon species. When Yanhong Earl's body was shocked. He raised his head and looked at Zhang Liufeng in surprise. 2. What you said is true. Of course. Zhang Liufeng nodded firmly. In fact, he is of course a big watermelon, that is, spoilers know what Red Earl needs. If there is a chance, he will get it over, but in the end it depends on fate. Seeing that Earl Hong's face was so cloudy and uncertain, Zhang Liufeng's heart was also pounded. Isn't it possible to fix this? Then he can only be military training and military training. In fact, Earl Red was just not good at communicating with people, and he tweaked for a long time before speaking at the end. Finally, just go for a break with you, I haven't enjoyed the feeling of freedom in a long time. He stared deep into the distance, as if he was reminiscing about the past. Call. Seeing that Earl Hong had agreed, Zhang Liufeng was finally relieved. In this way, the purpose of the 6th floor is basically the last one. 2. Then he came to Lao Sha with a smirk on his face. Crocodile had already stood in front of the prison. Originally, he also wanted to let Zhang Liufeng let him go out. When he saw his expression suddenly, his heart burst. What's the situation? What kind of look is this special? With an aggressive look at Shang Zhang Liufeng, Lao Sha's face was hard to look instantly. 2. What do you kid want to do? I won't be your little brother, give up your mind. Lao Sha preemptively showed his attitude. Wrong wrong wrong. It's a partner. Not a kid. Same. I can't be anyone's younger brother. Really? Zhang Liufeng pulled up a meaningful smile. 2. Looking at Zhang Liufeng with a smile and obscenely looking at her whole body, Lao Sha inevitably felt a chill, and her goosebumps were all up. 2. Top you a lung. Isn't this guy a soap picker? What? 2. You kid, I'm afraid you are not looking for. Little Yvonne told me a secret, don't you know if you want to listen? Zhang Liufeng suddenly said before he could finish. 2. I don't care about your secrets, the Lao Sha that reacted instantly petrified in place. His expression went from anger to hideous, and finally to helplessness. 2. I won't be anyone's little brother. In the end, it can only suppress the volcano that is about to erupt, but still not let go. 2. I said, it's a partner. Zhang Liufeng said seriously. The two looked at each other for a long time, and finally the sternness in Lao Sha's eyes was fleeting. 2. Okay, I promised, let me go out. Okay. Zhang Liufeng sneered, and then removed the handcuffs for him, smiled non-committal, and turned around to leave. Looking at Zhang Liufeng's back, Lao Sha's killing intent was no longer able to hold on. 2. Desert knife. Immediately, Lao Sha's body was covered with dust, forming a treasured sword, and slashing towards Zhang Liufeng with his head and face. 2. Seeing this, Waldo is willing to help, but the speed is too fast, it is too late to rescue. But there is no turning back arrow in the bow. It's too late to say that it's fast. Lao Sha, without saying anything, urges the fruit ability with all his strength, with full firepower. It is a mess at Zhang Liufeng. Unfortunately. 2. It seems that there is no use for eggs. 2. I saw that Zhang Liufeng didn't have any fighting skills. He only relied on his tyrannical arrogance, and used the most primitive animality to destroy his attacks one by one. Come to him step by step. Lao Sha was frightened and sweaty. It wasn't until Zhang Liufeng shredded his last attack, pinched his neck with one hand and lifted him up, the feeling of suffocation brought him back to his senses. At this moment, the old Sha, who had always been so cruel, showed a touch of horror. And the horror that came to his heart made his eyes reveal a different kind of taste. How does that feel? Very subtle? Zhang Liufeng was taken aback for a while, and then his murderous intentions were reduced a lot. He put on a playful smile and asked, I only give you one last chance. If you mess around again, I don't mind to make your secret public before killing you. Or show it to everyone. The old husky ate Coptus and couldn't tell the pain. He was about to roll his eyes. He couldn't resist it. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and nod his head, which was agreed. 2. Very good. Zhang Liufeng nodded in satisfaction. In any case, it is accepted. As for the heart of belonging, it will be slowly cultivated in the future. After all, Lao Sha thought he was holding his handle. Before his strength surpasses himself, I am not afraid of what storms he can make. As for the idea of surpassing oneself, it doesn't exist at all. But what the secret is, in fact, Zhang Liufeng doesn't know it at all, it's just Huiyu. Right now, things on the 6th floor are almost over, and all that is left is how to escape from the great prison under the sea. As for how to run after Luffy without Lao Sha and open the ceiling, this is not what he can control. Anyway, in this world, from today onwards, he Zhang Liufeng will be the protagonist. 2. For the four of them, breaking out of prison is as simple as eating and drinking water. I glanced around, but unfortunately, Ace and Jinping haven't come yet. Bring the three of them, and then leave as a gesture. And the rest of the prisoners are anxious. 2. Brother. Brother, don't go. And me. I am also very strong. Yes, brother, I'm better than Val. Take me. Bro. Zhang Liufeng turned a deaf ear to this, and he didn't want to pay attention to the guys who were not righteous at all. The four of them passed Dai Peng's cell, and Dai Peng stared at Zhang Liufeng, gritted his teeth and said, 2. Little bastard. Don't let me go out. I must tear you up by myself. Zhang Liufeng stopped, staring at Dai Peng coldly and said, 2. That day will come soon, I hope you will pee your pants without seeing me. Looking at the others' harmless expressions of humans and animals, I heard the inexplicable words. 2. Dai Peng didn't know, so when he was about to continue speaking harshly, he suddenly noticed that Zhang Liufeng's eyes changed. Suddenly an unprecedented terrifying coercion swept through his body. 2. Dai Peng just struggled for a second, and then he glanced at him, convulsing and fainted to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 6, Give me 10 seconds. Chapter 6. Give me 10 seconds. Hiss. What a strong overlord look and domineering. And it's still free. It was only released for Dai Peng just now. Even figures like Dai Peng can stun. So that means, that kid's domineering has at least reached 4 Emperor's level. The last group of fierce pirates looked at the back of the young man leaving in horror, and shouted in unison. But Zhang Liufeng, the instigator, didn't know how shocking and skeptical the 6-layered sea tyrants were. What he has to do now is to leave this ghost place as soon as possible, so as not to have many nights and dreams. He did the same, and released all the prisoners on the 4th and 5th floors. Adding to the previous 2nd and 3rd floors, the chaotic scene was big enough, and it should be easy to run out. The reason why the prisoners on the 6th floor were not released was because his purpose was to create chaos and escape from prison, not to make trouble for himself. There were no fuel-efficient lamps on the 6th floor, so he didn't want to make trouble for himself. As for the prisoners above the 5th layer, the strength is just like that. The Navy is absolutely capable of suppressing them, and it is enough to use them as a shield. After all was done, he led the 2 into the crowd, which was rushing to the prison gate with the crowd. Magellan, who had been taught by Zhang Liufeng to be a man on the 4th floor before, finally slowed down, forced back the ruthless thunder and lightning, and finally closed his body. This time can be described as a big black spot in his life. It was so special that he was allowed to do it on his own territory, but he lost the adult when he said it. But after all, he is the warden. At this moment, he is still not arrogant, and he still focuses on the overall situation. When even ordered the guards, gave up the task of guarding the floors, concentrated all the troops directly, guarded the gate on the top of the building, and quickly opened up the headquarters phone to request support. Hey, I am the Warring States period, what's the matter, Magellan? Marshal. Advancing the crisis of the city. A super powerful prisoner escaped from prison. And released the prisoners on all floors 2345, and released the Red Earl, Waldo, and Crocodile. At present, I am fully defending the prison door, I'm afraid it won't last long. Me too. I was seriously injured because of it. I am really ashamed. The Marshal of the Warring States period, who was leisurely drinking tea and eating dorayaki, almost snapped his tongue. What? Clockdale? Waldo? Red Earl? Magellan was seriously injured. Warring States' complexion turned black, and he almost didn't faint, let alone anything else. This Red Earl can't run. This run out is the 5th Emperor every minute. Come right away, support will come right away, you can hold me up. Yes. Haha. After hanging up the phone, the whole person in the Warring States period was not calm, and yelled to the point that you can call Huang Yuan to rush to the city. Don't ask why. Hurry. Don't be in a hurry, be fast. The naval colonel who was sleeping at the door was frightened and fell off his stool by the sound of anger. He hurriedly got up, responded and ran out. Who else is in the headquarters? The sentry at the door replied weakly. Back, if you return to the Marshal, in addition to General Huang Yuan thought, there are 5 lieutenant generals including Lieutenant General Karp. Let Karp come to see me. The other 4 lieutenants let them rush to Advance City to support. Yes. The sentry agreed, and he ran away again. Warring States is angry with blowing beard and staring eyes. Who is it? Is this capable of pushing the city into a riot? Listening to Magellan, it seems that this person is pretty awesome. How wise is the Kam Sengoku? The pupils shrank immediately. Not good. Come here. Let Lieutenant General Karp also rush to Advance City. There was a deep anxiety in my heart, and there seemed to be an incredible monster about to be born. Magellan. That's Magellan. The man who is so impatient that even these generals find it tricky. Such a humble request for help, he was even severely injured. From this, the strength of the opponent can be seen. It's definitely not a waiter. Slowly, the brows of the Warring States period were twisted into the word Sichuan, and his face was extremely solemn. At the same time, Zhang Liufeng and the others, who were among the crowd, ran to the third floor along with a group of prisoners. Just when he didn't see a guard suppressing the riot, he felt a little weird in his heart. The prisoner running ahead suddenly slowed down. Just when everyone didn't know why. The sound of ghost crying and wolf howling faintly came from the front. Hiliu! I order you to come back and guard at the gate quickly. Hey! Magellan, it is because of your incompetence. This situation can happen. You must guard yourself. I will kill all these jailbroken prisoners. Let the people all over the world know. Promote the city with no one you can run away. Hill, you stay. Our task is to suppress and reform these prisoners. Not to slaughter. What is the difference between you and the fierce pirate? Hey! Hilliu slowly took a sip of the cigar in her hand, then held a knife in one hand, took out the headset in her ear with the other, smashed it to the ground fiercely, and crushed it with one foot. Reconstruction? Teaching? It's ridiculous. Treat the rebels. Kill. Suddenly, red light burst into his eyes, and a ruthless intention of killing swept across the entire third floor of the prison. There was a thump in the hearts of the prisoners standing opposite him. I felt that I was not facing a person at all, but an extremely bloodthirsty beast. I couldn't help but swallowed subconsciously, his legs trembled involuntarily, and stepped back step by step. Ziliu walked forward step by step, slowly raising the thunderstorm in his hand. Prisoners of the Age of Sin. Death will be your only relief. Take it. A roar. Ziliu has disappeared in place, and has entered the crowd when he appeared. In this way, the wolf enters the flock. There are blood spurting out every move, and the head falls to the ground. The entire third floor seems to have become hell on earth. There was blood everywhere. Ah! Don't kill me! I won't run again. Ah, my hand! Help! Ah! I don't want to die yet, don't kill me. Okay? What's the situation? Zhang Liufeng frowned slightly, seeing the prisoner in front of him running back and forth in horror, and quickly released his domineering look. From this glance, the bloody butchery scene was unobstructed. Glancing at each other with Earl Red, they said in unison. Higher of Rain! I'll solve him! Waldo, who understood, immediately volunteered, patting his chest and walking forward. He just took a step but was stopped by Zhang Liufeng. The most important thing for us is to escape. We don't have much time wasted on this innocent character, so let me do it. Earl Red nodded, just as agreed. Waldo looked dumbfounded. It's irrelevant? Hilliu is irrelevant? Fuck, these two perverts are not true, are they? Look at Zhang Liufeng, the clouds are light and breezy, and Earl Hong has this expression. It was Crocodile's look that had nothing to do with me. Immediately, Waldo felt like he was on a thief ship that was so terrible to explode. Zhang Liufeng grinned at him. Give me 10 seconds. Chapter 7, Kill Ziliu of Rain. Chapter 7 Kill Ziliu of Rain. As soon as the voice fell, he was gone, leaving only a long electric trace crackling. Ha 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 ha, accept the baptism of blood. Stupid thieves! At this moment, Ziliu waved the thunderstorm in his hand with a grim face, killing rightly, and suddenly realized that a very threatening force was approaching. His gaze was cold, and when he turned his head, a sword was slashed out, a scarlet sword aura swept away in the direction of Zhang Liufeng, and many prisoners were harvested along the way. That sword chi was strange, killing many prisoners along the way, but the sword chi didn't mean to stop at all. After absorbing the blood from the slain, its power increased instead of decreasing. When the prisoners saw the sword chi attacking them, they were so frightened that they closed their eyes as if confessing their fate, waiting for the ruthless sword chi to take their lives away. Just when everyone was desperate to the extreme, a dazzling figure appeared in front of them like a god descending from the earth. This electric light was really too bright. Even the prisoners who closed their eyes felt dazzling. Boom! In a flash, that scarlet sword aura had already blasted on the incoming person. Originally, the prisoners who were dying for Zhang Liu Feng's generosity, and thinking about sighing, were dumbfounded at this moment. What's the situation with Nima? Hey! That was Zilia's slash. Was it so easily blocked? Fuck, this is too exaggerated, right? I saw the dazzling figure, and slammed into Jian Qi straightly, without even raising his hand. It really just smashed the sword Qi away so straight. Seeing this incredible scene, the prisoners stopped one after another, watching and worshipping. The fear in their hearts seemed to be swept away by the dazzling white light. Forgot to even run away, staring at the same place and heading towards Ziliu along with that figure. Hiliu of the Rain, it's really not as well known as meeting each other. Just this strength? Do you dare to kill evil here? Ziliu's pupil shrank, her expression slightly changed. Although the blow just now was what he called casually, it took less than 50% of the strength, but it was definitely not a move that could be resolved in a light and windy manner like him. This person is very strong. Putting away the contempt, Ziliu yelled, "Who is the one who comes here? Kill you! Zhang Liu Feng too! Arrogant!" Ziliu didn't know how long he hadn't been so despised. Immediately, the figure flashed, and the thunderstorm and cold light in his hand were overwhelming. A few steps across to Zhang Liu Feng, raising his hand was a killer move, and slashed at him from the top to the bottom. However, Zhang Liu Feng just smiled contemptuously, and did not move. Everyone around took a look. This is really looking for death. This young man is too big. An older pirate sighed, shaking his head. Yes. After all, sword chi and direct slash are two different things. Furthermore, Yu's Hiliu's hand is a thunderstorm, and the legend is very likely to be one of the supreme knives. Everyone shook their heads and sighed, as if in the next second, they would see Zhang Liu Feng's head landing. However, just when the blade was about to touch the tip of his hair, Zhang Liu Feng finally moved. I saw him stretch out a hand that was as dark as iron and wrapped in thunder energy, slowly grasping the thunderstorm that was about to fall on him. This action seems to be very slow, but it happened between the electric light and flint. That's it. What? What? First, Ziliu exclaimed, and then all the prisoners who reacted exclaimed together. Take it with one hand? My boy! Is this too serious to take a big knife? Although it is only suspected to be the supreme knife. But the big knives will never escape. Just caught it with one hand? Are you kidding me? Hey? Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, Zhang Liu Feng was very satisfied. Haha, these 3 generations of Raikage's shields and the armor of the Shanghai Thief King are really not covered. This is too powerful. How is it possible? How can you catch my slash with your bare hands? This is impossible, this is impossible. Even if you are armed and domineering, you can never do it so easily. In Ziliu's eyes, a figure suddenly appeared, who could be so strong with his physical body alone. In his opinion there was only one person. Beast Kaido. You, Ziliu was shocked at the moment, her mouth opened wide, and the cigar she had been making up slowly fell to the ground, as if she was implying something. Catastrophe is approaching. Zhang Liu Feng firmly grasped the thunderstorm and said playfully, "Is it time to get to me next?" As soon as the voice fell, thunder and lightning poured into the thunderstorm. Ziliu was caught off guard. He was directly charged with black smoke from his head by this extremely high-pressure current, and his body and bones flickered back and forth. After a while, he was already convulsing, foaming at the mouth, and he was about to faint when he rolled his eyes. Zhang Liu Feng smiled, showing indifference. How can such a murderer survive in the world? This time, Zhang Liu Feng was not going to let the man in front of him go. Rather than leaving the Blackbeard to harm the common people, it would be better to let him be solved now. The knife is good, I will accept it. When Lei Nang received it, this was to snatch the thunderstorm from Ziliu, who was unable to hold it. Next second, thunder energy and armed color domineering, double cyclones entwined above the thunderstorm. Brush! Slashing the knife horizontally, it cut directly towards Ziliu's head. At this moment, Zhang Liu Feng came rushing to kill him, and he didn't plan to give Xi any chance to resist. As he thought, Shiliu didn't have any reaction time at all. Suddenly I only felt a pain in my neck. When I opened my eyes again, I only felt that the world was spinning, and death was an incredible look. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by the sound of a head landing. All the sounds around were cut off abruptly. Quiet. Silence. There was no sound anymore in the entire third floor. The prisoners seemed to be brought into infinite confusion by the kaleidoscope riding wheel. That's Ziliu of Rain. Who does not know who does not know? This advancement city is nominally the largest in Magellan, but in fact it is the most terrifying reign in Ziliu. It can be said to be a true generation of killers. The strength is high and the means are fierce. It's frightening. Just like this, the little-known mounted boy who was less than 20 years old in front of him was killed in a flash? This is so wrong. The script is obviously not written like this. The great god who came in there? This speed is so fast that it is out of sight. This flesh is as strong as a copper wall and an iron wall. The result of this shot. This method is so cruel. The prisoners can no longer think of any words of praise. Looking at the back of this man who is like a god descending to the earth, it really blinds their dog's eyes. Walking like flying, surrounded by thunder, the magical soldiers descend from heaven. Flying Thor. At this moment they can only simply sum up such a title to end the shock in their hearts. Flying Thunder God. I don't know when, an excited voice sounded. Flying Thunder God. Flying Thunder God. Flying Thunder God. Immediately, everyone came back to their senses and shouted together. Even if they opened the door to the cell, they didn't actually have much hope of running out, but it's different now. With this godlike figure taking the lead. The little self-deception in their hearts has burned into a raging fire at this moment. Really have a chance to run out. Although they are only shouting 3 words. But it is not difficult to hear that there are too many different emotions in their shouts. Zhang Liu Feng slowly collected the trembling thunderstorm, and even the demon blade was afraid of him. Chapter 8, Lieutenant General Report, For Attention and Flowers. Chapter 8 Lieutenant General Report, For Attention and Flowers. Flying Thunder God? Not bad. The corner of his mouth hooked, revealing a charming smile. It seems to be very satisfied with this title. Red Earl and Waldo also came to him. Naturally, various emotions such as incredible, excitement were also revealed. Even Lao Sha was so upset that he had to be amazed by Zhang Liu Feng's strength. Zhang Liu Feng understands naturally, don't talk about them, even he feels too scary. He pressed his hands slightly, and the cheers gradually subsided. Those who want to escape can follow us. Whether they can get out depends on you. Don't waste any time after finishing talking, take the lead and continue to send forward. Fuck. I'm not mistaken, right? God of Thunder followed. It seems to be Waldo and Crocodile. And that's the Red Earl, a prisoner with a little eyesight exclaimed. Yes, yes. I also see clearly that it is indeed the 3 of them. Fuck, why are you still hesitating? Hurry up. This kind of escape from prison will never be met in 10 lifetimes. Yes, yes. If you don't seize the opportunity, don't even think about going out for the rest of your life. After seeing this, everyone put away the exciting scene just now. The most urgent thing is to follow the pace of the great god to have a ray of life. The crowd is surging, you push me and rush forward, losing at the starting line, it is like bankruptcy. No one wants to slow down even for a second. Magellan in the monitoring room was holding the wound that was still bleeding again, and he was frightened. That's too bad, isn't it? Just cut Zilio with a single blow. Scared? He was really scared. A sense of fear, which has never appeared in decades, is now facing a boy who has never been in his 20s. General. Send a general. In the panic, he picked up the phone again, dialed quickly, and reported to the Warring States period. What? Zilio was slashed. Zhang Guo's eyes widened. I can't believe that Magellan is really on the other end of the phone, because even if the Red Earl makes a shot, he won't be able to kill Zilio with a single blow. That's it. How could there be such a monster in this world? Damn! Why don't our navy have such evildoers? Warring States murmured when he hung up the phone. He has always been calm, but he actually burst into a swear word for the first time, but it is really rare to see. It seems that a nationwide recruiting force is imminent. It's time for the navy to replenish it. He looked into the distance, his eyes darkened. The deep worries caused a few silver threads to appear in his dark and beautiful hair. To be honest, he could tell the truth about this incident. Even if Huang Yuan went there, he might not be able to leave the other party behind. A Red Earl is already difficult enough, plus an existence that vaguely surpasses him, and there is even Waldo, Crocodile, a person with superb ability to help. I'm afraid the navy is really going to lose the adults this time. In the end, he could only shout to the door with a sad look, let the green pheasant end his vacation early, and the red dog, what is it, the red dog, let him come back from the new world immediately. Advance to the gate of the city. At this moment, thousands of prisoners headed by Zhang Liufeng had already been killed. Magellan looked at the few jailer beasts that fell to the ground, and many prison guards who were wailing in pain were already sea soldiers. Anxiously, sweating profusely, his gaze swept over the 4 figures who had joined the battle, showing a bit of dread. However, what is afraid of? I saw that no one around Zhang Liufeng dared to approach him. This guy was strolling in this chaotic battlefield, as if he had entered the realm of no one. He was walking towards him with a smile on his face. Those prison guards have already passed the surveillance, or in the dialogue between him and the Warring States period, he vaguely knows that Zhang Liufeng is powerful, coupled with the super combination of Waldo, Crocodile, and Red Earl, who dare to go up and die. This is a very tacit understanding as they didn't see them, and they all threw on the remaining prisoners. I'm not lazy. It's just that the prisoners are too busy. How could Magellan not understand what was going on, and couldn't laugh or cry at the moment? Especially if I were not the warden, I also wanted to pretend not to see this evildoer. The warden. Don't be unharmed. Haven't seen you for a long time, how well is your health? Listening to Zhang Liufeng's jokes, Magellan couldn't wait to find a hole to get in. What's the responsibility? He is definitely not a negligent person who has made a name for himself. Right now, I was ready to bite the bullet, even if I tried to fight this old life, leaving 1 or 2 of these 4 people behind, it would have died well. However, at this moment, Domino, the deputy commander, stepped forward and stood in front of Magellan. She yelled, "Don't be rampant. Evil is never equal to justice." And Hannibal next to him covered his eyes and said with a disappointed look, "Oh, what a great opportunity, what are you stopping him? I will be able to take the position as soon as Magellan is dead." Hey? I accidentally said what was in my heart. No one heard it, right? Suddenly the fighting stopped in the audience. We can all hear it. Hearing the deafening roar, Hannibal twitched the corners of his mouth. Nima, should you be so exaggerated? At this moment, the gate in the sea not far away slowly opened, and 4 mighty and domineering warships came in. Seeing Magellan and a group of prison guards and marines beamed with joy, reinforcements arrived. Take a look at the Ghost Spider, Dalmatian, Bastille, Huashao Shanqing, 4 lieutenants standing on the bow of the ship. The big cloak engraved with the word Justice swayed with the wind, and on the deck behind him, the Navy elite stood squarely with guns and live ammunition. It's quite ridiculous to look like that. Zhang Liu Feng's mouth ticked, one for each person, is there a problem? Suddenly the 3 figures lined up behind him. No problem. As soon as the voice fell, the sound of to the air rang out. Waldo, Crocodile and Earl Red could not wait to fly away, each selected a lieutenant general and started to do it. Zhang Liu Feng shrugged, muttering to himself, is it useful to run fast? It has to be solved quickly to be useful. With a tick at the corner of his mouth, he went straight to the remaining lieutenant general. While taking advantage of the gap where these 4 terrorist forces left, a group of prison guard cotters hurriedly carried Magellan down to recuperate. To be honest, Magellan was already at the end of the battle, and he was able to stand until now only by relying on extraordinary willpower. It would be impossible for him to continue participating in the war. At the same time, the 4 lieutenants on the battleship were still posing. Who would have thought that these prisoners were so vicious that they would not flee to counterattack? One by one seemed a bit stunned. What's the situation? Are the current prisoners so fierce? Even after seeing the report in the future, dare to attack? Why should we catch them or they catch us? I don't understand it for a while. Bastille and Huo Xiaoshan looked dumbfounded. Chapter 9, I'm going to shoot. Chapter 9 I'm going to shoot. The ghost spider rolled his eyes. I said, can you be more serious? Play it. Dalmatian waved his hand and said, hey, what's serious, isn't it just a group of small C's? Before the words were finished, a pair of dogs opened wide. Because at this moment he already sees clearly who the person is. I see. Crocodile? Waldo? Red, Earl Red. Hearing that the remaining 4 people were also stunned. Among the 4, Dalmatian had the best eyesight. At this moment, he said that it was all right. I saw 3 in front and 1 behind, 4 people, so fiercely that they rushed to the dock where they stopped. Who could they be if they weren't Zhang Liu Feng? Earl, it's yours. While Zhang Liu Feng spoke, he threw the thunderstorm to Earl Hong boldly. He knew that Earl Hong was a great swordsman, and he had no skill in swordsmanship, so he was not as beautiful as an adult. Is it a thunderstorm? It feels pretty good. Count Hong smiled slightly, feeling the waves of demonic air coming from the thunderstorm, and he matched him well. His gaze was dazzling, and he raised his hand to slash it out, and suddenly a mighty and domineering scarlet sword flew straight towards the 4 warships. With a flash, I saw that the 4 huge warships were cut off directly at the waist. As the hull leaned, the navy swayed one after another, stumbled into the water, embarrassed. Zhang Liu Feng's eyes lit up, this old man really has 2 brushes. The faces of the 4 lieutenants were extremely ugly, and the damn warring states did not make it clear that such a terrifying combination would have to be suppressed by the future. Even if they can hold down the others, who can hold the Red Earl? One after another abandoned the boat and jumped to the dock. The ghost spider grabbed a panicked major and said, I will find a way to contact the headquarters immediately and send the general over. Yes. The major responded and hurried to find the phone worm. Without giving them much preparation time, the 4 of them were already in front of them, and saw that Earl Hong said nothing, and he pointed the ghost spider to kill him when he picked up the knife. After all, he was a lieutenant general who had seen the world before, and the ghost spider was taken aback for a while, and saw his hair squirming suddenly, instantly turning into 8 tentacles, indeed like a spider. Each touch hand picked up a knife, plus the one in the hand. This was the use of the 9 swords flow to fight the Red Earl. Lao Sha went to the Bastille without a second word, and the battle came together. Lao Sha was fully capable, and the Bastille was armed and domineering. The battle between the 2 was inextricable. And Waldo is against those who are capable of fruit, Dalmatian. This Dalmatian is not only a capable person, but also a lieutenant who is very proficient in Navy 6 styles, and is very solid in basic skills. When encountering Waldo, he is an opponent. Both are good players who pay attention to speed to win. This encounter is directly about dozens of rounds of fists and kicks, regardless of the outcome. Right now, what seemed most relaxed was Hua Shaishan with a harmless smile on his face. Looking at the little-known kid in front of him, he felt very bored. However, the opponents were all robbed, he could only bully the small by big and tidy up these small characters. Okay, kid, I don't want to bully you either, so get down and hold your head with your hands, lest you suffer another meal. The Navy rushed over and all the Navy laughed. Haha, the little devil who hasn't even grown up can also learn from others to escape from prison? Fortunately, the immortal rushes in front of the Lord General. Haha, this is the legend that there is a way to heaven, you don't go? There is no way to hell, do you choose to vote? Hurry up, surrender, kid, wait for the Lieutenant General to hit someone to get your shit out. Ha 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 ha. However, Zhang Liufeng could only shake his head and sighed, your navy is really too watery. Okay? Everyone who said it was stunned by such a thoughtless sentence. Huo Shaoshan smiled and asked, boy, what do you mean? Zhang Liufeng looked at him like a fool, did your headquarters send you out without even telling you the basic information? For example, who is the first person among the escaped? Amount. Hua Shaishan was taken aback for a moment, glanced at the navy, then burst into laughter with everyone. Ha 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 ha, kid, you don't want to tell me that you are stronger than those sea tyrants, are you? He wiped his tears while pointing in the direction of Count Red and asked. Seeing Zhang Liufeng nodded happily, he smiled even more happily. Ha ha ha, I said you are dying, and you pretend to be a big-tailed wolf. I really don't know where you are confident. Hearing that Zhang Liufeng's eyes were cold, are you going to kill me? Get down and surrender yourself, don't worry about stubborn resistance and killing. Very good. As soon as the voice fell, there was still Zhang Liufeng's figure there. In just an instant, he came to the front of Hua Shao Mountain, and with a tick at the corner of his mouth, he directly moved the strongest spear with 4 fingers running through it. That Hua Shaishan is not a person who has gained a reputation. He is also a role model in the Navy, and his strength is also a top-notch figure among lieutenants. As soon as the sense of crisis came, he immediately responded subconsciously, crossed his hands on his chest, armed with domineering entanglement, just finished the act, a majestic force has arrived. Boom! The strongest spear stabbed on his arm abruptly. It's because he has been armed and domineering, and still can't stop this terrifying blow, which brings him painful feelings. The remaining power was not eliminated, and the strong aftermath directly blasted him more than 10 meters away before he stopped. Hua Shaishan's eyes were filled with astonishment. So strong! The Navy who laughed at Zhang Liufeng closed their mouths and shrank their necks. Nima, just how stupid was he to mock such a strong man? The Navy that came were all the elites of the headquarters, and there was still a little eye for it. Of course, you could see Zhang Liufeng's extraordinary at a glance. Knowing that people just rely on ability alone, and even domineering is useless, they will directly give a move to the lieutenant who turns on the armed color. In Zhang Liufeng's heart, he also looked at each other slightly. The lieutenant general is the lieutenant general, and he is truly extraordinary. He had just opened up at full speed, and even if he hadn't used the domineering, it was the strongest spear with a full blow. He still took advantage of the opponent's contempt for himself. Even so, Huo Shaoshan was able to react subconsciously and resist. This shows the opponent's strength and combat experience. Huo Shaoshan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the numbness and pain in his chest. With dignified eyes, he drew out his saber, no longer intended to underestimate the enemy. Seeing the other party getting serious, Zhang Liufeng was taken aback. Is it underestimated? He sneered, do you think you can fight me? Huo Xiaoshan's face is not pretty, it was just me careless. It really hit me. Zhang Liufeng waved his hand to interrupt him, it's really a fight, and it's a matter of minutes for you to get down. Too arrogant. That's right, I just attacked our Lieutenant General just now, do you really think you are capable? It's no joke that the Lieutenant General gets serious. Before Hua Xiaoshan could speak, all the navy had become angry, and they couldn't bear Zhang Liufeng's defiance. Zhang Liufeng shook his head non-committal, forget it. What the hell? Huo Xiaoshan frowned and asked. It's nothing. As soon as the voice fell, Zhang Liufeng came to Hua Xiaoshan again in an instant. Notify you in advance. I'm going to shoot. Chapter 10, Defeated 4 Lieutenant Generals. Chapter 10 Defeated 4 Lieutenant Generals. Zhang Liufeng's mouth twitched, and 2 black and white cyclones wrapped around his body. Lei Neng is ready to domineering. Hua Xiaoshan's pupil shrank, and he didn't dare to neglect, he was also fully armed and domineering. Get the first shot. Pointing to the gun. Hey, his left hand stretched out continuously, poking toward Zhang Liufeng's vitals. Zhang Liufeng put his hands around his chest, did not make a move, only relying on the domineering ability of seeing and hearing, to constantly avoid. And shook his head and mocked, it's too slow. Huo Xiaoshan, you just have this skill? Hurry up. Yes, hurry up. Huo Xiaoshan has a black face, how proud is the dignified Vice Admiral? Was actually being teased? Even the Navy looked at it and felt that something was getting worse. It doesn't seem that the lieutenant is pressing the opponent, but is being teased. Rely, don't you? How big is the difference in strength to be able to play with each other? Oh my god, this is a nightmare. How can there be such a terrifying person? He is only less than 20 years old. Thinking of Zhang Liufeng's growth for some time in the future, what powerful characters will the Navy have to face? One more Sea Emperor will be added in minutes. Everyone couldn't help showing a look of despair. I don't know when, it seems that Zhang Liufeng is tired of playing. Hua Xiaoshan's attack was stopped. I saw that the hand where he used the finger gun was firmly held by Zhang Liufeng. A sudden force. Kaka, the sound of broken bones suddenly sounded. Huo Xiaoshan hurriedly kicked. Land foot. Boom. It's over. I saw that my fierce kick not only did not create any threat to the opponent, but was firmly held by the other hand. A huge sense of crisis enveloped the whole body. Paper painting. Hastily used dodge skills to escape. Unfortunately, facing Zhang Liufeng who no longer wants to play, how can he achieve his wish? The strongest spear. One finger penetrates. This time. Zhang Liufeng's attack brought domineering, obviously not prepared to give the opponent any chance. Iron. Steel. Boom. Pouch. Hua Xiaoshan left the last 3 words, and there was no more movement. Even if it is armed and domineering, plus the strongest defensive iron block of the Navy's 6th type, it appears so fragile and weak when facing Zhang Liufeng's penetrating finger. The dust dissipated, Zhang Liufeng slowly retracted his arm, and a huge blood hole appeared on the chest of Hua Xiao Mountain. The ruthless thunder energy was still dissipated, screaming on Hua Xiao Mountain. Thump. Only a few minutes after the Navy saw the fight, one of the lieutenants was seriously injured to the end, life and death unknown. Many navies who could not bear this fear had their legs weakened and collapsed to the ground. Their open mouths were unable to close, their mouths trembling, and they didn't know what to say. Perhaps the fear in their hearts for Zhang Liufeng and the evaluation of how powerful they are, only they themselves know. It happened so suddenly and unthinkably that they could not wait to slap themselves to see if they dreamed again. How is this possible? It's impossible, tell me, am I dreaming again? That's a lieutenant general. How could this happen? He is just a kid, how can his strength be so terrifying? It's over, we all underestimated him. What he said is true. Probably. It is possible that he is here. The strongest. The Navy responded and shouted in unison. I told you early in the morning, if I don't believe it, I can't help it. Zhang Liufeng spread his hands and said helplessly. The Navy swallowed wildly, with a halo 100 meters away from the river Maple on his body, and ran far away. No one dared to approach him again. I said you did not get it right. Is it a master slowly? I will explain in advance that my boat does not pretend to be weak. After finishing here, Zhang Liufeng shouted to Earl Hong impatiently. The 6 people who were playing happily suddenly heard Zhang Liufeng's voice, and couldn't help but cast their eyes on his side. It doesn't matter whether you look at it or not, at a glance, the pants are almost taken off. What's the situation? This has just started playing within a few minutes, and it's over? Fortunately, the 3 of Earl Hong said, after all, they had seen Zhang Liufeng's abnormality before, and they were his own people. It felt reasonable to see such a scene. But ghost spiders are different. Is this really scary? At a glance, there is nothing wrong with that little ghost, there is no hair loss on his body, and what about Hua Shaishan? At this moment, his body was scorched, his face was bloody, and he was lying on the ground for unknown reasons. What does this show? It shows that Hua Shao Mountain was crushed and killed by Spike. This amount of information is huge. Although he compares his heart to heart, it may be that he was underestimated by this kid, and he was beaten by surprise and caught off guard. But after all, it was Hua Shaishan, a lieutenant admiral of the Navy headquarters, and there would be a strong side, even if the general went out and wanted to kill him, there was no angle at all. So it can only be said that there is a kid in front of you? It's just a devil. Its strength is likely to be above them. It was just such a stunned effort, all 3 of them were found angles by the Red Earl and sent a big move. The worst was the Black Spider who fought hard with Earl Red. He was crushed and beaten. This abruptly ate the opponent's sword energy, and was directly chopped to the ground, severely injured and unconscious. Fortunately, it is a sword spirit, and fortunately, he is not lowly armed and domineering, otherwise it is difficult to escape the fate of being severely cut. The other 2 were equally injured. Although they didn't lose their consciousness, they wanted to fight again. Whether it was the Navy or the fugitives in the distance or nearby, when they saw one face to face, the 2 lieutenants fell to the ground, and there was a stormy sea in their hearts. These 4 great gods are too awesome. Haha, the Navy sees today that you are still pretending to be forced, dare to catch this uncle. Take it to death. Flying Thunder God is Flying Thunder God. Great. Awesome. Flying Thunder God is awesome. Earl Red is awesome. Crocodile is awesome. Waldo is awesome. The scene fell into 2 extremes, the morale of the fugitives was high, and the Navy was sluggish. Just when the situation fell on one side, the fugitive was ready to break through the naval line of defense. A sound of rage and a sound of leisurely wandering sounded at the same time. Prisoner door. Hugh is rampant. Carp is here. Yo yo yo, it seems to be a bit late. Behind the gate of the sea, another warship came in. In the sky behind it, a golden light was coming through the air at an undetectable speed. No one else is here, but the true power representative of the Navy, the mainstay. Carp. Navy hero. Huang Yuan. One of the 3 generals of the Navy headquarters. Chapter 11, I'm just pretending to be 205, seeking attention and seeking flow. Chapter 11 I'm just pretending to be 205, seeking attention and seeking flowers. Just now, the 2 waves of people suddenly switched sides with extreme emotions. The emotional fugitives fainted. And the ailing Navy suddenly cheered. But Zhang Liufeng's face changed slightly. This Nima has not calmed down one after another. When is she ahead? To be honest, in the Navy, he thinks these 2 guys are the most troublesome. Oh, this is good, 2 are all here. He doesn't want to waste any more time. Since he's out, he's better off. There are still a lot of colorful worlds waiting for him. Who knows that after playing these 2, the other 2 generals, and even the warring states, the 5 old stars, will they come one after another? After all, this place is too close to the Navy headquarters, and the support is very fast. In the end, it must be yourself that suffers. With caress in my mind, I snapped my fingers immediately. Withdraw. This is taking the 3 of them and fleeing. Huang Yuan, who arrived late, saw the instigator slipping away, so where would it be so simple to let it go? You have to behave. 8-foot mirror. With a direct move, the speed of light teleported, and he had already arrived in front of a few people. Sky Kong Yunjian. With a big wave of his hand, a big sword with gleaming golden light was already in his hand, and he smashed his head and face to lead Zhang Liufeng. Good coming! Zhang Liufeng shouted. With a big wave, thunder energy surged. Armed and domineering, this is a battle with Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan was slightly surprised. This kid is kind of interesting. Clang! The fists and swords collided, arousing a halo, and everyone's dog eyes were almost blinded. I go. This is too abnormal, right? Under a single blow, even with the general? Enchanting. The evildoer is rare in all ages. At this moment, 2 peerless strong men are fighting, where will anyone miss it? Stopped one after another to appreciate this extraordinary scene. The 2 are in the air, you come and I fought for dozens of rounds regardless of the outcome. Zhang Liufeng, who was hitting the world with 2 arms, looked at Huang Ape's cool Huang Kanjiun sword, slightly moved. It seems that you still have to get a weapon that can be used. In other words, the level of this general is really different, and it can be considered an opponent. Is General Nima an opponent? Why don't you go to heaven? But others really have that strength, there is no way. I saw that he was indeed evenly matched with Huang Yuan with just a pair of arms. The main reason is that Huang Yuan has always relied on the ability of the fruit, and now he is so arrogant and domineering towards Shang Zhang Liufeng, it really has no way to use him for a while. Zhang Liufeng couldn't help feeling a bit tricky when he saw Carp, a hero with a slight grey hair, a face of justice, and a tall and upright body on the approaching warship not far away. After all, this is the chassis of others. Zhang Liufeng is confident that he can beat these 2 people, but it will definitely take a lot of time. There will be support coming one after another in the future, and it will only become stronger and stronger, it is not wise to just consume it. After you came, Zhang Liufeng didn't want to be in love at the moment, relying on brute force and armed color blessing, with the strongest spear, 4 fingers pierced through and directly retreated Huang Yuan. Without further ado, he found a warship. A palm was cut, and the straight bar was cut off directly. Come up! Red Earl's trio responded extremely quickly, and as soon as their voices fell, they jumped onto the cut straight rod. Zhang Liufeng kicked with all his strength, and the straight rod shot straight out like a javelin. General Huang Yuan will have a period later. Leaving a word, it is the force of both legs, a direct burst shot, catching up with the fast forwarding straight rod, and jumping up. Huang Yuan looked dazed, why did he slip away suddenly? Bakaksheng Guyu. But I didn't plan to let them go so easily. You have to do a full set of plays, right? Above the sky, a starlight flashed from the starting point, and it flew away at Zhang Liufeng and the others in an instant. This speed is faster than that of the straight rod, but it's not a bit faster. Seeing that they are about to catch up, they will become a hornet's nest. Waldo! Zhang Liufeng shouted. Waldo knows it. 20 times faster. Immediately shoot the palm of your hand on the straight bar, and the speed is directly increased by 20 times. He disappeared into the sight of everyone with a scream. Run, ran. Really, ran. The great god is the great god. Really ran away from pushing the city. Wow! This is like a dragon entering the sea, letting the tiger go back to the mountain. The new world is wonderful. Flying Thunder God, Flying Thunder God. A group of prisoners were excited when they saw the four successfully escaped, as if they had ran out. Yo yo yo, I ran so fast, I can't catch up. Huang Yuan just said a few words lazily, and didn't mean to catch up. Instead, it fell on Carp's boat. Father, it was slow enough. Carp rolled his eyes and said fiercely. Boy Huang Yuan, the Warring States period clearly said that you were the first to notify. Why did you arrive so late? All four lieutenants in my headquarters were injured. Yo yo yo, I got it wrong, I thought the marshal asked me to go to Judicial Island. Hearing that, Carp almost slipped and fell to the ground. Then it wouldn't be so late. Even if you go to the wrong place, it won't take so long for you to get here to Judicial Island based on your ability. Oh, there's no way. I waited on Judicial Island for a long time and didn't find anything wrong. I only heard the phone bug keep ringing, and I just didn't talk. Nima. Carp's mouth twitched. You won't be yelling at the black phone bug for a long time, right? Huang Yuan nodded seriously. Carp is speechless now. Don't you just want to be lazy? Who doesn't know? You ask the reader who doesn't know? What kind of 200 and 500 do I pretend to be here? I'm too lazy to talk to this guy who is not intoxicated by alcohol. I saw Kapu's veins violently, a pair of iron fists clenched tightly, and his clothes were automatically placed without wind, as if the next moment he was about to release the might of destroying the world. He glanced at the direction where the four people fled. The nameless fire was 3 feet high. I'm mad at the old man. Pirate boy. The old man will bring you to justice. Wait for the old man. Up to now, it can only be said to be ruthless, but the four people who have disappeared are helpless. But some are what he can do. I saw his gaze retracted from a distance, turned his head, and fell on the pile of prisoners at the door. Damn it! A crowd of jailbreakers suddenly frightened a Jiling, fucking done. Looking at the direction of the disappearance of the four, the prisoners are still pinning their beautiful yearning for freedom. I forgot all of a sudden, I am also a fugitive. When Carp was so glared, he was so timid that he peed his pants. What, guys, the fresh air is almost absorbed, let's go back, reflect on it, and honestly transform it. Let it go, let it go. A prisoner who reacted faster, said nonsense immediately, smeared the solace of his feet, and was about to push into the city. Stop, you big-headed ghost! Beat me, kill me! Carp was so angry that he had nowhere to send it. At this moment, the two angers were directed at the group of soy sauce guys. With a wave of iron fist, they covered a high-rise building over their heads. The Navy is also angry. What a shame today! Black spots. You are extremely frustrated. The same pointed the finger at these, it can be said to be innocent prisoners. Immediately advancing the city, the sound of howling ghosts and wolves rang into one, and from the gate to the 5th floor, prisoners were everywhere holding their heads and scurrying. Who on earth did you provoke? Mama, I'm not doing it right. But it's so difficult. Chapter 12, What does this kid mean? For attention and flowers. Chapter 12, What does this kid mean? For attention and flowers. Soon late. The city of 7 waters. Get in the car, Robin. I didn't expect that you, a person who has fled for a little while, would have a desperate day, haha. Robin didn't say a word, his face was full of determination. If my death can be exchanged for the safety of my companions, it can be regarded as a little dedication for others in my life, right? Thinking of this, Robin looked resolute. Isn't this so-called generosity going to death precisely because you want to use your life to protect something incomparably precious in your heart? Thinking of this, Robin resolutely embarked on this train to hell for her. Seeing this scene, Sanji, who was hidden in the corner of the wall not far away, spit out a deep cigarette, looking very anxious. What about people? Why haven't you arrived yet? Chopper, have you notified everyone? At this moment, 4 more people came slowly. A burly man with horns and a black-clothed youth with a long and square nose were carrying 2 people on their shoulders, walking towards the sea train. It was CP9 who captured Frankie and Usopp and returned. Luchi looked at his watch and said to a few people, "Go 2 steps faster, as explained above, the gods of the sea will arrive early. Let us take the sea train and set off immediately, so as not to be trapped on the island." Hearing this, several people nodded and agreed, speeding up their steps. On the dock, the world's foremost personnel and navy are so large that almost the entire dock is full. Seeing the return of CP9 and preparing to evacuate, a discordant voice suddenly sounded. "I'm going. It's finally here. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully punching in the 7 capitals of water. Reward the trunk of the world tree. The next punching location is Judicial Island." Finally, the 4 people who came along this way can be said to be the 8 immortals who crossed the sea to show their magical powers. Zhang Liu Feng can run on the water, which is nothing to him who has 3 generations of rakeage panels. Lao Shat is fully capable of flying at low altitude, and behind him is a slightly embarrassed Waldo. It's still acceptable. The worst was Red Earl, who was getting old and swam in the sea forcibly with old arms and legs. Originally, Zhang Liu Feng wanted to carry this old man on his back. After all, Lao Shat did not really have the ability to fly, but because of the characteristic that the sand can be blown up by the wind, he just hit the side ball. A burly Waldo on his back is already the limit, so Zhang Liu Feng can only carry it on his back. However, the old man was very stubborn, saying that he had to rely on himself, and this was the scene of swimming. Zhang Liu Feng didn't know how to evaluate this very individualized old man. He had a little leisure time, so I might as well open his backpack to see what the trunk of the world tree is like. I saw him click on the world tree in his backpack to view it. "Hey, this is..." The look in his eyes lit up. Zhang Liu Feng originally thought that the trunk of the tree of the world was just the material for shipbuilding. But I didn't expect that there was another thing called the tree spirit. The trunk of the tree of the world. The tree of the world is a magical tree from another world. It has its own tree spirit. The tree spirit has autonomous control, consciousness and repair function for anything created by the tree of the world tree. The tree spirit is completely bound, controlled by the wishes of the person. In this way, the boatman and the helmsman don't have to worry about it. This is simply indirectly getting a very supportive partner. Just when he settled down, Waldo patted him on the shoulder and said, "Boss, don't be in a daze, there is a situation." Zhang Liu Feng couldn't help but raised his head and looked around. It doesn't matter if it doesn't look at it, but when he looked up, he frowned, and saw that the entire pier was full of people from the world's righteous acts and the navy. Looking at the 4 of them with a solemn expression. What do these people want to do? Why do I feel a little familiar when I look at it? Me too. It seems to be, hey. Crocodile. Waldo. Count Red. The navy who reacted was shocked and exclaimed. But they didn't know anything about Zhang Liu Feng, the hairy boy. However, CP9, which belongs to a special department, is naturally more informed than these soy sauce personnel. As soon as the news from the Navy headquarters came out, Liu Qi had already obtained the basic information of this person from Zhang Liu Feng. 3 days ago, the city was rioted and pushed forward. With my own efforts, he released all the prisoners on the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th floor, and even released Waldo, Clockle and Earl Red together, defeating Magellan, staying in the rain, and severely wounding the Navy. Lieutenant General Hua Shaishan in the headquarters safely escaped from General Huang Yuan. He was offered a reward for the first time. The preliminary plan is to provide a bounty criminal with a bounty of up to 250 million. At this moment, he was holding the document in his hand and reading it to the others. The look became more and more solemn. Naturally, he got the news early in the morning, but he never expected that it would happen that he met this group of unprecedentedly powerful squad at this special moment. Makes his heart faintly uneasy. Is it really a coincidence? Or is it meant for this incident? At the same time, Zhang Liufeng looked at the surrounding scenes and understood it. CP9, Water City Pier, Sea Gods, isn't this the scene where Robin was taken away? But these people are not important to him. The purpose of our trip is to build our own warship. The most urgent thing is to find Ispagu before speaking. Zhang Liufeng waved his hand. Leaving with a few people. Liu Qi frowned. Said to the group of people who looked at them grandiosely. Sure enough, it's here to cause destruction. Immediately shouted to the representative of the world official this time, let the conductor drive now. The representative of the acts of the world over there did not dare to be big when he heard the words, he also smelled a dangerous aura from the four people. Then he turned around and sent someone to inform the conductor to leave. Zhang Liufeng furrowed his brows as he watched the many members of the navy who were running into the car one after another. I thought to myself, I don't have time to spend on you little people, I hope you don't have trouble looking for trouble. Zhang Liufeng, Crocodile, Waldo, Earl Red. You are not brave enough. You don't hide like a mouse crossing the street. You dare to run around. Liu Qi took the lead and was about to pass by them. Said several people. When Zhang Liufeng heard it, he couldn't help feeling a little funny. How dare CP9 attack them? I couldn't help but smiled playfully, so, what do you want? Since I met you, naturally I want to take you all together. Do you think you have this ability? You'll know this later. Liu Qi had a few people lined up at the moment, standing one-on-one with Zhang Liufeng and others, and the battle was about to start. Compared with Zhang Liufeng's light and breezy clouds, Lu Yi's look was not so good. After all, these people in front of him were really a bit difficult to deal with. Put down Frankie and Usopp. The four of Liu Qi were tense, and there was no trace of contempt. After all, these people are all first-class masters. Keiku, Lord Red will give it to you first, don't think about defeating him, just entangle him. Bruno, Waldo will leave it to you, just withstand his attack. Khalifa, you to Crocodile. If you quickly solve this newcomer, you will come to help you, and defeat them one by one. Puff. Okay? Looking at the smiling face of Zhang Liufeng Monsoon, Liu Qi was very annoyed. What does this kid mean? Chapter 13, Run Away in Embarrassment. Chapter 13 Run Away in Embarrassment. How powerful is Zhang Liufeng, who has Roger's tricolor domineering? At this moment, what Liu Qi thought in his heart, naturally, he couldn't escape his perception. After hearing that Liu Qi wanted to quickly take him down, he had to go to smash his friends one by one. Zhang Liufeng couldn't hold back for a while and laughed out loud. Hehe, you take yourself too seriously, right? He raised his brows and said to Liu Qi. What do you mean? A prison breaker, dare to be rampant in front of CP9? Is he tied up without restraint? Tie your hands? Haha. Just let me tie your hands? Don't talk so much nonsense, do it. To put it hard, the two sides are fierce, and the battle depends on the next second. The sea breeze was blowing coldly. The sea not far away slapped fiercely on the pier, causing a huge wave of more than 10 meters. It seems to be a tipping point. The 8 people who had been confronting each other with their swords finally moved. Do it! Liu Qi yelled and headed straight for Zhang Liufeng. The 3 people behind him also acted at the same time, and in accordance with the temporary plan, they each found their own goals and attacked them. On the other hand, Zhang Liufeng is much more relaxed. Except for Zhang Liufeng, these 3 people can be described as battle-tested. It's a matter of life and death. These so-called CP9 members in front of them are just juniors in their eyes. Soak in the water. At this moment, there was a playful smile on his face, thinking how to play with them would be more interesting. After possessing the strength, Zhang Liufeng did not have as good patience as them, and wanted to fight with these celebrities that he had met all the time. I ignored the three of them, and took the lead. It's better if you don't make a move. I will solve it all by myself. But what made people laugh and cry was that the people of CP9 didn't put him in their eyes at all, passed him by, and ran directly to the three people behind him. Only Liu Qi was left to confront him. Damn it! Look down on Xiao. Zhang Liufeng's face was ugly. What makes him speechless is that the Liu Qi left behind is also very disrespectful to him. Coming up, a seemingly mighty land foot kicked him in the face, as if it seemed that it only took a moment for Zhang Liufeng to get down. Zhang Liufeng stood there, not even using the domineering and thunder shields, just relying on the powerful physical attributes of the three generations of raking. He hardly took him a kick. Boom! How is it possible? Liu Qi was dumbfounded. All the members of the Navy World's Axe who had time to get on the car in the future were dumbfounded. They are naturally very clear about the strength of Liu Qi, and this little boy in front of him can withstand Liu Qi momentum and sink his feet with strength alone, which is indeed very shocking. At this moment Zhang Liufeng frowned, touched his head, twisted his neck and said, "Is that the only thing? Nima? Do you want to act like that?" Hearing this, all the people eating melons rolled their eyes. How proficient is Captain Lucci's 6 Navy styles? Is that the only way to say? But looking at that kid's appearance, it doesn't seem to be a pretense. Isn't he? Isn't he really okay? The so-called careful thinking is extremely scary. Just seeing this scene, everyone was just surprised. After this analysis, all of them turned pale in fright. Liu Qi was even more angry. He, who always thought he was an arrogant man, was slapped in the face in public. A mere jailbreaker, dare to pretend to be in front of me. Die to me. Razor. What? Zhang Liufeng's eyes lit up. The power of this razor was more vigorous than the power of shaving and shaving feet. Liu Qi kicked it, and even the sound of breaking through the air was mixed, and this power should not be underestimated. This time Zhang Liufeng directly sacrificed the lightning barrier and easily blocked the blow this time. Not only that, the power of thunder and lightning swept through his body following Liu Qi foot. Just gave him a shock. It fell to the ground with a bang, and it just shook his head, not knowing why. What's the situation? Ability? The above is just a preliminary announcement for Zhang Liufeng, and there is no detailed introduction, so even a special department like CP9 does not know how strong Zhang Liufeng is and what methods it has. This is where Liu Qi suffers. Originally, this mere prison escape was nothing in his eyes, but he never expected that Zhang Liufeng's strength was beyond his imagination. Looking at the three companions again, after a while, where are you still holding on? One by one was played by the three superpowers like a monkey juggler. He still has the means. However, his companion is already poor. If this continues, every minute will affect this mission. Looking at the train that had already left, Liu Qi retired. Bruno. Liu Qi tried his best to pull away from Zhang Liufeng and shouted. After a long time of cooperation, the few people were in a tacit understanding. After such a sound, Bruno already understood Liu Qi. Even if the iron block was produced, the bombardment attack of Waldo was bitterly blocked, and the ability was used and disappeared. The remaining two also made their own moves, earning a little lingering time, and gathered. When Bruno reappeared, he had already opened the door of time and space and appeared behind the three of them. Several people quickly entered and fled in embarrassment. Amount. Does the gate fruit? I forgot to have this hand. Zhang Liufeng shrugged and said indifferently. After all, this Bruno has few shots, and the talent is frustrated, and the strength is still watery. Zhang Liufeng almost forgot that he possessed this rather awesome fruit ability. But fortunately, the next target was originally Judicial Island. Go there and then serve this group of people in one go, and it's not bad. You 3 parallel imports. Can this be run away? Zhang Liufeng rolled his eyes, not knowing that these 3 forces did not use their full strength. Earl Red was disdainful of this, and Crocodile took it as a breeze. Only Waldo shrugged helplessly, spread his hands and said, "Boss, there's no way. These goods are really too delicious. They don't have the ability, and they don't even know how to be aggressive. Can kill them." Zhang Liufeng thought about it, so he didn't care about them. Then wait for a while and go directly to Judicial Island to fuck them. When they get there, they will be stronger, which will be a little bit interesting. Zhang Liufeng put his hands around his chest and said lightly. Zhang Liufeng would never let go of anyone who dared to attack him. He cut the grass without removing the roots, and the spring breeze was blowing again, not to mention that he was going to Judicial Island to check in. The 3 were very surprised by Zhang Liufeng's words, but Zhang Liufeng naturally didn't bother to explain anything. Let's talk to Espagu about shipbuilding first. These few people have no opinion. After all, the shipbuilding technology of the 7 capitals of water is unparalleled in the world, and it is reasonable to come here to build ships. Of course, they didn't know that Zhang Liufeng had the materials in their hands, they just thought he was going to blackmail it. What else can we do without extortion? Even though it is a team of homing and bombing the sky, the problem is that there is no money. Chapter 14, One Punch, Seeking Attention for Flowers. Chapter 14 One Punch. Seeking Attention for Flowers. After the war ended, Sanji, who was hiding in the corner, was sweating, and even the cigarette fell to the ground because his mouth couldn't close. Is this the evildoer that popped up there? Isn't that Crocodile? The other ones are obviously stronger. Hello? Any questions? A series of problems and spectacular scenes caused Sanji to forget about catching up with the train. After looking back, only the unconscious Usopp was left. Even Frankie was taken away. Set your mind, thinking so much is useless, the most urgent thing is to find a companion first. He took Usopp and hurriedly left. Bingberg, right? How's it okay? Zhang Liufeng came to Espagu's office in a familiar way. The spoiler attribute made him very clear about everyone's position. Seeing the messy office and the wounded Espagu, Zhang Liufeng certainly knew what had just happened. Are you? This wave just came again after another, and the whole Espagu was very speechless. Don't get me wrong, I am not a man in the world. I came to you to build a ship. Zhang Liufeng said with a smile. Espagu's face was pulled down, so afraid that he was here to make trouble, right? Didn't you see what is happening now? Still come to build a ship? Excuse me, I probably won't start work recently, you can change one. As soon as the voice fell, Espagu's pupil shrank, and when he saw Crocodile and Waldo behind Zhang Liufeng, he suddenly felt puzzled. How could Chihuahua and this violent madman appear here? Although he did not recognize Zhang Liufeng and the Red Earl of different eras, he naturally knew about Chihuahua, Crocodile and Waldo, who had stirred up the situation, as the mayor of the 7 capitals of water. Zhang Liufeng understands the current situation in the 7 capitals of water, and this is to say, we won't let you do it for nothing, we can promise you a request, and it will definitely be done. Hearing that Bingshan's figure was startled, I have no request, please leave. Don't hide anything from me, I know everything about you, including your relationship with Frankie. Zhang Liufeng was not going to waste time, and said straightforwardly. Bingshan was shocked when he heard what the other party said. Who the hell are you? What do you want to do? You don't need to know, you only need to know the content of our transaction. I can promise you a request, you build a ship for me, it's that simple. Bingberg's face was cloudy and uncertain, and he looked at Crocodile and Waldo, who were silent. Such a tyrannical person seemed to be headed by the young man in front of him who was less than 20 years old. In the end, it seemed to have made up his mind, and it seemed to be ready to take a gamble. Okay. I can build ships for you. The condition is to help me save Frankie. Can you? Yes. Zhonglu Fenjian answered him calmly. Because he had already guessed that Espagu's request was this, he was not surprised. Now, Espagu couldn't help but look at Zhang Liufeng again. Now that he knew these things, he naturally knew what he was facing, and he could still agree to him so indifferently. It was really what Espag hadn't expected. But looking at the young man in front of him who was obviously under 20 years old, and the few strong men behind him who didn't say a word and looked indifferent, he wanted to laugh at them for being overweight, but he couldn't mention it anyway. This idea. Because he can feel it, they seem to have this strength. Finally, Espagu exhaled heavily, and said to Zhang Liufeng and the others, if this is the case, then come with me. This was leading Zhang Liufeng and his party to the factory that had been abandoned for more than 10 years. After a short while, I arrived at the destination, and what I saw was a dilapidated and dusty factory. Without saying a word, Espagu came to the sea train named Rocketman that Chen Fang had been in for more than 10 years and got busy with his tools. In fact, when Zhang Liufeng agreed to Espagu, the other three were speechless. What captain did he follow? Where is the trouble? Where do the navy go there? What kind of plane? Wouldn't it be fine to blackmail or threaten directly? But they didn't know that Zhang Liufeng was disdainful of doing this kind of thing. These so-called troubles were nothing to him. They were nothing more than a simple task, not to mention going to Judicial Island to check in. It didn't take long for the mermaid mother-in-law to come here with a straw hat, just as Zhang Liufeng expected. At the moment when he saw Zhang Liufeng and his party, Luffy all showed a look of horror, but they were different. As soon as he entered the door, Soran already felt a very powerful aura from the demon sword. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the door, he saw the thunderstorm in Earl Hong's hand. He intuitively told him that the man in front of him was an extremely terrifying opponent. Then there is Crocodile, who is naturally very familiar with this group of people, Lao Shat. Because of the appearance of Lao Shat, Luffy's side was not calm for a while. Crocodile. Didn't you get caught? How come you are here? Luffy said solemnly. When Lao Sha saw Lu Fei and others, the nameless fire was born from his heart, and what he hated was gritted teeth. However, as a person who came by, he still knew how to do with respect to the captain. Before the captain had spoken, he could not move. This was putting away the hands that were trembling slightly because of the anger, and didn't plan to talk to a few people. But Lao Sha's forbearance did not have the effect of calming people down. At this time, the stunned young man Lu Fei had already attacked him. Jet rocket launcher. He wanted to hammer Lao Sha without saying a word. Zhang Liufeng, who was not planning to have any intersection with them, was slightly angry when he saw this. What kind of person would dare to fuck him in front of him? The figure flashed and disappeared in place. Next second. Boom. With Zhang Liufeng's fist slowly retracted. Luffy's figure had disappeared into the air, and then he heard a plop, falling into the surging water outside. The Straw Hats were dumbfounded when they saw this. Don't look at their captains who are usually not reliable, but they are fierce when they fight. Just got blown away? This is too exaggerated, right? One punch directly stunned the Straw Hat group. Soran was the first to react, and he plunged into the sea in a hurry, and it took him a long time to catch the half-dead Lu Fei that had been soaked in sea water. When Lu Fei slowed down, the Straw Hat group set their posture and stared at Zhang Liufeng as if they were facing an enemy. When Lao Sha saw this, he couldn't bear it anymore. Now that he was fully capable, he was ready to reward them with the coolness of the sandstorm. But it was stopped by Zhang Liufeng. Enough, business matters. Zhang Liufeng also didn't pay attention to the current Straw Hats, and even Laning's domineering and other things were not worthy of him. The 3 generations of Raking's powerful flesh were enough for them to drink a pot. Chapter 15, Sword-Slashing Giant Waves. Chapter 15, Sword-Slashing Giant Waves. Hearing that, Lao Sha was unwilling, and the anger in his heart could not dissipate for a long time. In the end, he turned his head unwillingly. Said coldly, "Yes. Captain." "What?" "The former Kaiwasi, the Emperor of the Desert. Actually call this purple-haired youth the captain." "Wow! This amount of information is really too big." The chins of the Straw Hats and the members of the Frankie family fell to the ground. How abnormal is this young man to subdue a fierce man like Lao Sha? But thinking of the punch just now, everyone was gradually relieved. Yes, can he defeat Luffy with one punch? Isn't he a perverted character? After a while of shock, the Straw Hats didn't dare to trouble them easily. After all, the strength was too great. Everyone was a reasonable person. This gap in general was still visible. After the small episode was over, everyone boarded the Rocketman Sea train, and the 2 groups of people were respectful and respected, and there was no friction. But compared to the old gods of Zhang Liu Feng's group, the Straw Hat group looked more restrained. After all, Zhang Liu Feng gave them too much shock. Although it was just a punch, they could know that the other party could use a physical blow as a rubber man by seeing the expression on Liu Fei's face that was more uncomfortable than eating a fly. Fi Hung's pain is endless. This has never happened before. It's terrifying. Just when everyone's thoughts were blowing. The train to Judicial Island also officially departs at this moment. Under the sturdy car skills of the mermaid mother-in-law, the Rocketman train quickly found the track in the rough sea and connected. The train was traveling at high speed on the way to Judiciary Island. Then there are many hard times, facing the harassment of the gods of the sea, their journey is dangerous. Not long after the train departed, there was a super huge wave, and the wave covered the sky and slapped towards the Rocketman train, and everyone on the car was in panic for a while. Damn, this wave is too exaggerated, right? This must be 100 meters high, right? What should I do? Is it just beginning to end? It's over, boss, we can't save you. Sorry boss. Seeing such a huge wave hit them like a beast with a mouth wide open, the Frankie family was already desperate, as if they were going to be buried in this irresistible wave in the next second. Zhang Liu Feng, who was closing his eyes and rested, couldn't help but frown slightly and opened his eyes when he heard the noise next to him. When I looked at it, I found that the huge wave was already in sight. He waved his hand and said, "Count, go and deal with it." Wen Yanhong nodded slightly, did not say a word of nonsense, and directly reported the knife to the front of the car. Said to the mermaid mother-in-law who was driving, "Go ahead, don't panic." The short 8 words may be a joke in the eyes of others, but the mermaid mother-in-law is also someone who has seen the world. She knows the horror of the real powerhouse in this world. Looking at the old man in front of her, who was very old, but with a mighty and domineering atmosphere, gave her the feeling of being a peerless powerhouse. Right now, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Luffy and Soran, who were preparing to fight the tide with all their strength, also felt an overbearing aura coming from them, and could not help taking 2 steps back to give the Red Earl a debut. Earl Red stood alone in the front of the car. He was supposed to be a very small figure in the huge waves. For some reason, he gradually became stalwart. Everyone shook their eyes, and when they looked again, they only felt that the old figure, for some reason, seemed extremely huge at this time. His whole body seemed to be more invincible than this monstrous wave. It seems more terrifying. The huge wave is approaching. However, Earl Hong just stood with the knife, and didn't mean to shoot. Everyone's hearts are pulled together, looking at this figure in amazement. Is it really awesome or pretending to be forceful? Can't it, old man, can't it be replaced quickly? Of course, just thinking about it in my heart, no one is stupid enough to say it. At this time, that huge wave has arrived. At the moment when it is about to collide with the train, Earl Red is ready. I saw a flash of coldness in his eyes. The thunderstorm came out of the hand. The speed is as fast as thunder. Everyone can't see how many knives Red Earl has cut, only feel that the extremely sharp blade has returned to the scabbard the moment it is unsheathed. Even the cold man with the blade of the blade did not see clearly. Among the crowd, Soran was the most shocked. With his talent for kendo, Earl Hong can still see a little bit of his shot this time. Seeing Earl Hong took the shot, there was a blur between the electric light and flint, and 8 knife shadows flashed by. Although I can't see it clearly, it's certain that it has indeed made 8 cuts. Its speed is jaw-dropping, and the level of swordsmanship is the only thing he has seen in his life. It seems that even the swordsmanship of Hawkeye Mihawk, the world's largest swordsman, is faintly inferior. This is too exaggerated. What kind of monsters are these? Soran's pupil shrank, and he took another look at a few people. Could it be that Crocodile is the best among them? This old man's swordsmanship is so terrifying that he is not yet a captain. So how terrifying is the strength of the indifferent purple-haired youth over there? Before he had time to think about it, the shocking scene happened again. I saw that the monstrous waves suddenly seemed to be cut apart. One is divided into 8. And then another cross-cut in the middle, a full 16 points. The huge waves were cut into pieces like cubes, floating in the air. The cuts are neat and uniform, and people don't even think of it as sea water. It will flow. Is it because the slash is too fast? Doesn't even the sea water have time to react? No one knows. Until the 16 seawater cubes of uniform size drifted past their train, they fell heavily on the sea behind the train, making spectacular waves. Everyone did not react. It seems to have been petrified in place. It seems that there is no thought, no consciousness, and the brain is blank. Baroque letter field. In the age of One Piece, only one person can go hand in hand with the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates, a man known as the Red Earl. When the real power is unmatched. When everyone was deeply in the shock that couldn't express it. At the same time, in the Navy headquarters, the door of the conference room listening to Magellan's report was suddenly pushed open. Marshal. Have your call. A major general rushed in with a phone bug. Warring States frowned, seeing this major general look so flustered. There must be something important. Immediately, the report was suspended and the phone was answered. Chapter 16, Destroyed. Chapter 16 Destroyed. I am the Warring States period, who? I am CP9 Lucky. CP9? Warring States looked puzzled. Shouldn't this be a special department under the world's right axis? What are you looking for? Marshal of the Warring States period, in the course of our mission, we met the prisoners who pushed the city to escape. And we played against each other. The opponent is powerful, please send the Navy to support this mission. This mission involves the ancient weapon Pluto. What? The Warring States roared out of voice. He never expected that this group of people fled Push City, not looking for a place to hide, but making waves everywhere. This meeting is temporarily over, and the target person reappears. Huang Yuanqing Pheasant, you lead your navy, and quickly rushed to the 7 capitals of Water and Judicial Island to support you in 2 ways. Yes. Early morning. No wind zone. Judicial Island outskirts. At this time, on the periphery of Judicial Island, dozens of sea kings of various sizes were floating. Above the head of the galloping rocketman train, Zhang Liu Feng's pitch-black domineering and crackling thunder and lightning energy gradually dissipated in the shock of the Straw Hats and the Franks family. The Sniper King with a mask on his face was tremblingly hugging several heads of Frankie's family. Where does this evildoer come from? Recalling just now, Zhang Liu Feng, with his own power, flipped through dozens of large and small Neptune-like pictures between the flashing stones. They shuddered, and what was shocked was that their hairs were standing upright. That's too strong. Different from Liu Fei's eyes on Venus, he constantly praised Zhang Liufeng for his magnificent tricks. Soran Sanji and others were obviously much more rational. The strength of this unclear person makes them extremely dignified. Green algae head, this person is a bit outrageous. Fortunately, he is currently an ally. Soran nodded and said. Sanji smoked a cigarette and exclaimed, I hope I won't become an enemy in the future. For everyone's shock, where is Zhang Liufeng free to take care of? He put all his thoughts on the sign-in point. What good things can I get this time? I'm really looking forward to it. A handsome arc was formed at the corner of his mouth, obviously in a very good mood. The train slowly approached the gate of Judicial Island. Zhang Liufeng waved his hand, and this was a step ahead of his team. Zhang Liufeng jumped out of the car first, and walked away excitedly. Doing so scared everyone. Hey! Isn't he a capable person? Why isn't he afraid of the sea? How can he run on the water? Are you kidding? I must be dreaming. This simply violates my cognition. I feel that the three views are about to collapse. Luffy was also unable to bear the loneliness. The second after Zhang Liufeng left, he also flew out with his own ability and passed the gate of Judicial Island high. Looking at the train that suddenly arrived, and Zhang Liufeng and his party who had already arrived in front of the door. The navy guarding the gate and the World's Axe staff looked solemn. What do you do? It's just passing by to pick up someone. Zhang Liufeng waved his hand, and said lightly. Keep rolling, leave quickly, do you know where this is? Regarding the words of these little people, Zhang Liufeng didn't plan to take it seriously. This was just taking a few people into it for himself. Quick! Close the door! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! When the gatekeepers saw a few people preparing to rush into action, they raised their guns and fired. Zhang Liufeng's eyes were cold. In front of the bewildered navy, Zhang Liufeng can fully open. Block all the bullets that came, and the other three would not put the bullets in their eyes. Each acted to block it. Since you do it first, don't blame me. Zhang Liufeng's figure flashed and took the lead, and the three people behind him followed suit. Those so-called gatekeepers couldn't see his figure clearly. Wherever he passed, only the navy was overturned to the ground, and only the sound of painful wailing. As the saying goes, kill one person in one step without leaving a mark for thousands of miles. It's just that. Zhang Liufeng came to the first door like a mortal destruction, and there was no one behind him who could stand up. Usopp almost didn't stare at it. I'll go, this is too exaggerated. How can this be done by humans? It's just a god. It's horrible, it feels like we are all superfluous. Are we here to send the great god? The members of the Frankie family who hugged him also said in fear. If these words were heard by Zhang Liufeng, then he would definitely say, indeed. Just when everyone was feeling emotional, he had already used the strongest spear to smash the seemingly solid gate. The guards behind the gate also attacked them immediately. Zhang Liufeng rushed into it like a prehistoric beast, people blocking the killing gods, no matter who the other party is, as long as you dare to lean forward, you will be embarrassed and send you home directly. In the eyes of my own people, it was really cool to see the fight, but in the eyes of those members of the Navy and the World's Axe, it was really terrifying. As long as it is close to the murderer in front of him, no one can come back well. The lucky one lacks arms and legs, and the one with bad luck is to cut his head and pierce his heart and kill on the spot. Who can stand this so much? This is too scary, right? It only took a quarter of an hour for the entire justice to arrive at Kyandao. At this moment, it seemed to be a purgatory on earth. What kind of navy, what kind of members of the world, lying on the ground? Even the guards of the three giants were directly killed by a single move. Although there is still a breath, it will not die, but it is also alive with more air and less air. This frightened the people on Judicial Island. They thought they were aloof and the incarnation of justice. Where did they see this kind of scene? Watching Zhang Liufeng and the four like the gods of death, they constantly released all kinds of horrible methods and harvested their heads. After a while, no one dared to approach Zhang Liufeng and the others. As long as they saw them, they immediately found a corner to lie on their stomachs, shivering. I didn't dare to look straight up. This scene again thundered the Straw Hats and the Franks who had just landed on the island. They were talking about it, and they were going to do a big job. They were dumbfounded after they entered the door. Damn it! This great god is really terrifying, right? Just before coming in, I saw that all the guards outside the door were closed, and it was okay. After all, there were less than 100 people, and it was acceptable. What now? There are already nearly 500 people lying on this judicial island, and the ones who can still stand are not hiding in the corners shivering, calling mother, or crying and laughing, unconscious. This scene is really too shocking, too scary. It is not a live experience, and it is impossible to experience the horrible atmosphere. However, the four of them, Zhang Liufeng, led by Zhang Liufeng, were walking in the direction indicated by the system, and at a glance, it was the building where CP9 was located. No one came up to look for things, and they were happy. Originally, he didn't want to ink with these little characters, but they are too difficult to deal with, and they don't know how long it will take without any means. This way, finally don't have to be bothered. However, it didn't take long to stop, when the guy who didn't have long eyes came again. Chapter 17, Check-in successfully. Chapter 17 Check-in successfully. As Zhang Liufeng was walking, he suddenly felt that black shadows flickered from time to time in the corners and alleys, and the speed was not slow. Seeing and hearing color domineering sweep away. Hey? The four-legged one? Is it the French dog troop? As he had imagined, the encirclement formed by the dark shadows in the dark was the French dog troops sent by the chief judge. Sorry, you guys are going to stop here, the leader said with nostrils upright. Without a response, he lowered his head to look at Zhang Liufeng and several people. From this look, he instantly became angry. I saw that Zhang Liufeng and his party didn't take them seriously, they just walked straight forward, as if they were transparent. You four intruders! Stop for me, he yelled angrily. Zhang Liufeng frowned slightly. Is there something wrong? Nima. What do you mean by something? Are you invaders? Are we here to catch you? A group of French dog cavalry were speechless. This kid is so arrogant. Brothers! Give it to me, and tell this kid who doesn't know the sky and earth, what are we looking for him? Yes. As soon as the voice fell, the dozens of cavalrymen started to greet the four people with flying knives, flying chains, blood drops, and Halashi catching nets. I'll deal with the Earl with Halashi, and you will take care of the rest. Zhang Liufeng simply assigned the task, and several people immediately started. It has to be said that the speed of this French dog force is quite good. If it is an ordinary pirate, it is really a bit tricky. However, Zhang Liufeng and all of them are good at speed, even the slowest crocodile's speed is not comparable to these French dog troops. This is not. In a short while, the howling of ghosts and wolves suddenly sounded. This time, people are crying ghosts and dogs wailing. This can be regarded as an elite French dog troop in the eyes of others, and it is really too watery in front of the four. It can't stop the progress of a few people at all. The French dog troops who saw the invincible were all planted in the hands of these people. The trembling skirmishers in that corner were even more frightened. This Nima is fortunate that I'm eye-catching, I didn't dare to rush up to escape. Yes, it's too scary. This is not a new world. How can there be such a scary character? Don't worry, just pretend to be dead, or what lies on the ground is our fate. Exactly. All the way was unimpeded, and a few people soon came to the courthouse. Zhang Liufeng raised his head slightly, looked at the roof, and said faintly, "Is the check-in point on it?" "Immediately prepare to walk to the roof." "Intruder! You guys don't put me in your eyes too." Seeing a few people walking up the stairs without anyone else, the chief judge angrily picked up the big knife and jumped over. "If you want to pass, pass me first." Feeling the check-in point close at hand, Zhang Liufeng really didn't have the mood to pay attention to these ant-like characters. "Lao Sha, leave it to you, let's go up first." Lao Sha nodded slightly, although he was very upset with Zhang Liufeng's imperative tone, but he also greeted him. "Desert knife. Let's go." Zhang Liufeng took the two and continued to walk upstairs. Not long after he came to the roof of the house, looking at the bottomless gap between the outer island and the inner island, Zhang Liufeng cried to the effect that he forgot to put the suspension bridge. When he was secretly depressed, in the main building opposite, all CP9 members also saw them. Lu Qi solemnly said, "This bastard, actually chased here." CP9 Chief Spanum didn't know what was going on, so he said, "Who is that?" "It's the one who came to save Robin and Frankie." "Oh, there are people who are not afraid of death? Come here to save people? What are you still waiting for? Go and solve them." Keiku rolled his eyes. "You are so eloquent, why don't you go?" "Don't worry, we will solve it," Lu Qi said with gritted teeth. "Keiku, Khalifa, how is your fruit ability?" "I already know how to use it." "That's fine. We were afraid of delaying the mission in the previous match, and made them arrogant. This time let us tell them what is strength." "Yes. Sir, you take the prisoner to the gate of justice now, and we will leave the rest to us." Looking at the motivated people, Spondam stood up lazily and said, "It's really my subordinates, so reliable. Don't worry, let me watch the drama for a while." When they were talking, they came to Robin and Frankie, kicked them a few times, and taunted them, grabbing them to the window with great interest. He wanted to see what happened. Who is so desperate to want to come and die? Seeing the domineering and arrogant Zhang Liufeng, he naturally found CP9, but he did not worry about them, because he found that the check-in point was on the opposite roof. Immediately following the old routine, he directly kicked off a section of the wall and kicked straight towards the opposite roof. Then the three of them jumped onto the huge wall and flew towards the opposite side. A loud noise alarmed everyone. At this time, the gang with straw hats had already reached close, and they saw CP9 on the opposite side through the roof of the trial building that was kicked through a big hole. "Over there! Friends! Hurry up!" Luffy shouted. A group of friends hurriedly rushed to the top of the building where Zhang Liufeng was before. As soon as this arrived, I suddenly saw Robin Chan, who was mistreated on the other side. Several people were furious. Then came the tearful scene. "Robin! I want you to tell me in person. I want to live. Meet the little friends who came to rescue me. Robin is crying with rain from Iwa. The last line of defense in my heart has been breached. There has never been a moment before that made her want to live so much. If you can give me a chance to choose, I want to live. Luffy, take me to the sea." "Ha ha ha ha. It's really touching. Do you know what you are going to face if you want to save him?" Spondam said with a mocking look. "I know now, Sniper King, shoot me through that flag." Luffy said firmly. "Received." When Usopp was about to show off his proud new slingshot, suddenly a figure that destroyed the sentimental atmosphere appeared next to the flagpole of the world's axe. I saw that the purple-haired youth walked to the flagpole in a calm manner, and directly blasted the flagpole with the flag of the world's axe into the air with a punch. The flag was torn by the thunder energy from the young hand. No scum is left. Who else would Zhang Liufeng be? It turns out that the check-in point of Judicial Island is just above the position of the flagpole. It's really in the way. As he moved, a speechless voice came from his mouth. Finally, the punch card succeeded. Chapter 18, Omniscience Recorder. Chapter 18 Omniscience Recorder. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully clocking in on Judicial Island. An all-knowing recorder will be rewarded. The next check-in point is Chambord Islands. Zhang Liufeng's eyes lit up, looking at the new things in his backpack. The all-knowing recorder records the location and full picture of the islands in the world of One Piece, and will clearly show the potential crisis on the channel, as well as the climate crisis warning. With the help of the wizard, it can unlock advanced functions and precise positioning. After a period of cooling time, a precise positioning can be performed, which can accurately show the exact position of a person or object. This is good. Zhang Liufeng was so happy from ear to ear. This recorder, which seems to be nothing special, is really awesome. You know, what does an excellent pirate group rely on to navigate the world of One Piece? Whether the firepower is fierce or not is actually secondary, the most important thing is to have an experienced navigator. If there is not a good navigator, especially in the second half of the Great Waterway, in the New World, the weather above the sea is endless, and the information is endless. It is estimated that before encountering the enemy, the weird climate triggered by the force of nature or the special terrain was sent back to his hometown. Now with this thing, not only can you clearly know the whole picture of the entire One Piece world, but where you want to go, you don't need any memory pointers. There is no need to worry about the various complicated climates and the various troubles that the terrain will bring to them. A fool on a boat can travel around the world with his eyes closed. In addition to advanced features and precise positioning, doesn't his tree of the world happen to have tree spirits? This plugin is also obvious, right? Isn't this just dozing off and someone gives a pillow? Isn't there any vampire fruit for the Red Earl's animal system, the Eudemon species? Thinking of this succession of good things about to happen, Zhang Liufeng was so happy that he couldn't recover for a long time. Are you a male god? You are cold, okay? Can you be a little reserved? Zhang Liufeng stood in place and was happy, but he didn't notice the horrified eyes of the rest of the staff. Seeing Zhang Liufeng's expression of not taking the flag of this world's flag seriously, the crowds were dumbfounded. Shbondum was even more shocked that his chin was about to fall to the ground. Who are these two forces? Don't you know the consequences of doing this? Compared with Spanum's incomprehension, Lu Qi, a few people who had seen Zhang Liufeng's strength, seemed calmer. He was our enemy. I will make him pay for what he did. The opposite Usopp held a slingshot with a dazed expression. Maiden, the limelight was taken away by the great god. Humph, forget it. This uncle who has 8,000 subordinates will not have the general knowledge of the evildoer like you. While speaking, he narrowed his eyes and glanced at Zhang Liufeng on the opposite side, for fear that the other side would make trouble for himself if he heard it. However, he didn't even know that in Zhang Liufeng's eyes, he even had no value worthy of trouble. Okay. The things that should be done are done, so next, take Frankie and the others away and it's done. Zhang Liufeng, who came back to his senses, said faintly to Count Red and Waldo. Damn it! Is the work done? Wouldn't you just deliberately challenge the world's authority? The two of them who didn't know why, even rolled their eyes. Their captain is really not a worry-free master. It's so hard to be his little brother. The two extremely helpless can only follow Zhang Liufeng and leave with shaking heads. It was not long before he came to the room where CP9 was. Several people stood opposite each other, all silent. Zhang Liufeng really doesn't have much to say to them. It's not his style to speak loudly. If he doesn't cause trouble, he actually doesn't plan to pay attention to that much. It's just that these people have troubled him before. Late. Therefore, Zhang Liufeng must solve them together today. On the CP9 side, I have seen a few people who are great, and they are like a big enemy at the moment. The only difference from them is that Zhang Liufeng's focus is more on the two Frankies behind them. For these so-called CP9 members, they don't seem to pay attention. Shbondum, who had been holding the two of them all the time, felt a chill in his back at this moment. He was not stupid. Seeing that his men were waiting so hard, he knew that the opposite group was not easy, and he was ready to slip away in respect. Then what, Lu Chi, the task is still important, hurry up and escort me out of here. Spanum swallowed. Lu Chi eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Nemas had just let you go, but he didn't want to go, and now he has to escort you. He is really a guy who has done less than done. Owl, Bruno, you are responsible for stopping the guys outside. Snuggle, Keku, Gabra, Khalifa, we work together to escort the chief to take the prisoner away. Yes. When the order was reached, CP9 immediately took action. As soon as Bruno opened the void door, he took the owl and went out to intercept the Straw Hat gang without saying a word. The remaining few people put on a defensive position, guarding Spanum and the two soldiers carrying Frankie and them. It is slowly shifting towards the passage leading to the Gate of Justice. Do it! Zhang Liu Feng gave an order, and the three people here also shot at the same time. CP9, who was waiting in full battle, reacted as soon as Zhang Liu Feng and the others did it. From the Snuggle and Keku against the Red Earl, Khalifa dragged Valdo, and Gabra resisted Zhang Liu Feng. Lu Chi was helplessly arranged to escort Chief Spondam to leave first. The opponent came up with full abilities, and Gabra and Keku directly sacrificed the form of giraffe and werewolf. Let you feel our true strength this time. Keku's eyes condensed, and he landed on one foot, his long neck and body spinning at high speed. When the speed reached its peak, he yelled, "Landy feet! Joe broken! Brush!" A fierce slash spread from his body. That slash is as fast as a gust of wind, like a thunder. Already in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Even the other CP9s were taken aback, and quickly dodged to avoid them. With such an overbearing slash, they were not confident that they could stop it. Keku! You bastard, do we even want to kill? Gabra turned into a werewolf and protested in dissatisfaction. No way, the old man's strength is so strong, if you don't want to die, find a place to fight yourself, don't hinder the old man. Looking at Keku, who is only in his early 20s, he actually called himself an old man, making people dumbfounded. You! Humph! Gabra was quite upset, but the enemy is currently gritted his teeth, holding back with an ugly expression. Compared with CP9's panic, the three Zhang Liu Feng who should have been attacked were much more calm. I saw Zhang Liu Feng didn't move at all, but offered a thunder and lightning shield to keep him in front. The might of broken only slightly touched the barrier that week, and it broke without attack, and the smoke disappeared. And when the Red Earl thunderstorm was collected, the same sword aura was cut out, and a gap was drawn directly, and the two ends of the gap passed by him, and he couldn't help him. Chapter 19, Fighting 1. Chapter 19 Fighting 1. How fast is Vardo with Momo's fruit? The speed of the slash seemed astonishing, but it was nothing short of a comparison with Valdo, and the figure flung away. Upon seeing this, the faces of the people on the opposite side were quite unsightly, and they were also avoiding slashes. From the comprehensive point of view of the reaction and countermeasures on both sides, they made a judgment. Although Zhou Duan didn't cut anyone, he was severely cut on the wall of the main building. Clang! That sturdy building was cut open with one blow. The entire building was severed in two, and the upper floor slowly slid down, which proved that the blow was extraordinary. It's a pity that the opponent they met is too strong. The single blow failed, and everyone did not stop their movements, and saw that Gabra, who had turned into a werewolf, got up and attacked Zhang Liu Feng directly. Shave! Iron block fist! Heavy wolf fist! As soon as the voice fell, it was a brutal move to hit Zhang Liu Feng, his face full of viciousness and ferociousness. The ugly face that comes from the wolf-like face is full. His move is not ferocious. He stepped on a very fast shave under his feet, making his figure disappear quickly, and his hands were filled with full force. The inertia of speed and the explosive power of the beast made his blow even more powerful. Zhang Liufeng just smiled contemptuously at this. It looks quite bluffing, but unfortunately, ants are ants. With the thought, the armed color surged, and the whole left hand was instantly dark as iron, and he didn't use any skills. It just slapped a random punch and slammed into the heavy wolf fist. Boom! Click! Click! The two punches faced each other, and a shocking wave broke out. The whole building shook slightly. A huge roar erupted in the air, the aftermath of the fist gang spread out, and the clothes on the people who were blowing were hunting and hunting. The next second was a sound of broken bones. Ah! A scream resounded through the world. A huge body flew out in an instant, directly knocking down the wall next to the door. Who is it if it's not Gabra? I'm going to save people first, you two move faster, don't chirp. Zhang Liufeng said softly with a calm expression. As if nothing happened just now. Why is this happening? What kind of monster is this kid? Actually fisted Gabra in the form of a werewolf with an ordinary human body? You know, the devil fruit of the animal system does not increase the strength of the body's body by a small amount. The faces of CP9 were scared when they saw this scene, their brains were full of infinite question marks, and they all looked at Zhang Liufeng like a ghost. Just let him go out, but he didn't recover. Just when he disappeared from everyone's sight, Keiku was the first to come back to his senses. You stopped for the old man. How could it be possible to let him break out so easily? They are CP9. They have their own pride. Have one's own dignity. How can you be frightened by criminals so easily? Then he raised his leg to chase. Okay? Suddenly a dangerous breath struck, he subconsciously resorted to a shave, and instantly hid several meters away. The place where I was standing before was cut open. Looking up, Earl Red appeared in front of him holding the thunderstorm. Your opponent is me. Count Red said indifferently, staring at Keiku as if looking at a corpse. Just staring at Count Red, Keiku couldn't help but shudder all over. The gloomy and domineering look gave him the feeling of being stared at by the devil. Snuggle and help me. He had to call the jungler quickly, but the amount was wrong. He quickly called his teammate. Life is back. The lion points a spear. Actually, without him speaking, the snuggle has already started. I saw that his lion-like hair suddenly seemed to have vitality, twisting into a ball one after another, as if fingers were stretched out. The ultimate move followed, and the dozens of twisted hairs instantly shot at the Red Earl like a flexible arm. Red Earl didn't even turn his head back, seeing and hearing the domineering color had already let him know what was going on behind him. Calmly flashing back and forth among the lion's finger guns flying all over the sky. The airtight lion pointed the spear, which was full of loopholes in his eyes. After one round of attack, he was shocked that he couldn't even touch the corner of Red Earl's clothes. This made the snuggle frightened and angry, but did not give up. He quickly took back his hair, and immediately changed his trick to continue to kill the Red Earl. Lion walking. He quickly turned the iron rod in his hand in the air, and the flames on the head were all around, turned into a huge fireball, and fell directly towards the Red Earl. Earl Hong turned and raised his hand to cut out a sword aura, directly splitting the fireball in half. But there is no figure snuggling in the air. When he reappeared, he had already come to the side of Earl Red, and he was stabbed at his weakness. Pointing to the gun cue. It turned out to be just a feint. This is the real ultimate move. This blow is enough to see how rich the combat experience snuggled up. CP9 is equivalent to the killer organization of the world's X. It is specifically aimed at various difficult tasks that the Navy is difficult to complete, or secretly unseen activities. To be able to be one of them, it is true that not everyone has this ability, it is definitely a good player of the first class. If you change someone with a slightly weaker strength, you will be able to strike in minutes. It's a pity that they are facing the Red Earl, who is domineering and domineering. In his eyes, All these clown-like juniors have done are just playing house. At the moment, drawing the knife horizontally is to directly knock the iron rod in the snuggle hand into the air. The moment the swords and sticks intersected, Snuggling felt that a majestic and domineering force swept through his body, and his entire tiger's head was split apart. His hand hurts and his face turned sullen, and the iron rod came out of his hand and could no longer hold it. However, for the well-known Red Earl, he had long known that he would not succeed so easily. This set was actually only to get close to Red Earl. Life is back. Hair restrained. The flexible snake-like hair flew out instantly. Wrapped Red Earl directly and locked his limbs. Finally succeeded. Keiku is now. Keiku not far away is already ready to go. Giraffe Fort. I saw that his iconic long neck had shrunk at some point, and with a roar, he burst out with amazing power, and took the head of Earl Red. Earl Hong's face changed slightly, and the color of approval on his face was fleeting. He sighed in his heart, unexpectedly, after so many years, the younger generation now has become more and more interesting. Facing each other's rich combat experience and almost perfect cooperation. Earl Red showed a little warfare. But how can even the rich experience compare with the Red Earl, who has been dominating the sea for decades? Between the electric light and flint, Earl Red's wrist was turned, and the hair entangled in his hand was easily cut off. With a horizontal blade, it directly blocked this unexpected blow. Snuggling naturally knew how long his skills could not hold Earl Red at all, and what he seized was this fleeting opportunity. But he never expected that Red Earl would react so quickly. Chapter 20, Guild Wars 2. Chapter 20 Guild Wars 2. This frightened the two of them. Originally, they knew that Red Earl was better than them, but they didn't have a clear idea of how strong it was. But now they are really scared, they finally see how big the gap is. All the attacks have already been seen through in the eyes of the opponent. It doesn't play a role at all. There was a huge sense of powerlessness in my heart, as if I were like a kindergarten child, trying to find an adult to fight with my own ability. Once such fearful thoughts appear, then defeat is not far away. Unsurprisingly, the next two men's offensive became much paler and weaker. Red Earl also felt that the two men's combat attitudes were a bit negative, and the trace of fighting spirit that had just ignited subsided again. The brilliance in his eyes disappeared, and he returned to his indifference. In that case, then it's time to understand. He turned his wrist, holding a thunderstorm and dancing out a beautiful sword flower. In the air, phantoms of sword glow flickered. If there is any substance, the cold air is compelling. It seems that if the sword glow is swept across, it will kill you. The originally narrowed eyes opened in vain. The body's momentum skyrocketed, and a fierce killing spirit enveloped the two of them, making both of them tremble. Large beads of sweat slipped from their foreheads, and what came to my mind was no longer crisis or fear, but the smell of death. It's really uncomfortable to be enveloped by this breath. The two subconsciously stepped back, they didn't want to die. When it came to life and death, the desire to survive made the two of them look back, and reawakened their fighting spirit. Snuggle. It's a death anyway, but dare to give it a fight with the old man. Even if you don't die, you have to let this old man lose his skin. Why don't you dare? I have never seen a big scene in Snuggle, and today I will fight him to the death. I saw the black cyclone on Earl Red gradually covering the thunderstorm blade. Armed domineering. The eyes of the two people on the opposite side condensed, they knew that they were not doing anything, or that they would never have a chance in this life. Shave. Swish. Two bursts of air suddenly sounded. Snuggling, Keiku and two soldiers divided into two groups, one left and the other right, and they killed Earl Red. Keiku took the lead in attacking land feet. Chaos. His feet are like electricity, quickly kicking out dozens of slashes, and attacking the Red Earl overwhelmingly. Red Earl flashed continuously, and instantly resolved this imposing move. However, at this moment, Earl Red made the final blow. The old power was gone, and the only time when the new power was not born was snuggled and caught. Life is back. Hair restrained. Suddenly the squirming hair crazily entangled Red Earl. This time was different from the last time, because the timing was very accurate, and the hair was directly wrapped around Red Earl's body, making it difficult to move for a while. Looking at Keiku again, it has long been transformed into a giraffe shape, and it is a move that does not leave a hand. Mang Bamboo Forest. Ah! He squeezed hard, raised his long and powerful neck and slammed it against the Red Earl. The power of this wave of attacks is different from the previous ones. For one thing, the last snuggle didn't completely restrain Red Earl. Secondly, the last time Keiku didn't use indiscriminate attacks in order to avoid snuggling, he just hit the head. This time, not only did the snuggle potential explode, but also entangled Red Earl to death. Even Keiku no longer worried about the safety of snuggling, and directly used a trick to smash the bamboo forest indiscriminately. It was a desperate fight. Snuggling up to see Keiku's unscrupulous move, naturally there is no mood swing. He knows that if this is not the case, there is no chance of defeating the Red Earl. Iron. Steel. Not much to say, even when iron blocks were cast out to resist the attacks that fell on him from time to time. However, the strength blessing of the animal fruit is really not covered. Even if the strength is like an iron block, it still can't resist. Not long afterwards, the snuggle was directly smashed into the gold star, and half of his life was left. At the same time, Keiku's attack also ended. He almost used all the strength of his body up and down, and his legs could no longer support his body. He changed back to his human form with a bang and collapsed to the ground. In the room, the sky was full of dust, like being swept by a sandstorm, and he couldn't see his fingers. After a long time, the flying dust gradually fell back to the ground, and the air gradually became clear. Keiku sat up, fixed his eyes, and a large hole full of spider web cracks appeared on the ground not far away. Follow the crack and look into the pit. In the dust that had not yet dispersed, two figures appeared faintly. Stand and lie down. Is it resolved? Keiku frowned slightly, feeling that things seemed to be developing a bit too smooth. Sure enough, the figure in the dust moved in the next second. There was something in that person's hand, a cold light flashed, and it looked particularly dazzling in this still somewhat vague room. That figure was thin, and he was obviously holding a sword in his hand. Who was it if he wasn't Red Earl? Keiku's pupil shrank. Impossible. How could this be? When Earl Red was near, he finally saw clearly. At this time, Earl hung, his face calm, his whole body turned black as iron, and he was holding a thunderstorm like a god of death, breaking the wind and demanding his life. How could this happen? Why did he have nothing? This is impossible. Keiku was lying down on the ground, snuggling unconsciously, and had a nervous breakdown. He couldn't imagine how anyone could be so powerful. He could clearly feel that the attack just now really hit Count Red. But now, I actually saw Earl Red kill him unscathed. The feeling of despair is self-evident. However, the fear of death made him subconsciously make the final resistance. Iron. No dead ends. I saw that his square figure continued to close together, and finally became a cube like a Rubik's Cube. It looks very funny. He hoped that his strongest defensive form would be able to save himself alive. But after all, it was just futile. How could this domineering knife of Red Earl be able to withstand it with a mere iron? I'm afraid that aluminum alloy can't stand it. Red Earl approached Keiku, without any fancy, just slashed away in such a plain and ordinary way. This seemingly ordinary cut was extremely terrifying in Keiku's eyes. Vaguely even the space around him seemed to be locked, time seemed to have stopped flowing, and there was no light in his eyes long ago, and only boundless darkness remained. Is that the end? Keiku's expression disappeared from fear, panic, and despair. Looking at the knife that got closer and closer, it was more of a relief, and even a slight smile was raised. The Red Earl's figure flashed past. Above the thunderstorm blade, there was gradually rain-like clear water flowing out, flushing the pungent bloody air, and in a flash, it was as bright as ever. As he slowly retracted the knife and scabbed it back, Earl Hong slowly left the room. The age limit seemed to have no effect on him. In his twilight years, his figure is still stalwart, and his strength is still strong. So far. In the Battle of Judicial Island, the two big fighters of CP9, Keiku, snuggle and lose. Chapter 21, Guild Wars 3. Chapter 21 Guild Wars 3. Compared to the Red Earl, Waldo vs Carly Fa is much more interesting. Originally, the two parties were fighting in the same room, but Vardo's attack method was obviously much more violent. Blast the floor directly. In this way, the two of them fought directly from the original room to the room below. Looking at Carly Fa in the bathtub in front of him, Waldo felt helpless. The two fell into the bathroom in the room below, and suddenly Khalifa asked him to wait first, saying that he wanted to take a shower. At this moment, Waldo was stunned. What's the situation? In Waldo's dumbfounded expression, Khalifa Ruo had to take off the clothes on her body, entered the bathtub, and took a bath comfortably. The corners of Waldo's mouth twitched. He was a fighting freak, and he looked a little bit stretched and at a loss when he saw this charming scene. However, at this moment, a vision suddenly emerged, and the foam in the bathtub became more and more thicker and thicker, and even slowly approached him. Just when Waldo was puzzled, those bubbles seemed to have life, suddenly attacked him. Relax, soak. Carly Fagiao shouted, the trick has come. Waldo looked at the bubble that was already close at hand, and then realized it. 20 times faster. With a whistling sound, he opened a few positions with these bubbles. Carly Fa frowned, and she felt very troublesome about Waldo's reaction and speed. He seduced first, and then attacked. Everything was so seamless that he could hide it. It was too unacceptable. Is the power gap so great? I couldn't help but worry secretly in my heart. Fortunately, the task for her is to hold Valdo, with her ability, to hold Valdo and protect herself. Shouldn't it be a big problem? Although thinking this way, but not so confident in my heart. Waldo reacted, suddenly furious. Bitch girl! Sneak attack on my uncle? You're looking for death. He had already attacked her while speaking. Soap sheep! Seeing Waldo attack, Khalifa was shocked, and quickly offered her ability to block her. Just after the act was finished, Waldo already punched him. This is a familiar road. He knows that the gateway to justice is an undersea tunnel, but as a high-strength ninjutsu, he doesn't bother to take the ordinary road. He got out of the building, ready to ride the waves, and went straight to the exit on the Bridge of Justice, waiting for Spanum to snatch himself. Because he felt that the expressions of Luke and Spanum when they saw him suddenly appear in front must be wonderful. Coincidentally, he just came out of the building and ran into Gabra, who was kicked by him. It turned out that Gabra was kicked directly through the entire building and fell on the cliff outside this building. Just struggling to get up, suddenly found Zhang Liufeng appeared in front of him again. That expression on his face was more uncomfortable than eating shit. He thought Zhang Liufeng came after him. Although he was frightened, he could only take the lead because he knew Zhang Liufeng's strength very well. He was not his opponent 99%. To say that there is a 1% chance, then you can only start the game with full firepower, no matter what moves or not, directly give Zhang Liufeng a blind punch to kill the master. Perhaps this was his only chance, because he knew that as long as Zhang Liufeng acted first, then he couldn't have any chance. As soon as Zhang Liufeng walked out of the building, he saw the opponent's firepower full of fire, and the huge werewolf leaped towards him with his teeth and claws. I couldn't help but shook his head and chuckled, lie on the ground and pretend to be dead, isn't he smelling? Chapter 22, Guild Wars 4. Chapter 22 Guild Wars 4. As he approached him, seeing Zhang Liufeng's motionless, Gabra was slightly pleased. Hey, I seem to be betting right. This guy hasn't reacted yet. He couldn't help but lifted his spirits, and stepped up a bit faster, trying to take him down with a thunder and a bell. Okay? What the hell is the bell? Regardless, it's just to take him down anyway. Just when he was secretly delighted, a flower suddenly appeared in front of him, and there was Zhang Liufeng's figure there. Okay? What happened? Where is this kid? Just when he was puzzled, his whole body was suddenly enveloped by an extremely terrifying breath, causing him to stand upside down, his heartbeat speeded up, and his blood churned. Alive! The strongest spear, one finger penetrates. Iron. Poof! I just reacted, and a feeling of refreshing came from behind my heart. He was in agony, gritted his teeth and struggled to turn his head, only to see Zhang Liufeng behind him. A pitch-black finger had already pierced his back. Zhang Liufeng raised an indifferent smile to Gabra's incredible eyes. Lay, he said softly. Gabra's pupils shrank, only to feel that his heart suddenly seemed to be bitten by thousands of ants, and his whole body twitched uncontrollably. His bodily functions gradually disappeared, and his body was almost fully cooked by electricity, and he even smelled the scent of meat himself. He was frightened and terrified. The harmless young man in front of him was almost like a devil. Its strength is like a legendary myth passed down from the world. There shouldn't be such a perverted monster in reality. He exhausted his last bit of strength, begging for mercy with difficulty. Don't kill me, in fact, I am Robin's brother, and I really want to save her. In that year, I was at the beach with her. Zhang Liufeng can appear here again, indicating that his CP9 members are already ill-adjusted at this moment. He knew Zhang Liufeng's strength. Although only the last part of the road was left, the obstacle in front of him was really not annoying. Sir, ask the headquarters for help immediately. Hearing Liu Qi's extremely solemn voice, Spondam also knew the seriousness of the matter, and immediately picked up the phone worm and dialed it. This. You. Sir. Okay? At the shocked expressions of several people, Spondam looked dazed. What are you doing? This call hasn't been made yet, why are you nervous? Okay? What? When Spondam looked down and saw the golden phone worm in his hand, he instantly became petrified. Damn! I got it wrong. I actually used the Demon Slayer order. His face is ugly, because the use of the order of killing means that the entire judicial island will be bombarded by the navy. The entire island will no longer exist. His press was equivalent to destroying the entire judicial island. But so what? As long as you can catch all of you pirates. The headquarters will praise me as well. It's a scumbag. Zhang Liufeng shook his head and said with contempt. Zhang Liufeng stared contemptuously, and Spondam disapproved. What do people like you know? Liu Qi, quickly clean him up, don't let him prevent me from receiving the reward. Liu Qi hated iron and steel and looked at his own chief, very helpless. Chapter 23, Fierce Fight 5. Chapter 23 Fierce Fight 5. If you say that you are low in strength, you can practice slowly. If you say that there is something wrong with your brain, it is really hopeless. Zhang Liufeng was able to get here first under the impediment of the CP9 elite team members, and Liu Qi never wanted to understand until the end. There was clearly only one secret passage. How did the other party get here? These are enough to show Zhang Liufeng's tyrannical strength and extraordinary methods. In this way, Spondam thought that he could easily solve the opponent. Isn't it? What is it? Zhang Liufeng didn't even put Spondam in his eyes, because he knew that the other party was just a jumping clown, immediately ignored him, and said to Liu Qi, go ahead, let me see your leopard man form. Liu Qi was shocked, looking at Zhang Liufeng's playful smile. The storm turned up in his heart. How is it possible? I never showed my ability in front of him. How can he know? Did the Straw Hats tell him? He shook his head quickly and stabilized his mind. What can I do if I know it? After all, there is still going to be a fight. So he said viciously, in this case, let you see my abilities. Roar! With a roar of the beast, Luki figure gradually became stronger, and his thin figure soared into a giant orc more than 3 meters high. The muscles all over his body are protruding, giving people a feeling of explosive power, and the skin is growing out of yellow leopard skin with black stripes. The whole face is not human, and it looks like a standing cheetah. Coming to stand not far from Zhang Liufeng, looking at the opponent condescendingly, Liu Qi wanted to find a sense of horror and fear in the opponent's eyes, but he was disappointed. Zhang Liufeng still had a pale face at the moment, as if standing in front of him was not a humanoid beast at all, but an ant. The feeling of being despised is really uncomfortable. Liu Qi clenched his fists with both hands and the veins violently. Since the other party despised himself so much, let him repent in pain. Land foot. Kai bird. Whoosh. Liu Qi whizzed, moving at high speed, and instantly disappeared in front of Zhang Liufeng's eyes. When he reappeared, he was already on the opponent's flank, and raising his leg was just a strike by the bird. Thunder and lightning shield. Base. Zhang Liufeng reacted at the same time, and the whole body of thunder light turned into an unbreakable strongest shield, blocking this attack. It has to be said that with the increased power of the animal fruit, the explosive power of this strike is still amazing, and it actually dents the lightning shield. Liu Qi didn't make a hit without an air barrier, so he quickly used the shave, constantly changing positions around Zhang Liufeng, seeking out where the opponent was weak. As the captain of CP9, Liu Qi's 6 styles are more refined, and the speed of shaving is almost to the extreme, as if disappearing into the air at this moment. If it weren't for the surrounding air, everyone would think that Zhang Liufeng was the only one standing on the court because of his high-speed movement. Although Liu Qi kept changing positions and looked quite bluffing, he was really helpless in his heart. Zhang Liufeng stopped there casually, seemingly full of loopholes. But there is no way to start, there is no weak point at all. Liu Qi became more and more frightened as he watched. No, he was about to attack. If this continues, it can only affect one's own mind. So he went around behind Zhang Liufeng and directly played a killer move. Land foot. Leopard tail. It is also an upgraded version of Lanjiao, the difference is that it is faster and more powerful. Unfortunately, there is no use for eggs either. The same is unable to penetrate the lightning barrier of Zhang Liufeng, and complete substantial damage to the opponent. Seeing his long-range attack, Liu Qi didn't have any effect on the other party, and immediately flashed, and instantly came to Zhang Liufeng's body. 6 types of profound meaning. 6 king spears. He clenched his fists and stretched out his hands, poured his full strength into it, and used a very terrifying killer move. Between the 2 fists, there seemed to be an invisible energy mixed in, and the power was so strong that even the air next to it was distorted. The strongest spear, with 4 fingers piercing through. When it was said that it was too late, Zhang Liufeng raised his hand and blasted it out with the strongest spear. Boom! The palms of the fists intersect, and the strong wind blows away, causing the sea on both sides to turn up large waves. The 6 Kings Spear, which integrates all the essence of Navy Type 6, is certainly fierce. But the strongest spear of the 3 generations of Reikage was even more arrogant. Even if it did not use domineering, it was also not something Liu Qi could stop. The 2 sides fought against each other, and it didn't last long. Liu Qi was defeated, and the 6 King Spear was directly broken by the strongest spear. Coupled with the harassment of the power of thunder and lightning, Liu Qi's arms were numb in the direct shock, and his body with the blessing of animal abilities could not resist. He was knocked down and flew out, his arms dislocated. With just 1 blow, make a judgment. Spanum, who was watching the game not far away, had always had the mentality of watching a good show, and only now he came to his senses. This monster is so strong. Liu Qi is already a monster-level figure in his eyes, and he did not expect to be so vulnerable in front of this 20-year-old boy. He finally understood what Liu Qi was worried about along the way. This kind of perverted level character, even in front of the overlords of the New World, can be ranked. Where can they resist? Tossing and turning in my heart, fortunately, he pressed the phone worm that killed the demon, and now I can only pray for the Navy to send warships and masters to support it. Unlike Spondam, Frankie, and Robin saw Zhang Liufeng's strong skills. Although they were equally shocked, their hearts were more joyful. It's hope. Originally, this bridge of justice, which symbolized the endless darkness, seemed to have so little light since the arrival of this man. And at this moment, the light of this little star has become extremely brilliant. It seems to have opened a bright door to them in the eternal night. Eternal night will dawn. Watching Zhang Liufeng walk towards them step by step, Spanam's mood was just the opposite of that of the two. The wonderful story of the steady promotion and salary increase, living in a Western-style building and raising a dog, is the avenue of stars that will soon become famous after it is finished. Being stopped by the murderous god in front of me, the wonderful fantasy was alive extinguished. He hates it. He gritted his teeth with hatred and trembled all over. He hated why the man in front of him was so powerful. Why does he hate his subordinates for being so useless? He hates God, why doesn't he stand by his side? He hates why the Navy headquarters, which is so close at hand, hasn't rescued soldiers coming? But he has never blamed himself, he has never hated himself, he has not felt a trace of remorse for what he has done. What is the use of such a brazen person? Zhang Liufeng had already seen this hopeless villain from his heart. He is not a soft-hearted person. To treat this kind of scum, naturally he has to kill first and then quickly. Walking here, the thunder light on his body appeared, crackling, and gradually wrapped around Zhang Liufeng's body. With the dazzling light, the people who illuminate couldn't look at him directly, as if they were incarnations of a stalwart god. All living beings can only worship, and they don't even have the qualifications to look up. Feeling the murderous meaning from Zhang Liufeng, Spondam shook his heart, and instantly burst into cold sweat. This feeling was something he had never felt since he came out of his mother's womb. The feeling of death is really terrifying and suffocating, beyond words. Chapter 24, Guild Wars 6. Chapter 24 Guild Wars 6. He is scared. He was really scared. He regretted why he didn't run 2 steps faster. Why waste time wandering leisurely on the road? He really wanted to twitch his 2 big mouths, but now he can't even move his fingers. Because Zhang Liufeng has already released his domineering and locked him. At this moment, even Spondam's ability to think is stagnant. He can't understand at all how strong a person must be to look at him, and he was almost caught by the horrible eyes and suffocating aura. I was so scared that I had a heart attack and burst into death. Puff. Spondam used the energy to suckle, fell to his knees, and cried out, "Let me go. Robin, Frankie, take it away, please don't kill me, please." At this moment, he has no image and no dignity. He has already been so scared that he is the victim. However, he gave up everything and knelt down. Only Zhang Liufeng shook his head indifferently. "You must die." Zhang Liufeng's eyes suddenly opened, and his whole body burst out in vain. He stepped on the bridge and shot out. The whole bridge burst directly because of this foot, and the gravel flew up, but he was affected by his substantial aura set in the hollow, as if there is no gravity at all. Seeing that Zhang Liufeng didn't let go of his intentions at all, Spanam's heart was ashamed, and he forgot to fight back for a while. Just watched Zhang Liufeng's earth-shattering kick at him in a straightforward manner. "Are you going to die?" Spondam closed his eyes as if resigning, because he knew how small he was in front of this man. "Just when the deadly kick was approaching in front of me, I could even feel the strong wind passing across my face. Liu Qi, who was hit by Zhang Liufeng, was killed again. Life is back. Paper-painted martial arts. This is one of Liu Qi's original moves. When he is in the orc form, he can freely control his body, hair, internal organs, and perfuse his consciousness to shrink his body, thereby giving up strength and increasing his speed to the extreme. Iron. Empty wood. Boom. Boom. What? Amount. He finally caught up in time. Kong Mu was originally a move to bounce back the strength of others, but Zhang Liufeng's kick was too strong, and it was far beyond the range that Liu Qi could bear. Does not rebound at all. However, he relieved a lot of strength. Although this kick hit him heavily, and then hit Spanum, knocking the two out together. However, the strength became not enough to be fatal, and it only made the two of them hang on. Of course, Zhang Liufeng didn't expect to have such a hand. He was caught off guard for a while, and was really shocked by the returned strength for several steps. Interesting. Zhang Liufeng smiled sensibly. This was the first time he was repelled since he gained the ability. And this move to repel him turned out to be Liu Qi's own creation. This shows that the opponent's fighting talent is very outstanding. But Zhang Liufeng was not ready to let him see the sun tomorrow. Immediately the old trick was repeated, and it was shocking to kill Liu Qi again. Hey! I was able to take your blow just now in a hurry. I have been prepared at this moment. Do you still want to succeed? Liu Qi, who had just gotten up from the ground, said with a sneer when he saw Zhang Liufeng being killed again. The chief escorts the prisoner to go first. Leave this to me. Iron block. Empty wood. With a roar, this is also another action, ready to take Zhang Liufeng's blow. A column at the corner of Zhang Liufeng's mouth, it's really a naive one. I saw him quickly approaching Liu Qi and suddenly changed his moves. The shocking kick suddenly closed, and he stood in front of Liu Qi and said abruptly. Have you played 97? Amount? What are you talking about? Liu Qi was confused by Zhang Liufeng's jumping thinking, so he was wondering. Suddenly Zhang Liufeng stretched out his hands and grabbed his head directly, and thunder energy broke out between his palms. The hairstyle is good, I'll wash your hair. Looking at the corner of Zhang Liufeng's playful mouth, Liu Qi was shocked, but unfortunately the opponent shot extremely fast, and there was not even a little time for him to react. Zi la la la. Next second. A terrifying high-voltage electric current poured directly into his temple and swept through his head, causing his head to burst. A huge leopard's head was directly scorched by the electric, black smoke burst out, and even a sour meat fragrance spread. I didn't know that. I thought there was a barbecue party here. When Zhang Liufeng let go of his hands, Liu Qi fell to the ground with a bang, bleeding from 7 holes, convulsing, and he was directly electrocuted to death. It's a waste of medicine if it's cured. Zhang Liufeng curled his lips and said in disgust. Feeling that Liu Qi should have lost consciousness, this is the only way to slowly walk towards Spandam without hurriedly. Be careful. Suddenly, Robin yelled out of his voice. Okay? Zhang Liufeng frowned, and he felt a sense of crisis coming from behind as he saw and heard the domineering look. Between the electric light and flint, turning around is the armed and domineering, punching out without leaving a hand. The biggest round of 6 king spears. Ah! Puff! I have to say that Liu Qi is really a fighting lunatic, and there is almost no good place to be beaten up and down, and even his consciousness is about to collapse. Unexpectedly, he didn't want to give up, and finally used the same strongest blow to kill Zhang Liufeng. Boom! 2 punches facing each other. The surrounding air was distorted by the explosion, and the thick stone bridge under the feet of the two directly cracked open. It seemed that they could not withstand the strength of the two at all, and they were already on the verge of collapse. However, Liu Qi is only the end of the after all. Wanting to fight against the prosperous Zhang Liufeng, after all, is just a wishful thinking, and the mayfly shakes the tree. The next moment, Liu Qi was exhausted, and his body flew high. This time he was so powerful that he would not be able to get down without flying a few hundred meters. Boom! There was a loud noise in the distance, and Liu Qi figure directly hit a huge warship. That's right. I don't know when, at the Gate of Justice, nearly 20 warships suddenly appeared, and even Zhang Liufeng, who was engrossed in dealing with the two of Liu Qi, did not notice. Ha 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 ha! The rescuers are here! The rescuers are here! Spanem almost jumped up with joy. He is too difficult. These people who were more terrifying than the devil, so that his scared heart jumped to his throat. If the rescuer does not come again, it is estimated that he will be scared to death by the opponent without Zhang Liufeng's action. This is so little bastard, it is too fierce, he has never heard of the strength, he has never seen it. If it weren't for being on the scene and experiencing it personally, whoever told him would never believe that there was such an enchanting character in the first half of the Great Channel. The prestigious CP9 captain, Liu Qi, is not even qualified to fight back in front of this person. At this time, Spanem, who was cheering for joy, forgot that there was a murderous existence between him and the warship. After being excited for a while, then did he react, and when he looked at Zhang Liufeng's sarcasm, he shook his heart and jumped wildly. It's over, patronizing and happy. Nima, I almost forgot that this kid was there, he couldn't make it through. You seem very happy. Zhang Liufeng asked with a sullen face. Chapter 25, Wonderful Trio. Chapter 25 Wonderful Trio. Spanem swallowed wildly. You can't kill me. The Navy has come. I am the highest officer of CP9. If you dare to kill me in front of the Navy, there will be no place for you in this huge world, and you will suffer the most terrifying pursuit. Oh? This. Seeing Zhang Liufeng's slightly hesitant tone, Spandam said with a secret joy, seizing the opportunity. You let me go. I promise you. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Liufeng had already come to him, and said to him with a harmless expression of humans and animals, it's just what I want. Spandam's pupil shrank, and he glanced at the last glimmer of light in the world. Then he felt his body lighten, and he felt like he was letting himself go. Zhang Liufeng stared at the head that flew high in the sky, and then fell heavily to the ground, mockingly said, Do you still expect those people to save you? You should go to God and worship Buddha, and pray that they can save their lives. Zhang Liufeng walked to Spandam's corpse, gently picked up the elephant sword that hadn't been used since the beginning, and put it away. As the saying goes, there is no advantage, bastard. Good things are naturally accepted. But right now, he didn't give him time to take a closer look, because the real trouble has just begun. As the saying goes, it is easy to go up the mountain and difficult to go down the mountain. When they came, it was easy, but now it is not easy to go. There are 20 warships lined up on the opposite side. Although they are both navy, the purpose of coming here is different depending on the posture. Obviously there were two different groups of people, one with 10 warships as a team. It didn't seem to have any intention of taking care of the matter on the bridge, but drove straight towards the judicial island. The other wave was also 10 warships, but it was surrounded by him, and it seemed that he was coming to trouble him. Who would it be? Zhang Liufeng untied the two of them, thinking in his heart what to do next. However, at this time, he didn't know that when he untied Robin, his unintentional gestures were all shaking the opponent's heartbeat. Facing this handsome suffocating face close at hand, Robin blushed slightly, saying that a man who is serious is extremely lethal to a woman. At this moment, Zhang Liufeng is thinking about it seriously. This look is more masculine in Robin's eyes, and the other party also rescued himself from the nightmare as a hero to save the beauty. This combination of affection made Robin invisibly admire Zhang Liufeng's situation. But at the moment of the enemy, Zhang Liufeng didn't pay attention to Robin's strangeness. After he rescued the two, he turned his head and stared at the surrounding battleship. He knew that the next one was no longer an ordinary character. It was absolutely the mainstays of the navy. Fortunately, before the warship approached, the support from his side arrived. I saw Luffy rush out of the undersea tunnel first, followed by the Straw Hat group and the Red Earl. "Robin! Don't be afraid. I'll save you." Luffy raised his hands and jumped out with a look of righteous indignation, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he was dumbfounded. "What's the situation? Is this done again?" The Straw Hat group, who jumped out one after another, narrowed their eyes, and after adapting from the bright sunshine, they were all dumbfounded just like Luffy. They looked at Spondam, who was in a different place on the ground, and then at the two Frankies who had been rescued. They looked as uncomfortable as eating shit. After working together for a long time, are they just soy sauce? From the main entrance of Temo to here, apart from the fact that they worked together on Al and Bruno, they didn't even encounter a little soldier. "Do you want to steal the spotlight? What? You guys are also perverted, right? Did the four people scratch the entire copy of Judicial Island from scratch to the end? Even if the boss is robbed by you, the mobs won't leave a few hands-on addictions. Hello?" One by one looked at the four people with bitter eyes, forgetting the joy of celebrating that Robin had been rescued. However, the four of them did not pay attention to their dissatisfaction at all, because Zhang Liufeng and Count Hong's domineering had sensed that three powerful auras were approaching them. "The enemy has 30 seconds to reach the battlefield," Zhang Liufeng said after estimating the time. "Hey? No, why is this sentence so familiar? But it doesn't matter. At this moment, everyone can see the appearance of the three figures from the bow of the first warship that is slowly approaching. It is the Navy hero Iron Fist Carp, and the two generals of the Yellow Monkey Green Pheasant. However, at this moment, the opponent is not looking majestic. It looks like Carp is pointing at the noses of the two generals to give a lesson. It turned out that under the arrangement of the Marshal of the Warring States, the soldiers should have been divided into three groups. Kapu rushed to the 7 capitals of water, Huang Yuan directly went to the middle section of the sea train track to intercept, and General Qing Pheasant rushed directly to this judicial island to wait and see. As a result, these two pit cargoes were used to protect Carp. There was no ship, the gods of the sea were too fierce, and so on for various crappy reasons, and they boarded Carp's warships. The three of them, from the 7 capitals of waters, the sea train track, and finally to this judicial island, tossed back and forth, rushing one after another. The angry Carp flew into a thunder. "Isn't this teaching these two slackers fiercely?" However, the two generals were cursed by one of the lieutenant generals, pointing to the nose without any dissatisfaction. The other put on his eye bags, bathed in the warm sun, and hugged his head with his hands, sleeping comfortably. A black phone bug on his arm was knocking and shouting, studying seriously. Carp was speechless, his forehead was violent, and he was about to reward the two of them with a few iron fists of love. Suddenly he tilted his head back, a huge bubble of nose came out, and the snoring sound suddenly sounded. The Navy and Zhang Liufeng on the bridge were all dumbfounded. "Nima? Is this a representative of the Navy's combat effectiveness? This is too unreliable, right? Hey?" Only Zhang Liufeng didn't have much reaction. Knowing the plot, he knew that if anyone underestimated the strength of these three people because of their strange setting, then he was looking for death. Sure enough, because of the strange performance of the three, the Straw Hat group's wariness has been reduced a lot. I said, why the Navy looks at such water? It feels like this uncle can solve them. Usopp with a mask brags. Don't take it lightly, I think these three people are not low in the Navy, they should have some strength. Sanji said lightly. But why do I look at that person so much like me? Liu Fei just wanted to say something, but the navy was severely broken when he was rushed out of the Gate of Justice on the opposite side. As the Gate of Justice opened, a group of navy rushed out on the opposite side of the bridge. At this moment, seeing the three people on the warship was shocked. Look! Isn't that a general? Yes, yes. It really turned out to be two generals and Lieutenant General Karp. Ha ha ha, the two generals plus Lieutenant General Karp. Then the thugs who attacked Judicial Island this time don't have to run. The mob on the opposite side. How dare you attack the Judicial Island? Seeing our generals arrive, you won't be able to get hold of them soon. What? General. Chapter 26, Try the General Level. Chapter 26 Try the General Level. Hearing that the Straw Hats were dumbfounded, who would have thought that these three looked so unreliable and the navy was a general? Usopp, who had to tremble before, shivered after not knowing when he had been hiding behind Soran. Wait! I just seemed to hear them say Lieutenant General Karp. Isn't it the naval hero? Nami said thoughtfully. Boom! This sentence resounded like a thunder in everyone's ears. The Navy hero Tekken Karp. The name is simply surreal. 38 years ago, alone in the Valley of Gods, he blocked the attack of the Rocks pirates, which was unstoppable by anyone, and fought Roger to wipe them out. The man who forced Roger into despair several times afterwards. Who doesn't know? Who doesn't know? When Nami said that, everyone's jaw dropped to the ground. Even Luffy was sweating and said, "It's over. It's Grandpa. You have to run." Right, run. Hearing Usopp quickly agreed. Okay? There seems to be something wrong? The people nearby frowned when they heard the conversation between the two, as if there was something wrong, but they couldn't remember. Luffy. You will repeat what you just said. Sanji spit out the smoke. I said Grandpa is here. Run. I won't be able to run away any more late. The scene fell into silence for a while. It took a long time before there was a shocking explosion. Grandfather. Right, Karp is my grandfather, what's the matter? Usopp slapped him on the back of his head. You are a pirate, Grandpa is a naval hero, don't you think it's weird? It's not the time to talk about this now, it's right to find a way to run. Sanji roared. Everyone realized then, looking around thinking about how to escape. Bo. As the warship approached, the bubble in Karp's nose finally burst, and he returned to his senses with astonishment. No, I accidentally fell asleep. I quickly looked on the bridge and saw Zhang Liufeng embraced his arms, and looked at him lightly, and he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I haven't run yet. But inadvertently swept away, and suddenly found that his grandson, himself, and their gang appeared here, and his heart suddenly burst. Yelled angrily. Luffy! Why did you brat appear here? It's over. Grandpa found out, run! Luffy couldn't help but said, say as he ran into the tunnel. Several companions were stunned for 2 seconds, and after reacting, they also followed Luffy. It's just that Robin turned his head inadvertently while fleeing, and took a deep look at Zhang Liufeng. There was a different kind of affection in his eyes, as if he wanted to engrave the figure of the man in his eyes deeply. At this point, the Straw Hat Group's soy sauce journey on Judicial Island has been a perfect curtain call. Asshole! Grandpa wants to run without even screaming when I see the old man. Karp stared angrily at Luffy's back, then looked at Zhang Liufeng and the others, and said to the two generals around him, these people will be handed over to you. I will chase the Straw Hat Group first. After that, he jumped off the boat, chased Luffy's group, passed Zhang Liufeng's side and gave each other a vicious look, and didn't stop much. Zhang Liufeng spread his hands and didn't stop him. The Straw Hats and the Judicial Island weren't completely soy sauce. At least they helped him share the difficult character of Karp. Boom 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 boom. On the Judiciary Island, it should be that the demon-slaying order had begun, and the sound of gunfire continued to sound. The entire judicial island was plunged into a sea of flames. The smoke was filled with gunpowder. The sound of the cannon awakened the two generals on board. The green pheasant took off his blindfold, stood up slowly, stretched out, jumped off the warship, and stood on the opposite side of Zhang Liufeng with his hands in his pockets. Huang Yuan also put away the cheating black phone bug, and a golden light flashed all over his body and appeared beside the green pheasant. At this time, the two generals with their hands in their pockets were completely different from the ones just now, and the four only felt a powerful aura rushing toward their faces. Except for Zhang Liufeng and Earl Hong, even masters like Crocodile and Waldo felt pressured, and a little sweat leaked out of their foreheads. Hey! At this moment, a few more figures appeared after the lives of the two green pheasants, and after a fixed glance, they were all lieutenants admirals. It is the Flying Squirrel, Stoloberry, Doberman, Dalmatian, and the Bastille Five. These 5 lieutenants came from the execution of the demon-killing order. There should have been Huashaishan and ghost spiders. As a result, the two were severely injured by Zhang Liufeng in Pushing City, so they replaced Dalmatian and Bastille who had recovered from their injuries. People 2 Moling only used warships to carry out indiscriminate bombardment on designated islands. The Navy did not need to land on the islands, so the Lieutenant Admiral stayed to deal with these 4 people, and the warship's bombardment was under the command of the lieutenant. As a result, it instantly turned into a 4-on-7 situation, and Zhang Liufeng fell into the most dangerous situation since his debut. Although he only made his debut for 4 days. But the opponents he met all the way were all resounding characters. Meeting a formidable opponent here caused Zhang Liufeng's heart to boil with excitement, and a look of eager excitement appeared in his eyes. Looking at Zhang Liufeng, who is still calm and composed, the green pheasant frowned slightly. What is the origin of this young man in front of him? Seeing the Navy this kind of lineup, can you still keep your face intact? Is he arrogant, or is he really capable of fighting against him? To be honest, after listening to Magellan's report, it is really hard to believe that a boy with such a strong skill is not seen in person. The green pheasant only felt that Magellan deliberately exaggerated to cover up his negligence, deified the other party, and shirked most of his own responsibilities by relying on the other party's perversion. But now seeing Zhang Liufeng with his own eyes, he vaguely felt that what Magellan said might be true. Putting away his contempt, the green pheasant opened his mouth and arranged, Bastille, Dalmatian, and Flying Squirrels, the 3 of you are responsible for solving Crocodile and Waldo. Yellow Ape, you deal with the Red Earl, I will take this kid. Toloberry and Doberman, you 2 co-opted in the middle. Huang Yuan and several lieutenant generals nodded and agreed. And Zhang Liufeng also arranged it here. Earl General, you and I are 1 each, and the remaining 5 lieutenants are dragged by the 2 of you, Lao Sha and Waldo. Boss. This is the Navy's territory. They support quickly. If we fight hard with them, we will suffer a big loss. Although Earl Hong and Lao Sha didn't say anything, they obviously agreed with Waldo's statement and turned to look at him. Don't worry, there will be a boat coming to pick us up and leave soon. You just need to drag it, just take this opportunity to let me try the general level. Chapter 27, Green Pheasant. Chapter 27 Green Pheasant. Although they were all wondering why they would say that a boat would come to pick them up, but after a few days, the 3 of them were quite convinced of Captain Zhang Liufeng. Now that the words are all here, the few people have no worries, this is to put a posture and prepare for a big fight. Seeing the opponent begging for battle, the green pheasant was slightly astonished, and pointed his big hand at the gate of justice behind him and said, "Did you see it? There is a good saying, the fallen leaves return to their roots, so next, where do you go back and forth?" Zhang Liufeng naturally knew that behind that door was the gateway to Pushing City. He sneered and replied, "General Qing Pheasant, if you have that strength, then there is no need to say more, just come up and receive the 4 credits." arrogant. Young people don't know that the sky is high and the earth is thick. Doberman, who had never seen Zhang Liufeng and others, said arrogantly. What kind of thing are you? You dare to speak wildly to my captain? As soon as Waldo heard this, the violent temper came up, saying with a sarcasm on his face. You! The green pheasant waved his big hand and interrupted Doberman. It's useless to say more, see the real chapter under your hand. General Green Pheasant is right, this place is a bit small, why? General Green Pheasant would like to build a bigger battlefield. My pleasure. The green pheasant's pupil shrank, and his face was stern. He jumped up, waved his hands, and an icy meaning spread out, as if the season had changed between the world and the earth. Obviously it is midsummer, but it makes people feel chilly, like entering a cold winter. Ice Age! The green pheasant roared, and the surrounding sea suddenly made a freezing sound. However, after a few seconds, the sea surface of a few miles turned into a huge glacier. What a magnificent scene! This move is not only for the construction of the site, but also confirms the opening of the prelude to a big battle. I'm going, Flash! Waldo looked down, and the bridge of justice that stood above the sea also condensed a layer of frost, hurriedly jumped, and escaped the blue pheasant's hidden murderous trick. I am afraid that it will be a second later that the frost will climb up and freeze him into a popsicle. Zhang Liufeng and Red Earl naturally jumped away easily, but Lao Sha's speed was slower, and his ankles were frozen, but he was not very afraid of the freezing effect, which instantly became elemental and became one. Tuan Faisha floated away, changing a place to condense again. Senkan. With the green pheasant's big move, Zhang Liufeng's position was slightly disrupted, and as soon as he landed, he was surrounded by the navy party who was ready to go. Waldo, Lao Sha was immediately surrounded by the 3 lieutenants, and was beaten fiercely. The Red Earl confronts the Yellow Ape, and Zhang Liufeng confronts the Green Pheasant, and the battlefield is divided into 3 at once. The remaining 2 lieutenants were in the middle to respond, and to observe the development of the 3-point game. Once they were in a disadvantaged position, they would immediately support. Secondly, once one's own side gains an advantage, when the enemy appears to be declining, he will also join the battle to achieve the effect of quickly taking down the declining enemy. Thirdly, to ensure the situation of this 3-point battle, once the enemy wants to close, it will quickly block it. I have to say that the combat standard of this Navy's mainstay is indeed very different from the previous 5 scum. Judging from the effect of this simple arrangement and the execution of 7 people, the Navy's combat experience can be described as very rich. It worked well all at once. I saw that Lao Sha and Valdo were almost caught off guard. Although they are both very powerful fruit abilities, they can't lift their heads at the moment. Valdo is extremely fast, and Lao Sha has natural abilities. Fully open, all who were beaten were only for dodge, and there was no power to fight back at all. On the other hand, Earl Hong and Zhang Liufeng were calm and unhurried. From the very beginning, the 2 men knew clearly the moves of the Green Pheasant from their domineering, and the pursuit of the 2 generals was also clear to the chest. When Huang Yuan drew out the lightsaber, the thunderstorm in Red Earl's hand was already out of its sheath. Clang! Huang Yuan swept his head and was easily blocked by Red Earl. Yo yo yo, is it really difficult to deal with? The 2 thorn spears of the Green Pheasant were also easily shattered by Zhang Liufeng's lightning shield. Hey? Sure enough, as Magellan said, boy, you have a good shield. After several rounds of offensive and defensive swaps, the 4 of them were evenly divided. Earl Red, it's really an honor to be able to fight you. Huang Yuan slashed at the speed of light again and attacked Earl Red. Red Earl flicked his knife and said vigorously, you kid, it's much more interesting than the weak chicken in front. As soon as the voice fell, he used lightning-fast 8 swords, counter-defensively attacked, and attacked Huang Yuan violently. Huang Yuan's eyes condensed, rarely showing a serious look. Yo yo yo, the speed is terrible. Although he said so, his hand swung 8 knives at the same speed and blocked it. 8-foot mirror. The figure flashed, and between the lightning and flint, he came behind Earl Red, kicked at the speed of light, and approached Earl Red silently. Earl Hong looked back, his pupil shrank, and Huang Yuan's amazing performance made him completely lift the already depressed fighting spirit in his heart. Boom! Zhang Liufeng punched the green pheasant's another killer move, and said freely, "Is the Admiral's combat power, nothing more." The green pheasant looked at Zhang Liufeng's dark iron arms, and said solemnly, "Who are you really? In the first half of the Great Channel, why do you appear to be such a domineering figure like you?" Zhang Liufeng clicked the corner of his mouth, "Thank you for the compliment. The strongest spear. 4 fingers penetrate." Noisy. I saw Zhang Liufeng's figure burst out, and a powerful thunder energy entangled on the pitch-black arm, and slammed towards the green pheasant with a powerful force. The green pheasant didn't dare to neglect when he saw it. Although he was a natural element, in the face of domineering, even if it was elemental, he would be hit in his true form. The cold air surged on the right arm, ice cubes. Burst cone. A huge ice phoenix has already taken shape, and is greeted by Zhang Liufeng's strongest spear. Boom! Click! Click! How overbearing is the strongest spear of the 3 generations of Reikage! Not to mention that Zhang Liufeng also blended into the armed color domineering. Directly split this ice phoenix. But at this moment, Zhang Liufeng felt wrong. How could the attack of the green pheasant be so simple? Seeing the broken ice flying all over the sky, Zhang Liufeng resolutely gave up the attack, quickly deployed the lightning shield, and quickly withdrew back. Sure enough, in the next second, the broken ice that seemed to have been smashed by Zhang Liufeng suddenly turned around and attacked his original location. Between the heaven and the earth on that side, it seemed as if there was a icy rain made of ice skates, and a deep pit appeared on the solid ice surface. The green pheasant was stunned. The boy in front of him really gave him a very tricky feeling. He felt that if he could not be eradicated, he would definitely become a remarkable figure in the future. Chapter 28, The Ship is Coming, Seeking Attention for Flowers. Chapter 28 The Ship is Coming. Seeking attention for flowers. Although Zhang Liufeng's strength is very high, but his strength does not mean anything, because in this era, there are many people with high strength like yaks, but not everyone can stand to the top. But the shock that Zhang Liufeng brought to him was not just as simple as his strength, his mind also made Green Pheasant feel terrified. Just like just now, between the attack and the retreat, it is enough to show that Zhang Liufeng has the passion of young people, and also has the calmness comparable to the old Jianghu. How can a young man with a strong and unparalleled strength give up an excellent opportunity to attack because of an unknown crisis? But Zhang Liufeng did it. The green pheasant completely believed that Zhang Liufeng definitely didn't know the change of trick just now, because he had given up the attack before he started, and pulled away. In other words, the young man in front of him who was under 20 years old gave up the attack without hesitation because of the suspicion in his heart. This shows what? It shows that this young man at the age of youth and passion has far exceeded his peers in mind. The average passionate youth, after possessing peerless combat power, often dismisses many things, many people, and many tricks. Therefore, many young masters will pay a heavy price for their recklessness, ranging from injuries to serious ones. Die, or get caught. And Zhang Liufeng's retreat shows that he is very clear in the game. This seems to shrink, but it shows that as long as he makes a shot, he must be 100% sure. Just this one is enough to make the green pheasant think that he is a little more dangerous. And when the green pheasant was slightly surprised, Zhang Liufeng had been paying attention to the situation outside the Ice Age, and the domineering situation on the sea finally responded. "Myra, I'm here to save you." Vaguely, an ethereal and pleasant voice followed Zhang Liufeng's domineering look into his mind. At the same time, Huang Yuan kicked his kick at the speed of light straight against the thunderstorm that Earl Hong was using his knife to block. Boom! Although this blow did not cause any substantial damage to the Red Earl, the power of the speed of light was really surprising. I saw Earl Hong disappear into the same place in an instant, and flew straight towards Lao Sha and the others. Coincidentally, Earl Hong suddenly flew in and just happened to run into 5 lieutenants who were attacking Lao Sha. That's right, the 2 lieutenants in the middle had already pulled away and joined the ranks of the 2 men when they saw Lao Sha and the others showing signs of decline. As a result, it is undoubtedly worse for Lao Sha and Waldo. Their backs are close to each other, and they are supporting each other hard. Seeing that they are about to be unable to hold it, suddenly they kill Cheng Yaojin. Clang! Taking advantage of the inertia of Huang Ape's foot, Earl Hong swung 5 knives along the way, abruptly stopping the offensive of the 5 lieutenants. The sudden appearance of Earl Red hit the lieutenant generals by surprise. Although he was not injured, his figure looked very embarrassed. Very good. Zhang Liu Feng's eyes lit up, seeing the 3 partners successfully converge, and without a word, he exerted force under his feet, raising his leg to face the ice as a domineering kick. Boom! A huge block of ice was directly kicked by Zhang Liu Feng against the green pheasant. The green pheasant came back to his senses, quickly elementalized his body, and let the ice block hit him. Boom! After the collision, the green pheasant reunited his figure. Obviously this kind of ordinary attack was useless to him. Hey? But when the green pheasant looked at it again, Zhang Liufeng in front of him had already taken the 3 of Red Earl away. Run the boat to pick us up. Zhang Liufeng took the lead and ran to the voice. The remaining 3 people looked dumbfounded, but after a few days, it was no surprise that they often made some incomprehensible actions for this nervous captain. Without saying anything, he slumped his head and ran away behind him. Nima? What's the situation? This time, the 7 lieutenant generals are stunned. Why did this slip away while slapped? What a silly thing! The navy ships are all around, can it run? Seeing this scene, a group of miscellaneous fish and navy on the surrounding warships shouted and cheered. As early as when the green pheasant used the Ice Age, they drove the warship far away. From a distance, only 11 figures were fighting, but they couldn't really see the details. At this time, seeing the 4 Zhang Liufeng fleeing, they didn't know why they thought it was their own big victory. How can you be upset? Faced with the 4 people, the adjutants on the 2 warships facing them waved with a big hand, and said with nostrils facing up. Warriors! The enemy has been beaten and fled by our commander. The opportunity to do meritorious service is here. Give me up. Winning them is rewarding. Roar! The miscellaneous fishes became excited at once, as if the chance to advance to the 3rd level was right in front of them. Go! Kill! Hundreds of navies jumped off the ship one after another, armed with all kinds of weapons, and killed the 4. The eyelids of the green pheasant in this scene jumped straight. What a special thing! You can stop these people? Didn't you say that you should stay far away and not let you disembark? What a shame! The remaining lieutenant generals were equally anxious, and they chased them, waving their hands, and shouting anxiously in the mouth. Hey! Look, what's the matter with the sirs? Oh, do you still have to look at it? It must be a happy dance, which boosts our morale. Yet! Kill! Let the officers see our skills. Kill! Looking at this group of eager guys, the 7 lieutenant generals are extremely helpless. If this is done, how much new force will the navy lose? Except for Huang Yuan, who was able to catch up with these killing gods at the speed of light, and after a fight, the remaining 6 people could only be in a hurry and couldn't catch up. However, Huang Yuan came forward with a lonely palm. Both Red Earl and Zhang Liufeng are first-class players. This combination is not a joke. In addition, from time to time, Waldo gave him a few armed and domineering ice attacks. This drove him back within a few seconds. At this time, the small group of people also rushed to the scene, just to see the embarrassing scene of the big General Huang Yuan being beaten, and instantly stood still, surprised. Nima? What's the situation? The criminals who said that the beaten shit are about to come out, why are they rubbing against their generals? The plot is wrong, isn't the script written like this? Seeing the fierce appearance of a few people, the Navy's heart suddenly burst, swallowing heavily, and their ankles trembled uncontrollably. They tremblingly raised their feet and stepped back. Where is Nima's taking advantage of this? This is obviously because he ran up to death by himself. Chapter 29, Stimulate a Big Watermelon. Chapter 29 Stimulate a Big Watermelon. Forced to retreat, Huang Yuan, Red Earl turned his head, his eyes flashed, killing intent surged, and the hand holding the thunderstorm slowly lifted up. Seeing this posture, it seems that the next few hundred people will fight 5. The scum will be splashed on the spot. However, at this moment, Zhang Liu Feng's eyes burst open. A domineering spirit swept away at the group. The invisible dominance was so terrifying that even the people around him frowned slightly, feeling a little uncomfortable, let alone the mob. The moment Zhang Liu Feng released his domineering look, these hundreds of figures all froze in place. In the blink of an eye, they rolled their eyes, foamed at the mouth, and fell to the ground without exception. Personnel. Seeing this scene, the trash navy on the ship in the distance was shocked. What happened? Isn't this terrible? Kill hundreds of people instantly? How did it do it? Many young and vigorous and eager little navies quickly retracted their feet across the fence, and found their master or commander and hid. Nima, this is really scary. Several lieutenant generals covered their eyes and couldn't stand it anymore, but the 2 generals of Green Pheasant and Yellow Ape were relieved. Hey! Fortunately, when they saw Earl Hong draw his sword, they all took a few breaths back. Fortunately, in the end, only Zhang Liu Feng stunned them with domineering, otherwise, this time the loss of the headquarters would have occurred. With a slight stunned effort, the distance between Zhang Liu Feng and them increased, and they were about to reach the beach. The Green Pheasant sneered, "Hey! I want to see how you can escape from the sea." "Okay? What is that?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw something coming towards them on the sea in the direction of Zhang Liu Feng. My pupils shrank, I rely on. How could there be a boat? Myra. I'm here to save everyone. This time, not only Zhang Liu Feng, but even Hong Earl, Waldo, Lao Shat and the 7 generals, who have the domineering voice, heard this voice. Oh, what's that sound? It's not the legendary ship Spirit? This group of people is really incredible. Huang Yuan said in surprise. The Green Pheasant yelled badly in his heart, "Hurry up!" With a roar, he used the energy of feeding and hurriedly chased Zhang Liu Feng in a panic. And Zhang Liu Feng and the group of people who were nearby had already seen the source of the sound clearly. It is the Golden Mary. The most surprising one is Lao Shat. Isn't that the boat of the Straw Hat group? How would it appear here? And what's the matter with that voice? Isn't it the legendary ship Spirit? One by one, he was surprised by the difficult questions that came up in his heart. Turning his head and looking at Zhang Liu Feng again, he felt that his captain was too mysterious, and every action he made could shock many people's jaws. Follow him, it seems really interesting. As soon as this thought came into being, even he himself was shocked. What is he? Even if it is a character like red hair and white beard, he dismissed it, but why at this time, he actually gave birth to a real surrender heart to a hairy boy? However, the reality did not give him much time to think and think. Zhang Liu Feng yelled and pulled his thoughts back. Get on the boat. Yes. The 3 of them agreed and jumped on the Golden Melee one after another, raised their spears, sailed, and acted. At this moment, Zhang Liu Feng was standing on Mei Li's head and staring at her. A huge bead of sweat fell from Mei Li's forehead. Nimas, who are you? What's the situation? Where are my companions? Mei Li didn't understand, so what's wrong with this? Where are my friends? Unlike Mei Li, Zhang Liufeng was very excited at the moment. Before crossing, he had also seen the touching scene of Mei Li picking up the Straw Hat group. That guy is so touching, even his unlucky, can be described as the tears of people who have seen the world and tasted the vicissitudes of the world. Standing in the school commissary, watching a scene on the TV, crying and crying, the police almost did not arrest the boss as a trafficker. Now that I saw this very spiritual ship with my own eyes, it was my wish. Mei Li, Luffy and the others have already run away. It is estimated that they are heading back on the Shanghai train. You can help us leave and meet them. The Golden Mei Li was taken aback, felt Zhang Liufeng's sincere gaze, and silently agreed, letting Vardo control it, and turned the bow towards the 7 capitals of water. Want to run? It's not that easy. Stay with me. Ice Age. Hey! Click! Click! The sea area near the Golden Mary is solidifying into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye, and she is about to be frozen in place, unable to move. At this moment, a familiar voice from the rescue field sounded. Bakakshung Guyu. Clang 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 clang. Above the sky, there were bursts of light and rain, which was Huang Yuan's ultimate move. Zhang Liufeng looked at the ice surface that had almost frozen the entire sea area, and was instantly broken by Bhe Kaiang Guyu, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Good opportunity. Waldo, run! Go! Hearing this, Waldo waved his hand, slapped a palm on the Golden Mary, and roared. 20 times faster! Boom! With a swish, the Golden Mei Li incarnate like a wild horse, and flew out hundreds of positions in an instant, leaving the green pheasant's attack distance in the blink of an eye. Nemas, you dead monkey, let go of the pirate again. Your meow is absolutely intentional. Okay? Why do you want to say it again? At this moment, the green pheasant looked at Huang Yuan's eyes, with an expression that you are definitely a traitor. Huang Yuan spread his hands on this, and he was helpless. Yo didn't sink them, life is really great. When Yanqing's pheasant despised him even more, and roared, then you still don't chase. Huang Yuan said with an innocent look, you have seen it too, I can't beat those perverts alone. Hearing that, the corners of the green pheasant's mouth twitched wildly. The Golden Mary has the speed blessing of Waldo, which is really fast. Even the warship couldn't catch up. It didn't take long for it to escape from the Navy's pursuit and sail into the magnificent sea illuminated by bright sunshine. It's finally over, it's really exciting. Zhang Liufeng let out a long sigh of relief, sitting on the deck of the Mei Li, bathed in warm sunshine, and said comfortably. And the 3 of Earl Red looked at him like monsters. Nemas. Going to the door of someone else's navy for no reason to go wild, is it exciting? Stimulate your big watermelon. Chapter 30, Escape Successfully. Chapter 30, Escape Successfully. So you smashed all the flags of the world's axe, this time it's good, it's an enemy to the whole world, so you can be so relaxed. Zhang Liufeng didn't care about his thoughts. He knew that these 3 people just talked about it, and they were absolutely unambiguous when they started. With Waldo's acceleration, the Mei Li flew up quickly, and it didn't take long before Espago came to take the big ship. Mei Li. Luffy, who had already boarded the big ship, saw the Golden Mei Li at a glance and shouted excitedly. And the little friends of the Straw Hat group turned their heads after hearing the words, and looked at the Mei Li that they drove by in surprise. Even Espago, who has been dealing with the ship all his life, is equally shocked in his heart at this moment. He has carefully inspected this ship. Obviously recognized as a hulk that cannot go to sea, he actually passed through the gods of the water and brought Zhang Liufeng and the others back. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would be impossible to believe it. As they approached, Zhang Liufeng jumped onto the ship very wittily, and handed the sentimental scene to the Straw Hat group. Myra. I'm sorry, I wanted to take you another ride, but it was too late. Click. Click. Mei Li seemed to have exhausted the last bit of strength. After saying this, the whole ship was disconnected from the middle and was completely scrapped. Seeing this, where can the Straw Hats stand it? She had already cried and turned into tears. Mei Li, we are sorry for you. We did not cherish you. Please forgive us. I am very happy to be able to carry you all the way, thank you. Mary. Mary. After spending a long time, Luffy finally sent Mei Li away personally. Although Mei Li left them, it didn't affect their fighting spirit. Zhang Liufeng saw the live version, and his heart was also very touched, and a slight sadness flashed by. At this moment, there is more expectation in his heart. What will his boat look like? Will his brotherhood with the crew be so touching? What kind of epic stories will they create? Zhang Liufeng stood on the bow of the ship, looking into the distance, looking at the magnificent, endless sea, full of miracles everywhere, although it was still the expression of light clouds and breeze, but from his eyes, it is not difficult to see that it is incomparable, a look of yearning, excitement and anticipation. It feels really great to be able to regain a new life in this colorful world. So far, the Battle of Judicial Island is officially over. In the end, the pirates triumphed and the navy defeated. In this battle, the leader Zhang Liufeng and a group of 4, defeated countless naval soldiers, beheaded the CP9 elite Keku, Gabra, and the Supreme Commander Spanum, which belonged to the Special Division of the World Axe. Severely injured Lucky and Khalifa, snuggle up 3 people. 4 against 7, the 2 main generals and 5 lieutenants of the navy were undefeated. Destroy the flag of the World's Axe, rescue Nicole Robin, who was named the son of the devil, and Frankie, the owner of the ancient weapon Hades. This battle was another big move by Zhang Liufeng and his team after advancing the city. They shocked all 4 of them, so that the world and the navy could no longer ignore them and could not hide their existence. It can be said to be sharp, and become famous in the first battle. Of course, if some people are happy and some are worried, they are really right. Compared with the beaming of the 7 capitals of water, the Navy headquarters is a stark example. At this moment, the Warring States period, with a look of hatred for iron and steel, looked at these few guys who had returned empty-handed in front of them. The whole body was trembling because of extreme anger. It was a shame and shame. What a shame! The Navy has never suffered such a shame since the Golden Lion escaped from prison. Even the severity of this situation is 108,000 times more serious than the Golden Lion escape. The war was advancing to the city, and the warden and the guard were killed and wounded. Even the lieutenant general fell too. Judicial Island acted recklessly, saving the 2 people who had a great relationship with the ancient weapon Pluto, nor did the Special Department CP9 group destroy it. Even the entire island was leveled by its own people. What about the enemy? Nothing. I was stunned to escape from the hands of 2 generals, 6 lieutenants, and 20 warships. What kind of trouble is this? What? To play? Looking at the 2 scornful generals in front of them, the Warring States period became more and more angry, wishing that a shock wave from the palm of the Buddha would blow them out. What the hell is going on? Carp, green pheasant, yellow ape, what do you 3 do to eat? This can all run away. Lieutenant General Carp was different from the 2 generals. He was also very aggrieved. I went to chase the Straw Hats at the time. I don't know what the specific situation is like. What? The Warring States tiger stared. Okay. No wonder your bad old man can't work hard anymore, co-authoring with your precious grandson. Carp put it aside for now, turned his head and shouted at the 2 generals, what are you talking about? You ask him. You ask him. Surprisingly, the 2 generals actually pointed to each other in a tacit understanding. The Warring States' face was black, and he resisted the anger that was about to erupt and said, you are the green pheasant. The green pheasant stood up impatiently and said, Originally, the lieutenant generals were about to take Walder and Crocodile down. This scum kicked Earl Red over, and immediately relieved the two of them. I used Glacier. The time is about to encircle them, and the pit cargo broke the ice that I gave to me with Bhe Kyanguyu. As soon as Waldo accelerated the boat, it ran away in no time. When Huang Yuan heard this, it was not good. He quickly stood up and said, "Yo yo yo, you are ashamed to say, old man, if you are young and strong, you don't want to catch Red Earl, but let the old man go, and the old man will fight against a master like Red Earl, that's licking the blood on the tip of the knife. It's good to kick him off. What direction can you take? Not to mention later, their boat is surrounded by you and can't move." Sinking? Didn't the four abilities fall into the water and catch them? What's wrong? Not to mention, when the Warring States period heard it, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. If you blame it, you can blame the endless methods of the monsters, and you can always find a chance to escape. Seeing the two generals, you were about to fight with each other, and the Warring States shook his head helplessly. "Come on, you have to recite this pot by yourself. That's all, you two sit down. You have tried your best in this matter. I can only say that they are lucky, but they happened to run into the Malay who owns the ship Spirit, alas. Up until now, it can only be a reward order. You two have fought with them. What do you think? It's very strong, except that Clocktle is only domineering, the boy and Earl Red are both generals, and Waldo need not say more, at least they are at the level of quasi-generals." Ching Pheasant said with a serious face. "More importantly, this group of people is headed by that kid, and even Earl Red is the head of his horse. You must know that Earl Red has never been with others for a lifetime. This probably shows that the strength of this kid is above Earl Red. Even Huang Yuan rarely gets serious about this matter." Chapter 31, See How Much It Is Worth, Seeking Attention for Flowers. Chapter 31, See How Much It Is Worth, Seeking Attention for Flowers. Hearing that the Warring States period was shocked again, I heard reports about how these people can fight and how powerful they are, and there is no concept in my heart. Listening to what the two generals said at the moment, it was different. The general level, above the Red Earl, what does this mean? This is simply saying that these people directly have the ability of the three major naval generals in front of the Navy headquarters. Is this okay? If even this group of people can't handle it, stop playing with the monsters of the New World. This is not good news. The Warring States period is not a generation of indecision, and immediately rises up. Immediately set up a 500 million bounty for this prisoner named Zhang Liu Feng, and Clocktle and Waldo will restore the original amount, the words of Earl Hong. He is not stupid, the name Red Earl is too terrifying, and the news of his successful escape cannot be easily disclosed. Otherwise, in this era of great pirates, I don't know how much inspiration to bring to the pirates. As soon as the meeting was about to adjourn, something suddenly occurred to him. Tiger Eyes stared at Carp and said, "There is also the bounty of the Straw Hat Group, also mention it." Carp's face blushed. "Hey! That brat, deserve it." Into the night. 7 capitals of water. Although the 7 of waters at this moment have experienced the baptism of the Great War and the water gods, they have become irresponsible and waiting for prosperity. But it still couldn't stop everyone from having a party celebrating the victory. The big guy ate meat, drank from a big bowl, sang songs and danced. He was so happy and uncomfortable. But just when Espago was about to take a swig for Frankie's return intact, a sound that destroys the atmosphere sounded around him. "Bingberg, my promise has been fulfilled, please check out now." Espago turned his head and looked at the purple-haired youth in front of him. He couldn't help wondering what the hell did this youth come from? Why can you have such a strong strength? Looking at Bingberg and looking at himself, Zhang Liu Feng was a little unhappy. Nima's Laozi is not a woman. How is it? Espago was interrupted by this impatient voice, and quickly recovered. No problem. You are the savior of my junior, even if it makes me bankrupt. In this way, the largest and most luxurious ship in our shipyard will be given to you. Bingberg waved his hand and said proudly. Zhang Liufeng was unmoved. I don't want you, I want you to make it for me. Amount? Bingberg was slightly taken aback, and said, now the 7 capitals of water are all in vain, and I want to find shipbuilding materials in a short time. Use mine. Frankie also walked over and interrupted Bingberg. Use the trunk of my Adam's tree and build them a boat. Seeing that these two people misinterpreted their meanings and completely regarded them as for nothing, Zhang Liufeng was upset. Angrily said, you can save the broken tree for yourself to cover the coffin board, I don't need you to produce the materials, I have it myself, and you can build it. Hearing Zhang Liufeng's ear-piercing words, the two brothers didn't have any tempers either, the point was that they couldn't beat them. Okay, then you bring the materials, and we will start work immediately. Zhang Liufeng then returned to his usual look, nodded and said, okay, then you call Qirenshao, come to the shipyard to find me with the tools. I have put the materials there. Although the two were puzzled, they nodded and agreed without saying much. However, Zhang Liufeng asked the 3 companions to stay here to eat and drink, and he took the first step and went to the shipyard. Just kidding, if such a big tree trunk is taken out of thin air directly from the system backpack, you may be scared of these people. Ispagu and the others moved very fast, and soon they called more than a dozen people to bring the guys together, and rushed over. When I saw the trunk around Zhang Liufeng, I was so shocked. OMG! What kind of tree is this? It's no wonder that even the tree of Adam is not eye-catching. As the so-called layman watch the excitement, the expert watch the doorway. Experts will know if there is any. The two brothers of Bingberg Frankie, who are very skilled in shipbuilding, can see the extraordinary trunk of this tree at a glance. Zhang Liufeng didn't want to solve the puzzles for them. After binding with the tree spirit, he explained to the tree spirit and let these people build a boat. Afterwards, he walked straight through the crowd at the petrochemical scene, and went back to drink. Leave the iceberg and they look at me and I look at you. God-man is God-man, and even this material is precious like a fetish. As a boat craftsman, it is a great honor to be able to build a boat with the best materials, let alone the master craftsman, even if it is a handyman. After the surprise, more than a dozen master craftsmen rubbed their hands in excitement and surrounded them. Touched the tree of the world. That technique, like touching his wife, is simply indescribable. Although the spirit is high, but the world's #1 shipyard is not a boast. The professionalism of each boatman is quite in place, and he is very careful and meticulous. It looks like it's building a ship. It's just creating a piece of art that shocks the world. Zhang Liufeng in the party, drinking wine, seeing and hearing the domineering sweep to this scene, quite satisfied, now he is relieved, his ship will definitely be the same as himself. Shine in this world. After drinking and eating, Zhang Liufeng and the 4 of them can be considered to have a good night's sleep. These days of running around, they didn't close their eyes much at all, and it was impossible to say that they were not tired. Especially the 3 of Earl Red, who had spent such a long time in prison, could return to the wonderful world outside to sleep. To be honest, it was an extravagant hope in the past. In the next few days, several people have been enjoying this short piece, until the little brother of the Franks family rushed to knock on their door and was broken. Great God! Great God! Your bounty is out! Oh! At this time, Zhang Liufeng was in interest. He never thought that one day he could become a reward criminal in pirate world. Obviously he is a prisoner, but I feel quite proud. Take me a look. This was happily taking the reward order from the younger brother and looking at it. Great God, I'm leaving first, and I'm going to send the straw hat to them. Go ahead. Zhang Liufeng didn't have time to talk to him, so he sent him away. The little brother was amnesty, and he ran away without a trace. Having seen these abnormal strengths and harsh methods, who is not afraid? He wants to live 2 more years. Zhang Liufeng took 3 reward orders to several people and said, "Look at how much we are worth." Chapter 32, It's really rubbish, more than one burst. Chapter 32 It's really rubbish, more than one burst. The first person to bear the brunt is himself, the god of flying thunder, Zhang Liufeng, who is offering a reward of 510 million. Okay? Zhang Liufeng counted it back and forth twice and found that it was indeed 510 million. Zhou couldn't help but frown, a little dissatisfied. Why is that so? Shouldn't it be 5.1 billion? When Yanhong several people rolled their eyes. The little captain really pushed his nose to his face. The special one just debuted, and the first time he offered a reward of 510 million, what else do you want? Isn't this a new world yet? If I offer you a reward of 5.1 billion, don't you scare the people crazy? Who would dare to live in this sea area? Young people talk about martial arts, okay? Depressed for a long time before looking down. Surprised or not, both Lao Sha and Waldo's amounts have not changed, one is 81 million and the other is 500 million. Zhang Liufeng looked at Lao Sha jokingly, as if saying, "You have to work harder, it's not enough." Lao Sha narrowed his mouth and dismissed it. "Why is there no Earl?" Zhang Liufeng suddenly asked curiously. "Boss, you are afraid that you are joking? The Navy dare to release Earl Red's bounty? Doesn't it mean that he ran away? The news that Earl Red has run out will probably cause an unprecedented sensation. The Navy is sure I dare not do this. Although Waldo is a big boss, but the truth in this is still very clear." As soon as Zhang Liufeng heard it, he didn't ask any more questions, and walked towards the shipyard after breakfast. What kind of ship is he looking forward to? After going out, he walked in the streets of the 7 capitals of water in a leisurely courtyard, thinking about various problems of his group. At present, once the ship is built, they are a real group of pirates, but in addition, he only has 4 people. Although he is powerful, it seems a little weak. No matter how you say, there must be a decent chef, right? After debuting for so many days, basically eating and drinking are done by others. In the future, I will really go out to sea, but that will be different. In this vast sea, do I have to find someone else to eat 3 meals a day? Obviously it is unrealistic. Just when his thoughts were flying, suddenly hearing someone arguing on the dock, I couldn't help but look at it. Hey! Unexpectedly, I saw a familiar figure. Seeing this enchanting woman with pink hair shaped like a fire, Zhang Liufeng's eyes lit up. Isn't this Carmen? That's right, this person is the beautiful chef, Carmen, who went out of the same school as Sanji and once competed with Sanji in Rog Town. Zhang Liufeng turned his eyes and walked up. After listening to it for a while, he finally knew what was going on. It turned out that after the battle between Carmen and Sanji, he didn't lose weight. On the contrary, he worked harder and persevered in cooking. Decided to travel the north and south of the country alone, see the special ingredients of different seas, learn the special cooking skills of different seas, and aspire to become a great cook. It is said that the sea train of the 7 capitals of water can see all kinds of sea king creatures that are not used. For chefs like her, sea kings are rare and high-quality ingredients, even if they cannot cook by themselves. She also wanted to take a sea train to see it. But unfortunately, she finally got to the 7th capital of water by a handy boat, but was told that the sea train needed maintenance and that she could not go to sea in a short period of time. With her dedication to cooking, it would be unbearable for her to wait for a second, so she started to reason with the staff at the station. When Zhang Liufeng heard it, he was happy. He, the cook has it. This walked straight towards Carmen. "Miss Carmen, hello, Liufeng in Zhejiang, lucky to meet." Very gentleman-facing Carmen, stretched out a hand and said. "You know, hiss. Carmen, who was just about to ask questions, couldn't help taking a breath when he turned around and saw Zhang Liufeng's handsome face. "It's so handsome." Her pretty face was reddened, her hands were squeezed on the corners of her clothes, and she seemed a little overwhelmed to be accosted by such a handsome guy. Zhang Liufeng smiled slightly. "I heard that Miss Carmen would like to see the Sea King in the windless zone." Carmen glanced at Zhang Liufeng quietly, nodded slightly, and answered, "I can take you there, and I can also help you catch what you want, provided that I want you." When Carmen heard it, it tasted wrong. Although she was passionate about cooking and ingredients, she wanted her to sell her body at the expense of you, even if you were a handsome guy. You also have to communicate first, talk about feelings, then say no? Okay? What are you thinking about? She stroked her hot cheeks with both hands, and said calmly, "Stop talking, I won't betray myself." When Zhang Liufeng heard it, "Hey, misunderstood. Miss Carmen, you are misunderstood. I mean you should be the chef on our ship. We will travel around the world. We will get you what kind of ingredients you want." When Carmen heard this, he was stunned. "So what did CO authoring mean?" I said, "Can you tell me something? It makes people's minds full of shame images. Do you have this strength?" Carmen fixed his eyes to look at the man in front of him. In addition to being handsome and in a better figure, he didn't seem to feel how strong he was. It's not that no one has invited her before, but when they heard that they were going to the Windless Belt to see the Sea Kings, they all said goodbye. The Smallpox Dragon and Phoenix said, in fact, none of them had the ability. Regarding Zhang Liufeng in front of him, she was obviously skeptical. "It's useless to say more, don't you know if you have the strength?" Zhang Liufeng didn't want the ink, and said straightforwardly. Although Carmen had doubts in her heart, curiosity and perseverance prevailed. She couldn't wait any more. Now that there is someone to accompany her, she is of course moved. She said that she was a female classmate from the East China Sea. Although her cooking skills were high, she had no idea how terrifying the Sea Kings were. After thinking about it, she nodded and agreed. As long as Zhang Liufeng really has the ability to hunt and kill Sea Kings, even if she agrees to be a cook for them, she will travel around the country with them to see the beauty of the sea. It's done. Zhang Liufeng was overjoyed, thinking that there would be a decent cook on the ship in the future. Everyone nodded in satisfaction, took Carmen with him, and was about to borrow the boat from Esbuk. "Where did I say this wild boy? How dare to speak up here? Don't be fooled by him, miss." Just as the two turned around, a discordant voice sounded. Zhang Liufeng wrinkled looking at the group of people who had just docked and disembarked and asked, "Who are you?" "Humph. We are the Loki pirates, our captain Loki is a bounty of 20 million Bailey." The Lord hadn't spoken yet, a little brother next to him said with nostrils upside down. "Loki's group, 20 million? It's really rubbish." Zhang Liufeng narrowed his mouth and said with a look of disgust. "The forest is really big, any bird dare to trouble him." Chapter 33, Invite Again, Verse 2. Chapter 33 Invite Again, Verse 2. As soon as the surrounding audience heard this, they were immediately embarrassed. Most of them are residents of the 7 capitals of waters. Many people don't know about the major events that Zhang Liufeng has done, but they often do with the notorious Loki. Heard. Although they are not high-class goods, this group of people often do things on the surrounding islands, doing something forcibly, bullying men and women. Naturally everyone has heard of it. Ordinary people are naturally scared, and step back quickly, for fear of being asked for trouble. Seeing the behavior around, the pirate named Loki was very satisfied, and said proudly, "I said kid, you didn't do a lot of tricking girls, so you said you single-handedly took others to see the Sea King class? It's also stupidly stupid, do you believe this?" Carmen couldn't help but stunned when he heard that, but seeing the sincerity in Zhang Liu Feng's eyes was obviously much more reliable than those guys who made people feel sick. I just believe it, want you to control it. Let's go. Zhang Liu Feng didn't bother to care about the existence of these ants, and nodded when he saw Carmen's eyes. Let's go. Seeing his own words didn't work well, Nariki was angry. Stop for Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu sees this woman, and if she knows her, I will hand her over, or I will let you today. He hasn't finished speaking yet. He saw Zhang Liu Feng turning his head back, the king in his eyes. Pooh! The domineering spirit surges. Lie down. There were only 2 words, and the voice was not loud, but everyone's hearts trembled. Oh my god, it's scary. A passerby suddenly felt the aura from Zhang Liu Feng, and he wiped the sweat bead on his forehead and said with an agitated spirit. Next second. Bang 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 bang. The dozen or so people who got off the boat, since the one named Loki, all foamed at the mouth and fell into the ground. Hiss looking at the backs of the 2 leaving, the crowds of people eating melons took a breath. Isn't it horrible? He didn't even raise his hand. Can eyes really kill people? Quack quack. In the sky at this time, an announcement bird flew over everyone's heads, and several reward orders printed with photos fell down. The caring person picked it up and looked at it, and his hair stood up in fright. He pointed to Zhang Liu Feng's back and pointed to the reward order in his hand. He stammered for a long time and couldn't speak, almost breaking his tongue. The curious crowd gathered around to see what happened. It doesn't matter if it doesn't look, it almost scared the soul at a glance, and many women covered their mouths and screamed. Finally everyone came back to their senses and shouted in unison, 555, 510 million. The 2 of them walked all the way, and the little excitement in Carmen's heart became more and more unbearable. The suspicion about Zhang Liu Feng had long disappeared. After seeing Zhang Liu Feng's methods, she felt that her dream might really be realized. Seeing Carmen's excited little eyes, Zhang Liu Feng was also very happy, because the happier Carmen was, the more stable it would be to become a chef on his ship. Not long afterwards, I borrowed a boat from the busy Espagu, and inspected his pirate ship, which was about to be completed. It has to be said that the people of Espagu are quite quick in their hands and feet, and after only a few days, the entire ship has already looked like something. At a glance, it was quite extraordinary. The whole ship was so energetic, as if it were about to be emptied thousands of miles away, lying quietly, and it was already a blockbuster if it did not sound. Zhang Liu Feng was full of praise and was very satisfied. Finally, he took Carmen to visit the galley on the ship. Although there is nothing in it, Carmen who eats this line of food naturally sees that the layout of the kitchen is quite high. As long as it is completed and equipped with complete equipment, it must be an extremely luxurious kitchen. For a chef, it is also very important to have an excellent working environment. Seeing Carmen was like looking at his own studio in the future, Zhang Liu Feng was very happy. Unexpectedly, if you just wandered around today, you would have such unexpected gains, which is really quite exciting. After the 2 of them visited, they said goodbye to everyone and went out to sea in a good mood. The final result must be everyone's joy. Zhang Liu Feng, who has a domineering look, is here, and no Sea King dared to approach them for half a step. In Carmen's shock, Zhang Liu Feng took her to find a nest of Sea Kings, got a close look at the style of these giants in the sea, and according to Carmen's wishes, took down a creature that looked like a snake but not a snake. According to Carmen, this kind of creature is very rare, and the meat is considered top grade among the Sea Kings. Although the process seemed simple, the smart Carmen saw the extraordinary. Even this behemoth is afraid of Zhang Liu Feng. How strong is this handsome guy? I couldn't help but feel a little more excited about Zhang Liu Feng's invitation. Returning to the residence in the evening, at first Carmen saw these 5 big, ugly, fierce Valdos, and was unavoidable in her heart. She wanted to associate her with these big men. To be honest, she was a little drummer. Later, after the Valdo people tasted Carmen's craftsmanship, they showed the happy appearance, which made Carmen suddenly realize that as a chef, if these evil people can feel happy, there is more achievement feeling. Naturally, Waldo needn't say much, he is simply full of praise. I said, my sister-in-law, your cooking skills are amazing. I've never tasted such a delicious meal. It's amazing, haha. Zhang Liufeng almost didn't squirt the rice out of his mouth by the shout of his sister-in-law. Cough cough cough, I said, you bastard, can you stop talking nonsense? Seeing Zhang Liufeng's cannibalistic eyes, Waldo gave a shock. Then what? Eat slowly, I'll send Bing Shan and them some for supper. After speaking, he didn't dare to look at Zhang Liufeng, and ran away in a hurry. Not only Waldo, but even Crocodile and Earl Red couldn't help but want to praise it. It's a pity that one is not good at words, one is arrogant, but from their eyes, Zhang Liufeng knows that they are also eager for Carmen to be a cook for the big guy. Right now, he seriously invited Carmen again. Miss Carmen, I wonder if you want to be our chef? How about a pleasant trip with us on this wonderful sea? To be honest, Carmen was struggling. After all, he had promised Zhang Liufeng before, but it was a bit awkward to be a girl in a group of big men. This is a moment of twitching and being speechless. As a result, Earl Red is anxious. Don't look at him for decades. He can stand loneliness, but the first time he ate Carmen's food, the old man was addicted to him. Chapter 34, Start Sailing, Burstmore 3. Chapter 34, Start Sailing. Burstmore 3. They are such a group of people with such arrogant strength, it will basically be a nail-biting thing in the new world in the future. How can there be no decent chef? A special group of peerless masters, every day they eat wind and drink dew, eat the last meal and not the next, so they can't be laughed to death? The old man didn't know how to express the regret in his heart, so he bit the bullet and said, Miss Carmen, my old man didn't have much to take out. The captain promised to find me the fruit of the vampire species of eudemons. The old man believes that the captain can do it, but the old man will give you this fruit. Hearing that, Zhang Liufeng and Carmen's eyes lit up at the same time. The difference is that Carmen has heard of this thing, knows that this devil fruit is a magical baby, she also dreamed of getting one, but hearing the name of this vampire, she was shocked again. And Zhang Liufeng also slapped his thigh, thinking in his heart, yes. This is an attractive and good thing. This is grinning. By the way, Miss Carmen, if you join us, I promise you that I will definitely help you get a devil fruit, but this vampire I promised Earl Red, and I can find another one for you. When Carmen heard this condition was simply irresistible. She knew in her heart that in today's world where the weak and the flesh are overwhelmed by the flesh, if you want to fulfill your wishes, realize your value, and not regret youth, there are nothing more than two conditions. One is to have a strong backing, and the other is to have a strong own strength. Although Carmen is a girl, her determination to fulfill her dream is no worse than that of a boy. To be able to improve your own strength, so that you can have the ability to protect yourself on this unpredictable sea, to be honest, this temptation is fatal. Really, I can still guarantee this. That's okay. But I have one more request. Any request? I hope you can find a female companion, or I am a girl. It's easy to talk, this one is easy to talk about. I will find you a companion, and you don't want to look at these guys who are very scary, but they are all good things, right? Zhang Liufeng raised his eyebrows and looked at Lao Sha meaningfully. Suddenly involving himself, Lao Sha didn't want to buy it, but he actually wanted to eat Carmen's food in his heart, and was afraid that what he did would scare the little girl. Can only helplessly say yes. The captain said yes. Seeing these people is not as difficult to get along with as expected, especially the stupid big one, who is quite simple, and Carmen's resistance is much reduced. The last round of soft grinding and hard foaming was finally agreed. At this point, the head chef of Zhang Liufeng's team is in place. Being able to accept such a beautiful head chef is undoubtedly the most worthwhile thing Zhang Liufeng has felt in the past few days. Isn't it just a devil fruit? For him who has a locator, it's really too simple. When things settled down, the big guy drank happily again. Vardo, who returned from the takeaway, saw that everyone was so happy. You don't need to guess what happened. When I think of eating delicious food all in the future, I am happily like a child, and when I pick up the cup, I am absorbed into this cheerful atmosphere. The next morning, Espagu finally sent someone to inform them that the ship had been built and asked them to check and accept it. Several people happily packed up and set off for the shipyard. Walking on the street again, the residents' eyes have changed. Zhang Liufeng is a great pirate worth 510 million. Basically, it has been spread in seventh of water. Everyone respects them for fear of coming up to make trouble. In this regard, the group did not feel much, but Carmen was a little unhappy. Perceiving Carmen's anomaly, Zhang Liufeng turned around and said to her, "As long as we do things with a clear conscience." Carmen thought for a while, and then suddenly became clear, yes, why bother about other people's eyes? Just have a clear conscience. The small episode could not stop them from moving forward, and soon a few people had arrived before the new ship. At this moment, the new ship was covered with red cloth by Espagu, waiting for Zhang Liufeng to unveil it. There was also the Straw Hat group who came to see off, and they were slightly surprised when they saw Carmen. It's just that Luffy was very depressed and muttered to himself. Why make them first? Swish! As soon as the voice fell, he immediately asked his friends to block his mouth. Nima? Isn't he fragrant to send away these killing gods quickly? Seeing the cannibalistic eyes of his friends, Luffy quickly closed his mouth and stopped talking. Zhang Liufeng just smiled slightly and said nothing. Name our companion. Companion? Carmen asked suspiciously. Yes. For those adventuring at sea, the ship is our important partner. Carmen felt what he meant through the sincere feelings in Zhang Liufeng's eyes. At the moment he bowed to the new ship. Hello. I'm Carmen, please take care of me in the future. Surprisingly, the new ship trembled slightly as if it could be understood. Although it is minimal, almost everyone is aware of it. It's really a god. Even Carmen himself was shocked. She only understood what Zhang Liufeng meant at this moment, not that she should value the ship as a partner and love it. But this ship is truly their partner. This is amazing. She couldn't help but add a bit of yearning for the next journey. It will be wonderful. Zhang Liufeng smiled noncommittently. Only he knew that this was the owner of the tree spirit. Oh no, it belongs to the ship spirit now, isn't it a companion? He slowly arrived in front of the new ship, grabbed the bright red curtain with his hand, and closed his eyes. It seems to be thinking, and it seems to be feeling something. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and exerted force in his hands. Brush! The curtain on the ship was torn off immediately. At the same time, a sound was not loud, but a domineering shout came to everyone's ears. You will be called Jinlin from now on. What is the thing in the pool? Turn into a dragon in one encounter. I believe that in the near future, Zhang Liufeng and the Jinlin will be famous all over the world and become a myth passed down by the world. At this point, Zhang Liufeng officially joined the era of the Great Pirate, becoming a true pirate. Their legend officially began at this moment. After a long time, everything was ready. Zhang Liufeng waved his hand and said, Go! Next stop. Chambord Islands. Boarding this majestic and luxurious Jinlin, even Red Earl Lao Sha was a little excited in his heart. Wandering for so long, it feels like finding home for the first time. This feeling is pretty good. Hearing the captain's order, he involuntarily answered. Yes. Waldo. Do it. Good boss. Haha, boss, this boat is really magnificent. Following you, Everything seems to be getting better. Sit tight. Let's go. Chapter 35, New Partner Jinlin, Pop 4. Chapter 35 New Partner Jinlin, Pop 4. Whoosh. Vardo waved his hand and pressed it to the deck to accelerate the opening 20 times. The majestic Jinlin disappeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. Looking at the crafted and lifelike Jinlin, the hull of the golden dragon gradually disappeared. There are mixed feelings in everyone's minds, but there is only one thing that everyone thinks are the same. What kind of excitement will the purple-haired youth bring to the world? It's really looking forward to it. For the Straw Hat group, the stronger the opponent, the more they can stimulate their desire to overcome. At this moment, they are very eager to strengthen themselves, and when they meet again, they can compete with Zhang Liufeng's group. If Zhang Liufeng were to know their thoughts, he would say with a smile, "No matter how hard you try, it will only be in vain. In this era, I am the protagonist. New World. Chambord Islands. My Zhang Liufeng is here." The magnificent Jinlin swiftly shuttled over the blue sea. Zhang Liufeng summoned several curious cat-like companions who were scurrying around on the boat to the main rudder. Several people came to the front and suddenly found a strange thing beside the main rudder. It's like an enlarged version of the record pointer, but the crystal ball is different from the record pointer. This exquisite crystal ball, like a display, looked closely and found that it was actually a map of the entire world. And there is a small light spot on this map, slowly leaving the green plate labeled as the 7 capitals of water. It is heading towards a place marked as Chambord Island, which is composed of small green plates. Seeing this, big guy's eyes lit up. He knew that this thing must not be simple. Waldo couldn't hide things the most, and quickly asked, "Boss, what is this thing? Not only does it have a map of the world, it even knows where we go." When Yan Zhang Liufeng smiled slightly and said, "This thing is called the Omniscience Recorder. It not only has the whole picture of the world, but it can also navigate for us, let us know where we are now and where our destination is. It's amazing." Carmen stroked the recorder, full of curiosity, looking a little cute. "Yes, and it also knows what potential crises are on our route, what the climate is, and it will choose the best route for us to sail, but this can only be done with the cooperation of our new companions." "Ah? Me?" Carmen looked dumbfounded. She doesn't know how to use this sailing technique. How could she say that? Zhang Liufeng smiled mysteriously, "He is a little newer than you. How many people are unknown, so what's the situation? Isn't it just a few of them? The newcomer from there?" Seeing that Zhang Liufeng was not ready to sell Guanzi, he directly shouted, "Come out, Jinlin. Golden Scales." Waldo looked dumbfounded. Isn't Jinlin the name of their ship? Where did the captain sing this? But soon he stopped stunned. Looking at the human-shaped light ball that suddenly appeared at the door, he almost dropped his chin on the ground without surprise. The few people next to him are not much better, and the moment they see this light group, they are not calm. At this moment, no matter how stupid people are, it can be seen that this little boy's light ball is exactly the same as the legendary ship Spirit. Earl Red's eyes were filled with joy. Is it a boat spirit? This is the first time I have seen the old man in the sea for decades. Yes or not? The golden scales are still somewhat different from the ship elves. What's the difference? Zhang Liufeng turned around and looked at Lao Sha with a little surprise. This was the first time Lao Sha took the initiative to speak to him. It was a good start. Lao Sha also reacted to Zhang Liufeng's gaze, coughing twice, looking a little embarrassed. But Zhang Liufeng wasn't in a hurry. The feeling of feeling had to be cultivated slowly, and he didn't break it right now. The ship spirit is derived from the will of the ship, but the golden scale is not. He is the tree spirit that comes with the trunk of my world tree. Several people nodded seemingly. Seeing the big guy still looked blank, Zhang Liufeng could only explain. In short, the golden scales can appear in front of people. They can come and go freely on the ship created by the World Tree, and they have more control over the golden scales than any helmsman, and they also have the ability to repair ships. In short, Jinlin is equivalent to the helmsman and boatman on our ship. At the same time, with the all-knowledge recorder, he is also our sailor. This is really amazing. Carmen looked at Jinlin curiously with a small star in his eyes. After Jinlin, everyone will be a companion. Say hello to everyone. Zhang Liufeng said. Hello everyone, I am Jinlin, and I am very happy to be your partner. Please take care of me. Jinlin said tenderly. The big guys started to shudder upon hearing this. It didn't take long for them to get acquainted a lot, and finally accepted the fact that an elf became their companion. Well. Zhang Liufeng asked Waldo to take out the wine that Bingberg presented to them, and each pour a glass. On the deck, 6 friends formed a circle. Zhang Liufeng raised the wine glass in his hand high and said, Our group of people escaped from pushing the city, and overcoming obstacles all the way, finally came to the day of official sailing. Thinking back to what happened in the past few days, apart from Carmen and Jinlin, the 3 of them had lingering fears, although the cheating captain took them to dangerous places. But isn't this what the pirates yearn for? In addition to the great treasure of One Piece, you are not afraid of power and dare to challenge the world. Powerful, dare to face toughness with the navy. Unconstrained, swim freely in this colorful sea. Isn't this the height the pirates dream of? Looking at the bright people, Zhang Liufeng was very satisfied, and then said, Then, in order to confirm the official sailing of our group, I will name the pirates Breaking Dawn. Starting today, our Breaking Dawn Pirates is officially established. For a more exciting tomorrow. Cheers! 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 Drink! Haha! Carmen was very enthusiastic and pushed out the exquisite food that had already been prepared, and a small party happily unfolded on the boat. The voyage of the Jinlin was also officially transferred to Jinlin's hands. As an elf, he naturally did not need to eat or drink. While everyone was celebrating happily, Jinlin had already steered towards the Chamardayan Islands that Zhang Liufeng had explained. After eating and drinking, Zhang Liufeng simply assigned a task. Lao Sha was taken away by Count Hong and taught him how to domineering. People with natural fruit ability have a common problem, that is, they rely too much on fruit ability and lack learning of domineering. So the main task of Lao Sha is to improve his domineering cultivation base. Otherwise, in the new world, in that domineering place, Lao Sha might be hung up and beaten. Waldo was arranged to paint the pirate flag logo belonging to their group. It was a skull with thunder and lightning behind him. It looked good. After Carmen cleaned up the messy dining table, Zhang Liufeng took him into the room. Zhang Liufeng took her arm into the room, the little girl blushed, and the deer bumped into her heart. Chapter 36, Beautiful Misunderstanding, Burst More 5. Chapter 36 Beautiful Misunderstanding, Burst More 5. What is this for? How about respecting each other as a guest? The man is really bad. Hey, I shouldn't believe his nonsense, this time I am afraid that he is doomed to escape. Her thoughts were flying, she kept thinking about herself even as she was taken into the room, standing in front of the bed, she was still confused and didn't react. Carmen. Carmen. What's wrong with you? Zhang Liufeng frowned and found that Carmen's eyes were dull, no reaction, and the 2 beautiful little faces were still flushing, thinking that the little girl was sick. Quickly touched her forehead to see what happened. It seems there is still a lack of a doctor. Carmen suddenly felt Zhang Liufeng touch him, and he was shocked. What? With a scream, Carmen stepped back like a frightened kitten, accidentally tripped by the foot of the bed behind him, and fell on the bed with an unstable center of gravity. The green jade hand that was going to push Zhang Liufeng away, out of instinct, fortunately, he grabbed Zhang Liufeng's clothes and pulled him off. With their eyes facing each other, the two of them were stuck together and fell on the bed. The two faces were separated by less than 1 centimeter. It seemed that they could kiss each other's mouth with just a slight pouch. The two of them were dumbfounded. For a while, they didn't know what to do, as if petrified, they kept this ambiguous posture. "Miss Carmen. What's wrong, old man?" With us here, you don't have to be afraid." "Hey." Several people were still very concerned about Carmen, the beautiful cook. Suddenly they heard her scream, but without saying anything, they quickly left the job in their hands and rushed to Carmen's room. But when they entered the door and saw the situation in front of them, they were stunned. "I'm going, this is too hot, right?" In broad daylight, these two dare to broadcast live with the door open? Only then did the two of them relax, and immediately jumped up like a kitten with its tail stepped on. "Then what, Before Zhang Liufeng finished speaking, Waldo smiled. We understand. Remember to close the door next time, Miss Carmen's voice is really loud enough." Wen Yanhong, Earl, and Lao Sha both have expressions that I understand, looking at them playfully. Zhang Liufeng saw a chill in his heart. "Get out!" yelled at the nose of the three of them. It's hard to explain this misunderstanding anyway, and Zhang Liufeng didn't want to ink with them again. The three of them were reprimanded by Zhang Liufeng, not angry but happy. Finally, Waldo brought the door to the room with a smiley face and left. Turning his head, Carmen's head is about to be buried in his belly button at this time, and his face is red like a ripe red apple. Where is there a face to see people? Zhang Liufeng smiled bitterly when he saw this. Originally wanted to give Carmen a small surprise, but it turned out to be self-defeating. In order to alleviate the embarrassing atmosphere, Zhang Liufeng quickly took out the elephant sword that captured Spanem and said, "Carmen, this is really a misunderstanding. I only intended to give you this elephant sword. Okay?" Carmen was still thinking wildly, at a loss, suddenly heard Zhang Liufeng's words, slightly surprised. He looked at the elephant sword in Zhang Liufeng's hand. Cannot help but brighten up. As a result, the atmosphere has eased a lot. Seeing that Carmen's focus had shifted, Zhang Liufeng hurriedly borrowed the donkey to introduce her to her. Carmen was originally curious about things like devil fruits, but after learning that the elephant sword actually possesses the ability of devil fruits, he became curious. Zhang Liufeng breathed a sigh of relief, but he had resolved the embarrassment, and immediately suppressed it with the overlord's domineering object's sword. Na Xiangjian felt Zhang Liufeng's surging and domineering aura, so scared to tremble, he immediately surrendered. After thoroughly letting this elephant sword recognize Carmen as the master, Zhang Liufeng taught Carmen some ways to use it and explained to her that she could develop any good ideas on her own. Carmen simply loves the sword, she is inherently talented and clever, plus she is originally a knife in the hand, and she has learned a lot of skills in a short time. Seeing this, Zhang Liufeng confessed a few more words, and hurriedly withdrew from her room, for fear that there would be any misunderstanding again. But this misunderstanding is pretty beautiful. Although Carmen was playing with the elephant sword happily, he had been paying attention to Zhang Liufeng's every move. Seeing Zhang Liufeng retreating, for some reason, there was still a little disappointment in his heart. Seeing Zhang Liufeng coming out, Waldo wanted to go up and joke a few words, but he was immediately glared back by Zhang Liufeng's murderous eyes. Going straight to Jinlin, Zhang Liufeng said, "Jinlin, check me where the vampire fruit of the Eudemons is now." Although this sound is not loud, it can't hold the ears of Red Earl so good. When he heard the words vampire fruit, he had already come to Zhang Liufeng's side. Zhang Liufeng smiled slightly, knowing that the old man must be anxious. "I heard that Jinlin is equipped with a recorder and can also activate the positioning function." At first, a few people were very curious. "Okay." Jinlin replied tenderly, and acted upon the recorder. I saw him pressing his hands on the crystal ball and muttering words. After a while, a small yellow dot lit up on the crystal ball. Everyone stretched their necks and looked curiously. Hey, why is this still moving? Waldo took the lead to speak, and everyone who heard his words discovered that the little yellow dot was moving at sea. Where is this? Zhang Liufeng frowned and asked Jin Lin. This is on the waters of the New World. According to the route, in front of them is a place called Draz Rosa. Okay? Zhang Liufeng's eyes narrowed. Said in unison with Lao Shat. Da Flamingo. Hee, that's interesting. Zhang Liufeng said with a grin. Captain. Seeing that the vampire fruit had been found, Count Red was anxious, and he wished to fly over with his wings now. Zhang Liufeng patted him on the shoulder and said, Count, don't worry, this fruit will definitely be handed to you. When we arrive at the Chambord Islands, we will go to the New World immediately after we finish coating the coating. It is good. When it comes to going to the New World, the big guy feels refreshed. Everyone knows that the most exciting place above the sea is the second half of the Great Channel, which is called the New World. That is the place that all crew members who sail on the sea dream of. But for their horrible metamorphosis, it is almost like heaven. After receiving such an exciting news, the morale of the big guy was high, and Waldo didn't need Zhang Liufeng to explain, but he was fully capable to help the Jinlin quickly set off to the Chambord Islands. On the way, Earl Hong didn't have any thoughts to teach Lao Sha to learn domineering with Carmen, because Zhang Liufeng told him to let him rest assured that as long as the yellow dot did not disappear, it meant that the fruit was still there and it was not eaten. This guy, Red Earl, heard that it was no longer possible, and did nothing, just staring at the small yellow dot on the recorder, for fear that the yellow dot would disappear after a second. Regarding this, Zhang Liufeng could only helplessly let Waldo, who had finished his work, take over the teaching of domineering. But is Waldo's level comparable to that of the Red Earl? Even he himself should learn from Earl Red, so he can only lead the two in the door first and talk about it after Earl Red's affairs are over. And Zhang Liufeng acted as the shopkeeper, sitting leisurely on the bow of the boat, drinking small wine, and fishing for small fish. The rare and beautiful ones are placed in the Jinlin aquarium, and the fresh and plump ones are left for Carmen cooking dishes. It seems relaxed and at ease. Before long, a green landscape appeared on the vast sea ahead. I will arrive at the destination Chambord Islands soon. Chapter 37, The Boat is Good, Burst More 6. Chapter 37 The Boat is Good, Burst More 6. As the Jinlin dialect sounded, everyone put aside their work, came to the bow, and watched. I saw ahead, an archipelago composed of dozens of islands, large and small, appeared in front of the big guy. On each small island there was a towering tree, and from time to time there would be bubbles floating above the sky. Under the shining of the sun, the entire archipelago looks colorful and very beautiful. Carmen is naturally the most excited. Girls are very interested in beautiful things. They are naturally very happy to see such beautiful scenery. Turning around, he wittily stretched out his hand to Zhang Liufeng and said, Master Captain, shouldn't it be time to pay the younger ones? Okay. At this moment, Zhang Liufeng was stunned. The four of them looked at me and I looked at you. Only then did they remember that they didn't even have a steel pin. Upon seeing this, Carmen's cheerful and pretty face suddenly became difficult to look at. You won't be. No money, right? Zhang Liufeng smiled wryly, you really got it right. Carmen looked in disbelief, no? You have one of you guys who is all famous, so you don't have any money. During this period of time, through talks, Carmen has learned a lot about the world of the pirates, and has a clear understanding of legends, kaiwahe, and the like. So she naturally knows what level of existence these are on her ship. Waldo spread his hands helplessly and said, we all just escaped from Pushing City together. After we got out, we fought back and forth with the boss. You know the rest, there is time to get money there. For Earl Hong and Lao Shat, it doesn't matter much. They used to grab whatever they wanted. Where did they spend money? This suddenly made Zhang Liufeng a headache. It was really a penny to stump the hero. Who would have thought that there were so many sea masters sitting on this magnificent ship, but they were poor clinking. Regarding this, everyone was depressed for a while, and when the mood fell to the bottom, Zhang Liufeng's eyes rolled. There is it. He quickly called the partners over, and said so and so and so and so and so and so. What? Blackmail the Tianlong Ren? After listening to Zhang Liufeng's words, several people were stunned. How could the captain lead them to do things at every turn? The problem is that if you do something, just find some shops and blackmail it, right? Do you want to make trouble for Mao? Regarding this, Zhang Liufeng simply said, Tianlong people have a lot of money, and they will eat for 3 years if they are not issued to the market for 3 years. These few people are quite speechless, but there is no way. Who would let himself be such a captain who likes to make trouble? Then, boss, who will be the sold character? After Waldo finished speaking, he involuntarily glanced at Carmen, as if he was suggesting something. But the next second, he found that something seemed to be wrong. Except for himself, everyone else turned their attention to him. Amount. Wouldn't it be so unlucky? Next second. The 4 of them replied in unison, it's you. Damn it. Waldo was so helpless, how could the unlucky things always fall on him? Thinking about it carefully, it seems that no one is more suitable except him. Although Carmen looks good, and don't know why, she recently put down her flame-like hair, which looks even more moving. But after all, she is just a small person, not worthy of attracting the attention of the Tianlong people. Crocodile, it's only worth 81 million, and it feels like it's not strong enough. Zhang Liufeng and Earl Hong naturally don't have to say more, it is impossible for them to be in this role. Having said that, there is no more suitable candidate than him, a big pirate worth 500 million. It can only be agreed with a little bit of resentment. When things were set, everyone was in a better mood, except for Waldo. The Jinlin also gradually docked. On the pier of island number 13, many people who eat melon are looking at the pirate ship that is gradually approaching the shore. Everyone was deeply attracted by the magnificent golden scale. They live in the Chambord Islands and have seen countless boats, but they have never seen such a domineering pirate ship, and the flag on the pole has never been seen. Everyone is very curious about what happened to the group. Because the islands are not far from the Navy headquarters and are very prosperous, even the Tianlong people will come to the island from time to time. Therefore, no pirates dare not long-eyed to make trouble here, and the residents are not very afraid of pirates. Among the crowd, many other pirate group members were watching, wanting to see their future opponents. It was Zhang Liufeng who got off the boat first. As soon as he jumped off, he saw many people watching them, frowning slightly, a little unhappy. I feel like being watched by a monkey. So handsome. Wow, handsome guy. Many girls in the crowd suddenly covered their mouths and sighed. Many married women were dragged away by his men quickly. Even so, I still can't help but look back and look at Zhang Liufeng, trying to get one more look. After all, such a handsome man is rare to see. Zhang Liufeng immediately felt that many men were full of hostility towards him. Come on, this newcomer has offended people without much success. Is it guilty to be handsome? Zhang Liufeng narrowed his mouth, thinking indifferently on his face. You'd better not mess with me anyway, I'm short of money. As the stairway on the ship once again made a rattling sound, everyone looked up again, only to see a pretty girl with pink hair coming down from the deck this time. The mood of the crowd changed all at once. Damn! Look, that girl is so pretty. That's right, oh, why are all the good cabbages eaten by pigs these years? I'm so wise and martial. Why do little girls like to find little white faces? Everyone looked back and saw a fat middle-aged man narcissistically touching his greasy face. Unanimously said, the pig you are talking about is yourself." The man was shocked, feeling very embarrassed, and quickly ran away. Just as this little episode happened, the three of Red Earl also disembarked one after another. Looking around, I was looking at this beautiful, noisy, and lively island. Just when Zhang Liufeng greeted everyone to leave, an arrogant voice sounded untimely. "Stop! Old man! Your boat is not bad, so my uncle will accept it, and this little girl, leave me as a maid." The visitor didn't know the situation, thinking that the oldest Red Earl was the captain, and pointed to his nose arrogantly. Several people looked at each other and laughed sarcastically. Chapter 38, Anil of Fruit Ability Panel, Explosion 7. Chapter 38 Anil of Fruit Ability Panel, Explosion 7. The visitor was furious and shouted, "Do you know who Lao Tzu is? I think you don't want to live anymore. Little ones." Hey! Dozens of little guys came in response. "Snatch me that boat and the woman." "Yes." After hearing the words, dozens of young men drew their weapons, and walked toward Zhang Liufeng with a grim expression. Carmen quickly leaned against Zhang Liufeng, obviously shocked. "Boy! If you are acquainted, quickly send this chick to our captain, otherwise kneel down." Before he finished his words, Zhang Liufeng's eyes opened violently, and a domineering voice swept the group of scum away along with the sound. Puff! A group of young people, along with the so-called captain, were directly under the pressure, unable to lift their heads, and fell to their knees, trembling all over. This hand directly frightened the people eating melons. "Damn! What did that kid do?" "I don't know. I just said something casually," and the group of pirates who looked fiercely knelt directly. Yeah, this kid looks harmless to humans and animals, why is it so scary? You want to die? You dare to call someone else a kid? Don't hurry up, wait until you are heard that you can't eat it." "Damn!" The man woke up, covered his mouth and ran away. Zhang Lu Fenjian walked lightly towards the captain. Tap! Tap! In the eyes of others, this is like walking in a leisurely courtyard. In the hearts of those pirates who knelt on the ground, it was extremely terrifying. They just feel that the sound of this step is like the countdown of death, and every time they take a step forward, their hearts will chuckle. This short 10-second time made them feel like they had gone through a lifetime. Finally, Zhang Liufeng came to the captain and looked at him condescendingly. Being stared at by Zhang Liufeng, the captain was so frightened that he was sweating all over, and his shirt was already wet with sweat. But he didn't have the courage to look up and see what Zhang Liufeng wanted to do with him. The whole body was trembling like a personal vibrator, very tormented. Zhang Liufeng smiled contemptuously, and said to the person with his domineering look, "Take good care of my ship, if there is any loss, I will find you." Hearing this, the captain nodded as if he had received an amnesty. Yes, the little one understands that the little one must not let others approach the ship of the great god, thank the great god for not killing. When he raised his head, Zhang Liufeng and his group had already gone far. He collapsed to the ground. "Nima, this is really scary." The captain only felt that he had walked through the ghost gate. Reason told him that as long as there is any problem with Jinlin, he must be a dead end. He couldn't help but was so excited that he hurriedly greeted the little brother to come to the Jinlin, and he stood up tightly. The instigator Zhang Liufeng and the others had already come to the gate of Xiaqi Bar and stood still. "Hey? Is it in there?" The check-in point arrow given by Zhang Liufeng in his mind was pointing right in the bar. Involuntarily speaking, Zhang Liufeng pushed in immediately. What catches the eye is the simple and elegant layout. There are not many guests, only a few sparse tables. The check-in point is on the seat in the middle of the bar. Zhang Liufeng took a look, then walked straight over. The moment Xiaqi walked in from Li Yinlin's group, she kept her eyes on them and didn't move away. As a professional intelligence worker, Xiaoqi has naturally heard about this newly formed Dawn pirate group. Of course, she still doesn't know the name of Dawn. Seeing Zhang Liufeng walking towards her, she pulled up a nice smile and whispered, "Isn't this the famous flying thunder god Zhang Liufeng? It's not as famous as meeting. It is as handsome as the legend. Miss Xia passed the award." Zhang Liufeng said lightly. "Hey? Zhang Liufeng? So young. Is it as strong as the rumors?" When Xiaoqi uttered the three words Zhang Liufeng, the pirates at the tables next to him looked at Zhang Liufeng and his party with a solemn expression. Xiaoqi bar is ridiculously expensive, and ordinary people don't come here. Naturally, those who can come here to drink are people who know the way or pirates. The bounty offered by Zhang Liufeng and the group is really outrageous, not to mention what Zhang Liufeng is. Only Waldo and Crocodile are scary enough. Don't even think that Lao She has only 81 million, but it was drawn up a long time ago. Later, Lao Sha became Kaiwuhei, and the bounty remained unchanged. Anyone who knows the industry knows that Lao Sha's strength and price simply do not match. Naturally, Waldo needn't say much, the real 500 million strong, his deeds have long been rumored in the New World, but there is no water at all. Looking back at Zhang Liufeng, his strength is naturally self-evident. Like Waldo, people as strong as Lao Sha are willing to succumb to it, which is evident in the extraordinary. Everyone's thoughts are flying, why is Zhang Liufeng? As soon as he sat down and replied to Xiaoqi, the familiar voice in his mind had already sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in the Chambord Islands and rewarding the Anila Fruit Ability panel. The next check-in location is Driz Rosa. I go. Hiss. When Zhang Liufeng heard it, he couldn't help taking a breath. It was because he had been prepared for a long time, and was surprised by this reward. Why is this system so excessive? Clam? Does this let others play? Is it okay to talk about martial ethics? But after another thought, it's not right. Wouldn't you become a land duck in this way? The expression of ecstasy just stopped in an instant, followed by frowning. Thinking about whether to merge or not to merge. This ability is naturally what he desires, after all, he possesses the thunder attribute. This thunder fruit ability is undoubtedly a qualitative improvement. Not to mention a lot of skills. No longer have to be the strongest spear at every turn. This strongest spear and armed look and domineering are his tricks. It's not a good thing that people see through it often. Incorporating the ability of the Fruit of Thunder, he not only incarnates as a mobile spring, but it can almost be said to have an endless thunder attribute chakra. There are many more moves, and the strongest spear can be used to press the bottom of the box. But once this merges, it means that all of his ship except Carmen will become capable people. Once one person falls into the sea, it will be troublesome. When he was very tangled, the voice of the system rang again. Does the host converge? System, will I become a land duck after fusion? Ding! Any panel in the host fusion system is a perfect ability after optimization, all side effects will no longer exist, and the use of skills is no longer restricted. What? Zhang Liufeng didn't hold back the excitement in his heart for a while, and roared. System, are you sure? Ding! The system is okay. Haha! Great! Fusion immediately. Ding! The host is fusing new panels, please wait. Ding! The Inola Fruit Ability panel has been successfully integrated. Chapter 39, Pluto Raleigh, Burst 8th. Chapter 39 Pluto Raleigh, Burst 8th. Whoosh noisy. The moment the system prompt sounded, a powerful thunder energy, along with the application skills of the thunder fruit, and all the moves Inola had used before, poured into Zhang Liufeng's mind. Without a word, Zhang Liufeng had disappeared in place, leaving only a crackling thunder mark in front of everyone. It's just that while everyone was still stunned, Zhang Liufeng had already gone out and wandered around and returned to his seat. senseless. Completely confused. The whole bar fell into silence. The people of the Breaking Dawn group were accustomed to being frightened by Zhang Liufeng's abnormal behavior, and their expressions were okay. The rest of the people were completely confused. Before, Zhang Liufeng behaved like a normal person, but just as soon as he sat in his seat, his face suddenly changed back and forth. He was happy and worried at the moment, and everyone who looked at it was unknown. For what? How about practicing acting? Suddenly, Zhang Liufeng cried out strangely. The guests at those tables were startled, and whoever was sitting in the corner squirted out just a sip of whiskey. In the end, it was even more outrageous. Suddenly, the fruit ability was fully utilized, and the electric light and flint disappeared. This happened too fast. The others were so nervous that they pulled out their weapons and held them in front of them, thinking that Zhang Liufeng would do something if they didn't agree. He is the admiral of the navy who dares to smash, and the world dares to offend him, who knows what temper. As a result, this round of wandering suddenly came back. By turns out to show his hands in front of them, pretending to be forced. You are strong. You are awesome. Isn't it okay? Everyone was ashamed. Seeing that Zhang Liufeng was finally normal, they quickly came over to pay the bill and ran. Even Xiaqi, a character who emerged from the storm, was stunned by Zhang Liufeng's hand, and didn't understand what he wanted to do. Get off the horse? When I think about it, my face looks a little ugly. Zhang Liufeng recovered from his joy, and then realized that he had just behaved something wrong. He coughed twice quickly to cover up the embarrassment in his heart, and said, Miss Xiaqi, I'm sorry, it's Zhang Mao abruptly. Xiaqi was not as enthusiastic as before. Dare to ask Fei Lei Shen coming here, what are you going to do? Ah, this, Miss Xiaqi is really telling you, this time I came here to borrow some money from Miss Xia and inquire about some things by the way. Okay. Sure enough, I'm here for trouble. Xiaqi's face was pulled down all at once. The CO author is here to blackmail? Some small skills, dare to come here to run wild? She straightened her curvaceous waist, half lying on the bar, folded her arms, and shouted with a gloomy face, Old man, someone is asking for trouble. Rub. Suddenly, the curtain on the two doors leading to the back hall next to the bar was blown by a strong wind. Boom! An overlord from a peerless powerhouse is overwhelming the mountains and screaming like a tsunami. Zhang Liufeng knew that something was wrong the first time Xiaqi made her voice. He had made enough preparations long ago, but he knew very well that this woman was backed by One Piece's deputy. Therefore, at the moment Lei Li started his hand, Zhang Liufeng also spread his domineering aura and collided with him. The two energies clashed at each other and set off a stormy sea in this small bar. Almost never overturned the roof. However, the two facing each other had a tacit understanding, and the domineering was fleeting. Although it was only a brief moment to fight, but for the master, this amount of information is enough. Raleigh, I didn't mean to offend, but Miss Xia misunderstood. If you want to fight, we can go to sea. Zhang Liufeng is not afraid of a fight with Lei Li, but he has never been upright, this misunderstanding still has to be clarified. Ha ha ha, it turns out that the hero is born as a boy. A puffy voice sounded from the back hall, and then the curtain was lifted open, and a silver-haired old man walked out in response. It is Pluto Raleigh. Excuse me, Zhang Liufeng replied only faintly. Dare to ask the little friend who is here, why? Borrow money, quote the film, find out the news. Raleigh's eyes flashed. He naturally heard it in the back hall just now, but he didn't expect to be blackmailed in front of him. His complexion is not very good either. He has been the only one who blackmailed others since Lily lived in the Chambord Islands, but he was blackmailed today. It's really long-sighted. The name of the deputy captain of Roger Pirates is not to be insulted. Just as Zhang Liufeng was about to speak, he interrupted the other party with a big wave. The old man hasn't moved his body for a long time, so today he has 2 tricks with you, who doesn't know the sky and earth. Come on, Zhang Liufeng swallowed back what he said. Fight if you want. Why are you afraid of it? Aside from anything else, the group of people returned to the pier in a hurry, and Xiaoqi even closed the shop temporarily. She wanted to see if this arrogant boy was as powerful as the intelligence. When he arrived at the pier, Lei Li saw the pirates who were kneeling on the ground at a glance, wondering in his heart. I saw the captain greeted him directly. Great God, what are you? Seeing Zhang Liufeng rushing and coming, he was very puzzled. You performed well, you can go. Zhang Liufeng just replied faintly, too lazy to look at the other party. The man was overjoyed when he heard this. Thank you, God. Go. Convening a group of little brothers in a hurry, they ran away. Seeing this, Xiaoqi said contemptuously, it's really a big name, and I will give others offense everywhere. As soon as the voice fell, a flower was in front of her. Zhang Liufeng has appeared in front of her between the flashing lights. Don't think that if you are a female stream, I won't do anything with you, let's not take it as an example. Hey! When she reappeared, she had already boarded the Jinlin, and said to Raleigh, come on my ship. Xiaoqi and Lei Li were stunned in place, with many thoughts. This sturdy hand surprised Xiaoqi. For many years, I have never seen such a fierce person. I really lost my mind today. As a professional intelligence officer, you should be exquisite and exquisite, talking to people and talking nonsense to others, that's right. It really shouldn't be today. But Lei Li was different. For many years, he hadn't encountered a decent opponent. Seeing Zhang Liufeng Xiaolu's hand, aroused the fighting spirit in his heart. It's an opponent. Lei Li was slightly surprised, and his eyes brightened. You're welcome, just board the Jinlin. Then a group of people also boarded the boat, turned around and drove overseas. Good boat. Raleigh hasn't seen anything? Naturally, he has eyesight, and he looked around and couldn't help boasting. Zhang Liufeng smiled lightly when he heard the words, it's quite knowledgeable. Raising the sail, raising the spear, Vardo waved his hand, and directly accelerated the ship. Just kidding, One Piece's deputy. Competing with his captain, can he not get excited? Don't want to watch this too much, okay? Not long after, the group found a deserted island. Chapter 40, New Ability Defeats Hades, Burst 9. Chapter 40 New Ability Defeats Hades, Burst 9. The two of them swept away their domineering look and determined that there was no one, so they jumped down. Opposite. The remaining people stayed on the boat to observe. Flying Thunder God Zhang Liufeng. Pluto Raleigh. The expert duel, self-reported that it is out of respect for the opponent. Do you? It is good. Whoosh. Lei Yi shot first, drew out his sword and directly fetched Zhang Liufeng. Zhang Liufeng smiled softly, don't worry, let me try with you first. The rice wife. He roared, his right hand turned into thunder, and he punched out. Boom! The thunder blasted from the sky, and his arm was directly elementalized, turning into a beam of thunder and lightning, directly blasting towards Lei Li. Lei Li's pupils shrank, and he changed course quickly, avoiding this mighty blow. Rumble! The beam of light did not stop, and blasted directly on the woods behind Lei Li. The dense woods were directly cut through by this beam of light, and a 5-meter wide tunnel appeared. The entire tunnel is 100 meters long. There is nothing bare in it. Where the thunder pillar passes, no grass will grow. With this blow, let alone Lei Li Xiaoqi, even his group's companions took a breath. Hiss! They have never seen Zhang Liufeng perform such a destructive move. Is this the strength for him to get serious? It was the first time that Carmen, who saw Zhang Liufeng's ability to use his abilities, pounded his little heart. This is his own man. Isn't it right, your captain's strength? It's so powerful. Lei Li's fighting spirit surged and he laughed. This attack can't hurt me, haha. Relax. It will satisfy you. Okay. Haha, take the old man a trick. While talking, Raleigh is approaching. The knife is a sharp blow. Discharge. Noisy. Boom. Zhang Liu Feng's whole body of thunder light masterpiece immediately shot out countless thunder snakes, and the voltage of more than 10,000 volts directly forced Lei Li's body to stop. If you get closer, it is estimated that you will be useless by electricity. The old man is underestimating you. Hey! If you want to stop Raleigh in this way, it is obviously not realistic. He shouted loudly, and suddenly his whole body became pitch black as iron. Armed domineering. There was only a pause for half a second, and Raleigh moved again. Armed color domineering protects the whole body, resisting the power of thunder and lightning to kill again. Good job! Zhang Liu Feng's fighting spirit is also overwhelming, and One Piece's deputy is really extraordinary. How can I get close to him like this? 20,000 volts lightning shield. Zhang Liu Feng combined the lightning shield of the 3 generations of Reikage, plus the lightning of Ainalu, and then energized the voltage of 20,000 volts. Created an upgraded version of Thunder Shield. Its power is not the same. Lei Li broke through the Thunder Snake, with the domineering sword smashed directly towards Zhang Liu Feng. Boom! Noisy. Swords and shields intersect. The shield formed by the fusion of the thunder element and the chakra actually resisted Lei Li's domineering armed color. I saw that slash, bending the shield, but it was not broken. This frightened Raleigh. When is the natural fruit so powerful? Can't even break the domineering? Even Zhang Liu Feng himself was very surprised. Unexpectedly, the integration of Anilo's fruit ability panel can actually increase so much, even Lei Li's domineering can resist. But not long after being happy, the vision reborn. It turned out that Lei Li was not ready to kill Zhang Liu Feng, but wanted to teach him a lesson. Who knew he almost smashed his old face? Immediately he stopped keeping his hands, and directly mentioned his strength that he had only used 70% of the time by 10%. In this way, the sharp blade finally tore a hole in Zhang Liu Feng's shield. Zhang Liu Feng didn't think it was any surprise, after all, it was already quite remarkable to resist Lei Li's 70% strength. The figure flashed immediately, and at the moment the blade was cut down, it disappeared in place, and separated from Lei Li appeared at the location of Lei Li's original station. A piece of peace was restored between heaven and earth. At this moment, the two of them had exchanged positions, and nothing happened. But the land scorched by high-voltage thunder and lightning, and the road that was blasted away by Zhang Liu Feng's punch before, is enough to prove that this place has just experienced a real battle. The group of people on the boat were all dumbfounded, and there was no change in Earl Red. The rest was stunned, as if Zhang Liu Feng's Leineng had hit them. All suffered 10,000 critical hits, and were shot outside and inside. It's terrifying. Is this the real master's trick? Although the offensive and defensive did not last long, but every move, every style, is so shocking. Needless to say, Zhang Liu Feng's moves are brilliant and colorful, cool and powerful. Although Lei Li's moves are mediocre and there is nothing outstanding, but that tangible slash can actually tear such a powerful move of Zhang Liu Feng to pieces. It seems even more shocking. No matter how strong or weak, just the thunder ball never changed his face. That momentum of moving forward despite thousands of troops. It is already worthy of the admiration of the world. Everyone enjoyed it, and the two of them had the same feelings. Riley pushed his glasses and said, "Little friend, you are really strong. Give me more surprises." "As you wish." 20,000 volts. Thor. Rumble. With Zhang Liu Feng's low roar, the world changed color. I saw Zhang Liu Feng's body turned into a thunder and lightning body, with white silk around his waist and armor, as if a god descended from the earth. Everyone who saw it was dumbfounded again. Raleigh! Eat my strongest spear of 20,000 volts! Hey! As soon as the voice fell, Zhang Liufeng stretched out his four fingers as a spearhead, and shot straight towards Lei Li at lightning speed. That speed is really lightning fast. Rao is the tricolor domineering and powerful Lei Li almost couldn't react. Rumble! Zhang Liufeng had already arrived the moment he fought him with a knife. The knife and the spear collided fiercely. However, Zhang Liufeng had already recovered half of his strength after intersecting for an instant. That was the case, Lei Li was still numbed by the shock of the tiger's mouth, and almost got rid of his sword. In the end, he was hit directly by Zhang Liufeng's merciless blow, and he was shaken back several tens of meters before he could stabilize his shape. Defeating One Piece's deputy in one move is simply shocking. No one can believe it. Cough cough cough. Lei Li's cough was finally relieved after a long time. And Zhang Liufeng left his hand. If it weren't for the old man who didn't kill him from beginning to end, he would also need the other party to coat the golden scale. With the addition of armed and domineering words, Zhang Liufeng has the confidence to strike and severely inflict Lei Li. After a long while, Lei Li was relieved with a smile and sighed. I'm old, ha ha ha, the old man is really old, it really is the waves behind the Yangtze River pushing the waves forward. You brat! It's no wonder that strong men like Clochtl and Waldo are willing to follow you. The new world is exciting. Lei Li said a lot in one breath, and he didn't seem to feel any frustration because of losing to Zhang Liufeng, but he felt very relieved. Zhang Liufeng regained his ability and returned to that light and breezy appearance. Then my request. Chapter 41, It's a Hard Stubble, Burst More 10. Chapter 41 It's a Hard Stubble, Burst More 10. Raleigh waved his hand and said boldly, I lose to you for the money, and there is no problem with the coding. Zhang Liufeng disagrees. I really borrowed the money, and I will also pay for the coding, so I won't take advantage of you. Oh! Seeing Lei Li's puzzled face, Zhang Liufeng said impatiently, Miss Xia is specialized in intelligence. We should know that we came from Pushing City. We have no money at the moment, so I just borrowed it from you temporarily. Check out together. Hearing that, Lei Li and Xiaoqi looked at each other and suddenly realized that this is the situation. Hey, it turned out to be a misunderstanding, why didn't you say it earlier? Raleigh shook his head and said. Hey, I'm so violent, how many times did the little master misunderstand me? Seeing Zhang Liufeng's unhappy face, Xiaoqi quickly said, blame me for misunderstanding Fei Lishan. Now that the misunderstanding is solved, then go back and sit down and talk about it. Money is a trivial matter. We can afford to borrow as much. You just can afford it. A glass of wine sells for hundreds of thousands of Baileys. Zhang Liufeng rolled his eyes and saw Xiaoqi's face embarrassed, so he didn't plan to delve into it. We don't want much. It's just a newcomer. Buy some daily necessities and some robes. My companions are too eye-catching. It's easier to cover up. Pointing to a few people and said. Following the Zhang Liufeng's finger, Lei Li glanced at it inadvertently. This glimpse was incredible. Raleigh is silly. Earl Red! Raleigh exclaimed. No way, Earl Red was too low-key, and he stood behind a few people, really not very conspicuous. In addition, according to the news from the Navy, Zhang Liufeng just got Lao Sha and Waldo out. Who would have thought that even Earl Hong would be collected by him? Raleigh! Don't come here unharmed. After being recognized, Earl Red just greeted Raleigh briefly, and didn't want to say anything more. Raleigh naturally knew the character of Earl Red, and the two of them just shuddered and didn't exchange too much. It's just that the shock in his eyes can't be hidden. On the way back, Lei Li and Xiaoqi were afraid for a while. Fortunately, they didn't smash with them. This Zhang Liufeng was abnormal enough. Who would have thought that there would be a Red Earl? If the other party really kills, then his situation is really dangerous. On Zhang Liufeng's side, it was completely different. This battle really boosted morale. This rally is different from previous opponents, even a general can't compare with it. Even if the strength is equal, but Lei Li's reputation is great. One Piece's deputy, a man who can use ancient weapons as a title. Such a peerless and powerful man is defeated by his captain. Who is it, who can't be happy to sleep in the middle of the night and laugh out? Even Lao Sha picked up the wine glass and drank a few more glasses. Although he was still stern and didn't say anything, everyone could feel his changes, his breathing became much tighter, and he was obviously excited. This is too long a face. Unfortunately, the fly in the ointment is that the Raleigh people are not in their heyday in their twilight years. Even if they firmly believe that the mature Lei Li is not Zhang Liufeng's opponent, but there is no way, this has been unable to prove. Carmen was the most excited. It was the first time she saw how terrifying a real strong man was. When she looked at Zhang Liufeng, her eyes became admired, and she was carrying delicious dishes to Zhang Liufeng. His big watery eyes flickered and looked at him, looking a little confused. Zhang Liufeng knew that he had left an indelible shadow in this girl's heart, and he didn't quite understand the relationship between men and women, so let it be. On the sea at dusk, it looks like a gleaming coat of gold, which looks particularly charming. Everyone watched the sunset on the boat, savored wine, and ate delicious food. Finally, they let go of their predecessors and chatted happily. Everyone didn't have much air, and Lei Li even discussed with Zhang Liufeng's peers, and for a while, he was happy. Regardless of Zhang Liufeng's strength or mentality, Lei Li didn't feel like a hairy boy, and there was also the legendary Red Earl here. Let the two people feel a long-lost feeling in their hearts, as if they have gone back to the past, sitting at the same table with those former overlords. Can't help but sigh again and again, with many thoughts. Night fell. The Jinlin docked again. Zhang Liufeng borrowed Xiaqi 100,000 baili, and handed the Jinlin to Lei Li. I promised that 3 days later, on the day the coating was completed, I would definitely come back to check out, so I took the big guy to the hotel. Because there are still many workers under Lei Li, who wear grey robes like him, there are many brand new spare robes in the warehouse, and they directly donated 4 of them. Zhang Liufeng put them on directly with Earl Hong, so there was no need to look for them. Just let Carmen go ahead, and the 4 of them will act as bodyguards, which can save a lot of trouble. He is not afraid of troubles, but time is running out, and he doesn't want to grow out of trouble, waiting for the vampire fruit to get everything. Found the hotel and stayed there, nothing happened all night. The next morning, when the big guy had breakfast, Zhang Liufeng gave a wink, and everyone understood that they were acting according to plan. When he came to the auction controlled by Doflamingo, he found a corner with no one. Waldo took off his robe and said, "Boss, you must come and save me. Don't worry, there is so much nonsense, can you still believe me? Are you ready?" Waldo nodded bitterly. Zhang Liufeng stretched a finger to Waldo and stunned him directly. Since Waldo was happy and did not resist, it was easy to get it done. Seeing Waldo crashing to the ground with black smoke on his head, several people almost didn't laugh. "Don't make trouble, it's up to you Carmen next, don't be afraid, everything is ours." "I know." Carmen nodded, took a deep breath and walked forward and pointed directly at a janitor. "Who is in charge here? Let him come out." The door guard frowned. "Why? Do you want to make trouble?" "My old lady has a big deal, it depends on whether you want to take it." Hearing that several guards will be suspicious, but seeing Carmen's confident appearance does not seem to be foolish. With a wink, a guard ran in and reported to the chief. Not long after, a man who looked like a dog came out. Seeing Carmen, he glanced at her and smiled evilly. "What's the matter, great beauty? The big deal you are talking about is not about selling yourself." "Ha ha ha." Hearing this, The guards laughed. Hey! In the next second, the elephant sword's ability was fully activated, and he ran directly to the principal. Just when the tip of the sword and the tip of his nose were about to come into close contact, he stopped. This frightened the principal, and he fell to the ground with a thump. Fuck, it's a hard stubble. Chapter 42, Encounter Tellin. Chapter 42 Encounter Tellin. The guards put away their smiles, drew out their weapons and pointed at Carmen arrogantly. You wanna die? Dare to hurt our principal? I don't want to live anymore. Catch her. Let her suffer. And Carmen confidently said, shut your stinky mouths, and I'll give you a chill after another sentence. Do you really want to trade? After drinking back the guard, he turned his head and said to the principal who was hiding behind. You, what are you going to sell? The principal was frightened and didn't dare to be arrogant to Carmen anymore. A bounty criminal worth 500 million. What? 500 million? It's 500 million, you can come over to recognize it, and carry it in if you can. Carmen said self-consciously regardless of their shock. Now the principal dare not neglect, this is a big deal. All right, I'll go and see with you. Wait for me. He ran back to the exchange in a hurry, took a stack of reward orders, and came out again, so that the guards surrounded him. This followed Carmen to the corner. Seeing Waldo lying on the ground, the principal took a breath. Hiss. It's a fart, isn't this Valdo? 500 million big pirates at a fair price. What's the origin of this chick? Can actually win Waldo? Thoughts popped out one by one, making him stunned on the spot. Carmen urged impatiently. How's it going? Can't you accept it? Receive it, how could it not be accepted? The principal quickly agreed. Carmen was so anxious when he saw the principal, he tickled the corner of his mouth and it was done. It's fine, but I won't wait for the auction. I want 600 million now. It doesn't matter to me if you shoot more and less, you can take the money. This, the chief hesitated when he heard it. Just hesitated for just a second. Carmen immediately waved his hand and left. Yes. The three grey-robed men behind him lifted up Waldo and were about to leave. Oh, don't, wait for everything to be discussed. Carmen heard the words, pointed at Waldo and said. This is Waldo, do you know Waldo? My old lady doesn't have time to write with you. You don't want my old lady to carry it to the Navy. When he wakes up, do you think it will be troublesome? After listening, the principal gritted his teeth. Transaction, 600 million is 600 million. But I have to give me some time to prepare money. After all, 600 million is not a small sum. Then how long will you take? At least one day, the money must arrive the next morning. After hearing that Carmen pretended to be due, he said. Okay. The old lady will wait for you one day. Ade. Show your hand to the principal, so that he won't be fooled. Yes. This is the secret code they negotiated, and Ada is referring to Zhang Liufeng. With a promise, Zhang Liufeng also unambiguously hit the back hall of the auction house with a punch. Rumble. In just an instant, the entire back hall was knocked down by Zhang Liufeng. Gudong. The host group was stunned, swallowed wildly, and the cautious thoughts in their hearts were thrown away 9 days away. Where is the guts to eat black? They didn't come back to their senses until Carmen's voice came from a faint distance. People will just throw you away. The old lady will come to collect the money the next morning. If you dare to play tricks, then the house will be your end. After the conversation, the four had disappeared at the corner. Although the principal was frightened, he was even more ecstatic when he changed his mind. According to reliable information, the day after tomorrow's trade fair, it was a Tianlong who had arrived. This Valdo may sell at a sky-high price. Carmen took the three of them on the street on Island 1, and was happy from ear to ear, and his little heart was still pounding. This feeling of pretending is not too cool, okay? Although she was a little bit stage fright the first time she was in the limelight, but there were 3 great gods behind her that made her feel confident. I didn't expect that she would also have a day of domineering. How do you feel, right? Zhang Liu Feng said with a slight smile. When Earl Hong's affairs are over, learn from him, and you will have a day of showing off on your own strength. Definitely. After seeing the benefits of strength, Carmen is more determined to become stronger. Zhang Liu Feng was very satisfied when he saw this young girl full of fighting spirit, not afraid of you, but most afraid of not losing his mind. As long as you have determination, you will surely walk out of a broad road. Okay, next, let's split up. Carmen, you go buy some necessities, and let Lao Sha be a porter for you. Earl, let's go shopping in the lively places. Okay. Carmen was naturally overjoyed when she heard it. Girls love to go shopping by nature. She has long wanted to go shopping on this prosperous island. There are a lot of goods from other seas, she hasn't seen it yet. When Lao Sha heard this, his face was full of black lines. Damn it! When did Lao Tzu become a porter? Zhang Liu Feng patted him on the shoulder and said, your ability is more convenient, I have worked hard for Lao Sha. This made Lao Sha feel better. Reluctantly followed Carmen. The 4 of them split up, and Carmen hummed a little song with Lao Sha and headed to the business district. However, Zhang Liu Feng and Earl Hong chose a more high-end restaurant with a lot of people to sit down. Both of them were very domineering, and when they sat there, all the whispers of the whole restaurant could be heard. I can hear a lot of news in idle time. Just when the 2 of them were drinking coffee and listening to anecdotes, I saw a young man with a long knife in his hand and a heavy hat wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt standing up from the corner and walking straight towards their table. Zhang Liu Feng smiled with interest. Isn't this Trafalgar Luo in the North Sea? 2. I don't know if I can set up a table next. Zhang Liu Feng raised his eyebrows and stretched out his hand and said, please. Luo was also unambiguous, and just sat down. I believe this is the supernova that is in the limelight recently, right? It's down. What's the point of Lord Luo? Okay? Nima? Why did you bring robbed lines? Hehe, it's true that I have been in the archipelago for a while, and I have been following the dynamics of the supernovae. Oh? Does this have anything to do with me? With a dry cough, Luo looked a little embarrassed. Why is this person so unkind? I won't go around in circles anymore. Those who can come here are the outstanding pirates of the new era. I think Zhang Dang's is the most outstanding among them. I want to form an alliance with you and enter the new world together. Zhang Liu Feng grinned at the corner of his mouth. You said it nicely. I'm afraid that you want me to help you with flamenco, right? But I'm going to dress Rosa too, let's see what he says first. Then I don't know what good it will be for me to form an alliance with you. Zhang Master, I went to sea for generations, of course, I am aiming at the top of the pirate road. But there are many masters among them, and the 4 emperors and 7 Wuhei are all first-class obstacles. If there is no alliance, I am afraid that it will be difficult to move in the new world. Zhang Liu Feng waved his hand and said, that's you, but that's not necessarily true for me. That's not what Zhang said. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Liu Feng interrupted him impatiently. Luo, I know exactly what you are thinking, Da Flamingo, I can handle him, but you have to promise me one condition. Chapter 43, Transaction. Chapter 43 Transaction. Hearing that Luo's pupils shrank, he immediately stood up. What do you know? Don't be nervous, I know what is not important, what is important is that we can trade fairly. Zhang Liu Feng said lightly as he looked at Luo holding the knife in his hand. What deal? Luo asked vigilantly at this moment. It's very simple. I can do Doflamingo, and it will be honored soon. You only need to use your medical skills to do me a favor in the future. Isn't it fair? What can I do for you? Luo became more solemn when he heard this, because the fruits of his operation were hiding a huge secret. He didn't think that the other party was just asking him to save an ordinary patient. Zhang Liufeng saw that his nervous forehead was sweating. How could he not understand what he was thinking? He comes with spoiler attributes. Don't worry, you won't use your hidden ability, he said calmly. But in Luo's heart, it turned up the stormy sea. He really knew. Who are you? Luo's eyes flashed cold when he said this, and the long sword in his hand was already out of its sheath, as if the sword was drawn. The guests at the tables around were so scared that they checked out and ran away. That said, it doesn't matter who I am. We are just trading. If you don't want you to go. Luo stared at Zhang Liufeng, trying to find something in his eyes, but he was disappointed. Zhang Liufeng's eyes were clear, with no intention of dodge or conceal. This has stabilized Luo's heart a lot. How do I believe you? It's very simple, I'll do it first, you can read the newspaper, and I will come to you naturally after it's done. Really? Really? Then my ability. You absolutely can. Luo tossed and turned in his heart, thought for a long time, and gritted his teeth one last time. Okay. Then I promise you. Happy cooperation. Zhang Liufeng stretched out his hand in front of Luo and said with a smile. Luo looked at Zhang Liufeng's gaze for a long time, and finally stretched out his palm to hold Zhang Liufeng together. Hope Zhang Master's horse will be successful. The shocking deal between the last two of them was settled. Why shock the world? Regardless of the lightness of the two, it is Doflamingo who has to do it. The other party is not only expensive as Kaiwohei, and protected by the world's axe, but also Kaido, the four emperors, as the backstage. Until now, it can be said that it is a black and white, who turns his hands for the clouds and hands for the rain. Wouldn't it be shocking to the world if he had to say something like this from the purple-haired young man so calmly? If you are heard by others, I'm afraid that Da Feng will have to laugh. Besides, isn't it overpowering? But for some reason, Luo told him consciously that this seemingly harmless young man might really be able to do it. This person is too mysterious. He even knows his secrets. This is something that has never happened before. In addition, judging from his recent deeds, the strength of that body is also not to be underestimated. Although I haven't seen the other party take action, everything is heard from the ear, but based on the amount of the first wanted by the Navy, this young man must be extraordinary. In any case, there is no harm in this matter to yourself, so why not do it? Regarding Luo's ideas, Zhang Liufeng had no time to control him. His purpose is very simple. First, he wants to go to Dressrosa to check in, just on the way. Secondly, this vampire fruit almost fell into the hands of Brother Doflamingo. This trip is likely to lead to conflicts, and it's easy to kill him. This is the third one. In fact, Zhang Liufeng has always had a partner candidate in his heart, and that is the Golden Lion. He is very fond of the Golden Lion's ability. If the Golden Scale can fly in the sky, plus Waldo's acceleration, plus the all-knowing recorder, ho! Good guy, that's really awesome. It's so scary to think about it. But conquering the Golden Lion is not a simple thing, it is easy to do him, but if you want him to be an unruly person under his command, then you have to work hard. Obviously, helping him rebirth from a broken leg is a good temptation. Conquer him first, throw an olive branch, and do both kindness and power, and you will get twice the result with half the effort. So Zhang Liufeng had the idea of trading with Luo as soon as he moved. With Luo's ability, he wanted to help him rebirth from a broken leg. Isn't it too simple? He has the strength, but he doesn't bother to do that kind of robbery that oppresses others. Other people's troubles are just a matter of effort for him. How good is it to leave a good reputation? The matter was over, and after talking with Luo for a while, he got up to say goodbye and left with Earl Hong. Today, the gain for him is not small, the money problem is solved, and Luo's affairs are even more unexpected. He couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Since acquiring the system, his life has changed drastically. It seems that the bad luck has finally come to an end, waiting for him will be the glorious avenue of stars. Can this be unhappy? Report to the captain that the two grey-robed men have come out. The younger one is basically 90% sure that it is the one named Zhang Liufeng. At this time, in the dark alley on the corner of the street, a group of people was being caught, watching the two leaving Zhang Liufeng secretly. Very good. Stay with me, take it as soon as we have a chance, and we will make a fortune. It was a middle-aged man with a stubborn face and full of confidence. But Captain, is the opponent really as weak as you said? That's a 500 million big pirate, a companion asked worriedly. Don't worry, my news must be reliable. I have something to do in the navy, don't you know? Besides, I'll give him 2 babes in his hand abruptly. What are you worried about? During the conversation, the stubborn leader couldn't put it down playing with the 2 exquisite guns in his hands, and there was a feeling that he didn't put Zhang Liufeng in his eyes. This group of people is in the Chambord Islands, relying on intercepting and killing young pirates who want to go to the New World, in exchange for a group of bounty hunters who offer money. Why is he not afraid of Zhang Liufeng, which is worth 500 million yuan? That would be a big misunderstanding. His father used to be a navy with good marksmanship. After retiring, he not only passed on this craft to him, but also passed 2 extremely sharp guns to him. However, he thinks the navy job is dangerous and the salary is low, so he becomes a bounty hunter. Bounty hunters generally carry out some organized and premeditated work of rounding up pirates in secret. Obviously, the level of danger is much lower and the rewards are much better. In addition, his father's old men became the current lieutenant admiral. His internal information is also very well informed, and he knows what pirates are low in danger and what pirates cannot provoke him. No, just a few days ago, he learned from the lieutenant that Zhang Liufeng was a parallel importer, and he ran into it in the Chambord Islands. How could there be a reason not to pick up this cheap? But he didn't know that there was a great misunderstanding in this. Chapter 44, Capsize in the Gutter. Chapter 44 Capsize in the Gutter. Just after the Navy headquarters opened an analysis conference on the Jiangli Yufeng Judicial Island, Doberman, among the 7 generals who were sprayed with blood, returned to his residence, and when he was feeling angry, he suddenly received a call from the scumbag man. Ask about the dynamics of the Zhang Liufeng who escaped from the city. Lord Admiral, how's the escaped criminal Zhang Liufeng? How much is the reward set? I heard that the city has been turned upside down, isn't it very strong? When Doberman heard this, he was furious. Strong? Strong ass. In Lao Tzu's eyes, it's just a parallel import. Sooner or later Lao Tzu will catch him personally. After speaking, he hung up the phone. Hearing that the scumbag man is overjoyed, you think it's parallel imports, and I'm very good at marksmanship. So no matter how much money is, there is another prey. The next day Zhang Liufeng's reward came out, and Huzanan looked almost crazy with excitement. 510 million. Isn't this a pie in the sky? The first time he saw Zhang Liufeng in the Chambord Islands, he was silly. He felt that this was God's nostalgia for him. This is his chance to make a fortune. He has been blinded by profit. As the so-called benefit is sour, he has been unable to make a correct judgment on Zhang Liufeng, looking at him like watching a big money bag dangling in the street. Finally, there was the scene of stalking and ambushing the two. Captain, there seem to be some bad intentions over there. Earl Red was particularly sensitive to this disgusting look, and at this time he had found a group of people in the alley. Okay? Zhang Liufeng was self-consciously happy. Hearing what Earl Hong said, he couldn't help but feel domineering. Really, a guy who doesn't have long eyes stared at them. I couldn't help but grinned, and said disapprovingly, "Someone sent money, it's nothing more than a big deal." Wen Yanhong Earl also smiled knowingly. The two turned around tacitly to a sparsely populated place. "Captain, they went to the beach." "Really? A good opportunity, hurry up to keep up, and take the shot when you see the opportunity." "Haha, it turns out that luck can't stop it." "In that case, your bounty I'm disrespectful." A few minutes of effort. Zhang Liufeng and the two came to the outskirts of the island, standing on the beach, seeming to be waiting for people, and they seemed to be sightseeing. In short, they were full of flaws. "Why are they here?" one of the hunters asked inexplicably, as if they had smelled something. But the scumbag man who has been dazzled by the interests said excitedly, "Follow him, this is a good place. You surround yourself slowly. The distance is almost the same. I will shoot first and interrupt their hands and feet." Several people hurriedly said yes, tiptoeing into action. "It's also a seasoned one, I must have done this before, and his body shape is not bad," and soon he has been waiting in the bushes around the two. Seeing that the time had come, Huzanan said nothing, raising his hand and firing 4 self-confident shots, taking Zhang Liufeng's limbs. Zhang Liufeng didn't move, letting the 4 bullets pass through his body. Puff puff puff. Successful. Seeing that their captain succeeded, the remaining hunters jumped out and surrounded the two. But the next second, they were dumbfounded. I saw that the 4 bullet holes on Zhang Liufeng's body didn't flow out at all, instead they lit up with white light, and there were flashes of thunder and lightning from time to time. What's the situation? Why is this person okay? Watching Zhang Liufeng looked at them with a smile on his face. There was a thump in my heart, that's not right. It's a capable person. The hunter with the fastest reaction was shocked and quickly reminded his teammates. I know now? It's late. Zhang Liufeng said quietly. Steps have been taken. Whoosh noisy. A few people only felt that there was a flower in front of them, and there was a very fast thunder and lightning passing by them with strong wind. It turned them around for a few times, and their clothes were burnt. When he came back to his senses, Zhang Liufeng was already standing in front of them, holding Huzanan's neck. Damn it! The pupils of several people shrank, and they stepped back subconsciously. When I looked at Zhang Liufeng again, his eyes looked like he had seen a ghost, and he was very regretful. People are obviously 500 million big pirates, why do they just stun their heads and bump them up? It's all right now, I'm afraid it's going to capsize in the gutter. Boom! The pinched half-dead Huscum man was thrown to the ground by Zhang Liufeng with a bang. Coughing for a long time, breathing in the long-lost fresh air. Let's talk about it, what are you going to do with me? Zhang Liufeng looked at several people with cold eyes and said. Sweeping this gaze, several people shivered. I just feel that the temperature around me is a bit lower. His gaze finally fell on the scumbag man, so scared that the scumbag man didn't dare to take a mouthful, he stuttered for a long time before telling the cause. After listening, Zhang Liufeng and Earl Hong almost didn't laugh. Nima. This is simply giving away heads? Regardless, come and go without being indecent. Since everyone else has been here, I have to respond to what I do. Earl, do it. Seeing that the other party didn't let go of his plan, the scumbag man was ruthless in his heart and shot Zhang Liufeng randomly. However, there is no use for eggs. The bullets still passed through his body, and the smoking bullet holes healed in a short while under a surge of electric current. Seeing this scene up close is much more shocking than just seeing it from a distance. The hunters really saw the bullet passing through his body like this, but Zhang Liufeng was unscathed. Had it not been for the bullet hole in his body at the moment, he was slowly healing. The big guys don't want to believe this fact, they would rather believe that their captain was playing wrong. Natural Department. A thought flooded everyone's minds. This is really horrible. Hunters like them who are not very strong are most afraid of encountering those with natural ability. Looking at Zhang Liufeng now, his eyes were filled with despair. It's really a ghost. Others have called you by name, the god of flying thunder, god of thunder, reminiscent of the thunder and lightning surging on the other person just now. Isn't it the natural element, the fruit of thunder? This time, they will be miserable for their captain. One after another, staring at the Huscum man who was stupefied in place. The scumbag himself was dissipated by the bad soul. Isn't it the love of the good goddess of destiny? Why is this happening? He noticed that Earl Red was walking towards him with the handle of the knife in his hand, and a breath of death surged into his heart. He trembles all over, and he knelt to the ground quickly. A stench came from between his legs, and he was obviously scared to pee. Don't kill me! Don't kill me, I'm wrong, right? I have a treasure map of an island in the New World. I give it to you, don't kill me, don't kill me. Please. Hearing that, Zhang Liufeng's eyes lit up, and he waved his hand to stop Earl Hong's movements. He said with interest, "Oh? Take it out for me to see." Chapter 45, The Auction Begins. Chapter 45 The Auction Begins. Hu Zhanan was overjoyed. There was a show. Without a word, he took out a scroll from his body and handed it to Zhang Liufeng respectfully. Zhang Liufeng opened it and saw that it was full of mountains and landforms, among which there was a big red cross, but it was hard to tell where it was. Zhang Liufeng frowned. Isn't this fake? Hu Zhanan became anxious as soon as he heard it, and said quickly, "It's true, this is the news from the Lieutenant Admiral. The young man found it and it is to be handed over to the Navy. There will be no fake." Zhang Liufeng felt that the person in front of him no longer had the courage to deceive himself. He nodded, glanced at his eyes, and said, "The gun is good. Hu Zhanan is also a person who will come." Upon hearing this, he quickly handed his two exquisite guns to Zhang Liufeng. "The adults like it, just take it. Although it hurts, but there is no way. Even if it is an ancestral thing, survival is not important." Zhang Liufeng put away two pistols with satisfaction and smiled slightly. "It's a good thing, and when Waldo returns to give it to him, it's treated as a treat. This guy, throwing stones every day and playing like a child, is really a bit off the shelf. There are two decent guys who can also improve the standard, right?" With a big wave of his hand, he said to the trembling little brothers, "You can get out." Those little brothers were Amnesty, thanked Dade for thanking Zhang Liufeng, and they ran away without a trace. "That scumbag guy is dumbfounded, right? And me?" As if seeing his thoughts, Zhang Liufeng's eyes changed and he said coldly, "These things will kill your little brothers, and you. As long as you are the one who shoots at me, there will only be one end." Hey! A cold glow was fleeting. The thunderstorm resheathed, and Zhang Liufeng disappeared into the shore. Only the scumbag man's body divided into two and his extremely unwilling expression remained. Putting away the treasure map and the pistol, Zhang Liufeng and Earl Hong's mood remained unaffected. They still shuttled on different islands, watching various products, and feeling the customs of the Chambord Islands. This easy life lasted for 2 more days. At the dawn of the third morning, Zhang Liufeng took Carmen to watch the sunrise. 4 people meet, today will be a wonderful day. The idea is very simple: collect money, slay the heaven-smiting dragon, rescue Waldo, pay back the money, get the boat, and get away. Try to leave the Chambord Islands before the Navy comes to rescue the driver. After the process was confirmed to be correct, the 4 of them were still one of the first and 3 queens. They came to the back door of the auction house and found the principal. "How about it, is my money ready?" As the saying goes, one is born and the other is cooked. Entering the role again, Carmen is obviously more familiar. In fact, the black idea in the main subject's heart is still ready to move, but he doesn't have the guts. The main reason is that he is very afraid of the strength of the three people behind Carmen. The unknown is the most terrifying, and the one who shots is so outrageous. The two who didn't shot may be abnormal. This group of people can capture Waldo's existence alive. Although they are covered by the Sea of Kaiwu, the Emperor is far away from the mountain. When the opponent comes to rescue, it is estimated that their bones are cold. The eyes rolled twice, and he nodded and bowed to Carmen and said, "Okay, come here, bring the box out." Creak. The door was smashed by Zhang Liufeng, and the newly installed door opened. A dozen strong men came out carrying 6 large boxes. Look at the hideous expressions on their faces and the beads of sweat on their foreheads. Obviously these boxes are very heavy. Placing the box in front of Carmen, he withdrew it. Carmen opened the boxes one by one. Senkan. The dazzling golden light made her almost unable to open her eyes. A lot of money. Carmen's eyes are straight. He has never seen so much money in his life. This is so tempting. Almost couldn't hold back the urge to jump back into Zhang Liufeng's arms and scream. Cough cough cough. After a long time, I forced myself to calm down. Pretending to be an expert, he said, "Well, if you are acquainted, San, let's withdraw." "Yes." The 3 people behind him responded. Stepping forward, one person holding up 2 boxes, relaxed and comfortable, calmly left. This really shocked the subject again. I rely on the combined efforts of his 3 strong men to lift a box? Just so easily carried away by them? He almost didn't stare at him. If it weren't for the things he took out, he probably thought the box was empty. Nima. What a pervert! Zhang Liufeng and the 4 of them returned to their residence, looked at the boxes of gold coins, and closed their mouths happily. Carmen was almost crazy. It was almost a fragrant kiss on Zhang Liufeng's cheek. Let Lao Sha and Carmen hurriedly transport Bailey and the large amount of supplies they bought back to Island 13, and then repay the money to get the boat and get ready. Zhang Liufeng and Earl Hong stayed behind to rescue Waldo and slay the heavenly smiting dragon. After lunch, the 4 of them split up. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The 2 came to the overcrowded auction house and finally squeezed in. At the moment, the auction house is already full of people and crowds of friends. The 2 were too lazy to find a location, and stood in the corner next to them. Taking out the outline of the auction item sent at the door, Zhang Liufeng looked at it at will. There was nothing they wanted, and only the last Waldo was left. It is estimated that so many people came to buy Waldo. Because these so-called celebrities and rich people often participate in this kind of auction with no lower limit. For ordinary people, they are already familiar with the good products, and only rare products like Waldo can arouse their excitement. Sure enough, the people sitting underneath heard chattering voices from time to time, mostly around Waldo. "Look, there is really a big pirate who sells." Yet, fortunately, I was notified temporarily, otherwise I would have missed it. What if you get notified? Do you have a lot of money? Hey, this is a bad word. Oh, you 2 provinces, I am determined to win. You. Suddenly the door was pushed open heavily. 2 ugly men dressed like astronauts walked in. Obviously the old and the young are 2 fathers and sons. Glancing at the meeting place, the crowd quickly became quiet. Denan. I rely on. That's it. How could the Tianlong people arrive suddenly? Alas, this big pirate can't take it anymore. I saw the 2 men walk down arrogantly and sat down in the special central position. An expression that everyone owes them tens of billions is really disgusting. Zhang Liufeng only felt sick for a while. This Tianlong Ren, who was like 2 to 5 to 80,000, was really ugly and well-deserved. Mommy, I just glanced at it and almost spit out the overnight meal. Chapter 46, Who is the ant anyway? Chapter 46 Who is the ant anyway? Forcefully resisting the spit of turning over the river, Zhang Liufeng quickly turned his head. It is estimated that one more second, I really can't help it. When Tianlong arrived, the scene was plunged into a tense atmosphere. The celebrities and local tyrants did not dare to take a breath, for fear that they would accidentally offend the two heavenly dragons. It wasn't until the auction started and the goods were priced, and the atmosphere slowly became normal. The products in front are nothing more than beautiful women and men, famous sword pirates. It is nothing special. It is the so-called celebrities and rich people who are very interested in slaves such as beautiful women and men. Zhang Liufeng is very upset. Can he do so recklessly if he has money? If you have money, you can be cheap to others. In the future, if you have a chance, you must severely slaughter these guys who think that they can trample on the dignity of others. It wasn't until the last item of merchandise that Waldo was carried out, and the atmosphere of the auction entered the scene. I saw Waldo, who was really genuine. The crowd was in an uproar. Unbelievable gazes appeared one after another. This is a big pirate worth 500 million. It's hard to see it at ordinary times, let alone the opportunity to buy it home. Before the auctioneer could speak, everyone had already started bidding, and what you said and what I argued was blushing. The price was once raised to 1 billion baileys before there were signs of stopping. The last celebrity made a direct bid of 1.2 billion yuan, but there was no voice. Is there anything higher than 1.2 billion? Isn't there any more? This is Waldo. The world-famous big pirate. Is it hard for anyone to take him home? The auctioneer was also very excited. This is the most expensive item he has ever auctioned. It is very likely that there will be no more chance to surpass in this life. Of course, you have to fight for it. 1.2 billion for the first time. 1.2 billion second time. 1.2 billion for the third time. To make. I give out 2 billion. Wow! Just before the deal was about to be concluded, the Tianlongren, who had been silent for a while, finally held up the sign. This export has added a whole 800 million yuan, which is really rich and powerful. Zhang Liufeng and Count Hong looked at each other and smiled. Yes, this time they didn't run in vain, they made 2 billion in one go. The reason why he didn't kidnap the Tianlongren directly was because I learned from Xiaoqi that the Tianlongren would not bring money out. And kidnapping for blackmail is simply impossible, because as long as the Tianlongren is kidnapped, it will definitely usher in the Navy's attack at all costs. There is no hope of getting money at all. So a few people reconsidered and changed their plan. Instead of blackmailing, they robbed directly. As for how much you can grab, it depends on how much Valdo can sell. So far it looks good. 2 billion is enough for them to spend a long time. After the Tianlongren made a bid, no one dared to make a bid, and the auctioneer made a final decision. Zhang Liufeng curled his lips in disdain. Didn't these guys who bully the good and fear the evil just now be awesome? Was it wilting when I saw the Tianlongren? It's really embarrassing. In the end, Waldo was successfully photographed by the Tianlong people at a price of 2 billion. The Tianlongren took out the phone worm, dialed the past and ordered 2 billion to be sent. The auction broke up unhappily, and a group of celebrities and wealthy people shook their heads and left. If you know that the Tianlong people will come, you won't be here in vain. In the huge auction venue, at this time, in addition to the Tianlong people and the pug-like protagonists who are constantly pleasing, there are only Zhang Liufeng and Hong Earl in the corner. As the saying goes, the praying mantis catches the cicada, and the oriole is behind. How could the Tianlong people who have been arrogant and domineering ever think that someone would dare to block their way and rob them? Standing on the auction stage at the moment, happily ravaged, Valdo, who was handcuffed and chained weakly by the halo stone, was waiting for the escort to send the money. Ha ha ha! Smelly pirate! Dare to challenge our world? Dare to fight against our Tianlongren? How is it like to be a prisoner? Waldo, who was stepped on, was very aggrieved. He didn't reply. He just kept thinking in his heart that sooner or later, the boss will be on your doorstep. Teach you what it means to respect the old and love the young. Zhang Liufeng and Earl Hong couldn't stand it anymore after being dealt with by the dragon man that day. But the money hadn't got it yet, so I could only clenched my fist and held back the anger in my heart. Fortunately, I got 2 decent weapons for Waldo, or I would be sorry for him this time. Time passed by, and the Tianlong people over there were being abused, and the 2 Zhang Liufeng were angry and intolerable. Finally, the escort who gave the money arrived. My lord, the money is all ready. Before the man finished speaking, Zhang Liufeng and the 2 could no longer be patiently angry. Whizzing! 2 bursts of air suddenly sounded. A group of people went straight to Valdo on the auction stage with a powerful force of thunder, and a group of murderous intent, reaching out and drawing a knife to the guards. Waldo! Thank you for your hard work. Zhang Liufeng let out a low growl, and came to Waldo between the electric light and flint. Boss, you can count it. Things happened too suddenly and quickly, the auction house personnel and the Tianlong people like the 5 scum of fighting can react. From the guards to the trading desk, his gaze was twisted and twisted. Clang! The halo stone handcuffs that handcuffed Waldo have fallen to the ground. The Tianlong Ren who turned his head, met Zhang Liufeng's bloodshot eyes. His whole body was agitated, as if he was being stared at by a brutal beast. The older Tianlong Ren reacted quickly, and immediately understood what was going on. He quickly grabbed the phone bug and dialed it. Navy headquarters? I was at the auction house in the Chambord Islands, and I was robbed by pirates and quickly sent a general over. The Navy who answered the phone heard it was a Denon. Dare there be a slight negligence there? I went to report in a hurry. Count Red over there quickly cleared the court and shouted, Captain, you're done, can you withdraw? Zhang Liufeng didn't move, as if he didn't hear his voice. His eyes fixed on the young Tianlong who had ravaged Waldo. Having been with Zhang Liufeng for many days, Earl Hong and Waldo both knew clearly what this gaze meant. Waldo was shocked, and immediately grabbed Zhang Liufeng who was about to explode and said, Boss! Forget it, I don't have a big problem. Tianlong Ren, can't move. Hearing this, the young Tianlong Ren, who had been trembling, became proud again. Haha, that's right, do you dare to take action against the Tianlong Ren? Don't pretend to be angry, something like ants. Dare to be presumptuous in front of me? Another Tianlong Ren finished the phone call, with his hands behind his back, with his nostrils facing the sky. Obviously also agree with this statement. It's really coming to death, and dare to speak up. Are you the second one? Who is the ant? Chapter 47, Dirty, Inferior Things to Pigs and Dogs. Chapter 47 Dirty, Inferior Things to Pigs and Dogs. The 2 heavenly dragons were slightly stunned when they heard the words, and then became furious. You are so bold! The young Tianlong said with a violent popularity. Yes. How humble things dare to compare with the noble us. For the noble Tianlong people, untouchables like you should be slaves and playthings. Understand? The older Tianlong Ren also said angrily. Hearing that Zhang Liufeng shook his head, the anger that had been suppressed for a long time gradually subsided. Authoring these Tianlong Ren is not pretending to be coercive at all, but a fool who is completely sent from the heart. There is nothing to be angry about with a fool. Because only a fool can hold his breath and compete with a fool, otherwise it won't make sense at all. As the saying goes, different ways are not conspiring. Seeing Zhang Liufeng calm down, the faces of the people present all improved a lot. Tianlong people naturally thought Zhang Liufeng was scared, so he smiled contemptuously. Humph! Sure enough, it is a humble race, shameful in front of the dragon people, right? Waldo was relieved. Hey! Fortunately, the boss is still sane. If you beat the Tianlong Ren, it will be really a big trouble. And, you know it's wrong? But it's too late. I immediately kneel down for Ben and lick the floor of Ben's shoes. I'm so happy, maybe I can leave you a whole body. Zhang Liufeng smiled jokingly and said, oh? Then you want to kill me? Nonsense, do you still have to ask? There is only one dead end for offending this lord. What can I ask? The young Tianlong said impatiently. Nothing, just want to confirm it. While talking, Zhang Liufeng's eyes flashed with coldness, and when he looked at the dragon, he was already looking at a dead person. But that day the dragon man died until he was imminent without knowing it at all. Haha, humble ant, you know what a dog is like. That day, the dragon man closed his eyes and smiled up to the sky, but before he finished speaking, he was already lifted up by Zhang Liufeng's neck. He twisted his fat body in pain, and his hands desperately tried to break the iron-like hands on his neck. The feeling of suffocation made him miserable. The whole face turned into pig liver color. The already tragic appearance is even more ugly. He couldn't think of how Zhang Liufeng dared to do it, even his father didn't expect such a ridiculous thing to happen. There are people who are not afraid of the power of the Tianlong people? Dare to confront the world openly? At this moment, he looked in disbelief, his mind was blank, petrified in place, and even forgot the fact that his son was about to be pinched to death. Zhang Liufeng has never been so angry, even when he was bullied before, he was not so angry. This kind of dehumanizing, utterly conscious, and inferior to pigs and dogs, why not kill it? Since no one has ever dared to kill the Tianlongren, then this precedent let me Zhang Liufeng to break. What about the Tianlong people? What about the world's X? Not to mention the navy. My Zhang Liufeng. Why are you afraid of it? The dust settled in my heart, I didn't hesitate in my hands. Just among the expressions of stunned little friends. Zhang Liufeng raised his free hand and stretched out his little finger to gently move toward his heart. The 36 volts directly broke into the opponent's body, arbitrarily destroying it. The dragon man was convulsed by electricity that day, but his mind was still clear. He could feel that death was slowly approaching him step by step. Zhang Liufeng, who had received compulsory education in the past, knew that 36 volts was deadly enough, so he only used 36 volts. This is not to torture each other. But when a master is in a duel, if you want to take the opponent's life, you have to use a killer move. But to deal with this kind of filthy and inferior things, then you have to use the most despising method to harvest his life. This represents Zhang Liufeng's attitude. The Tianlongren is just a pile of dung in his heart. Feeling that his body functions are gradually disappearing, the young Tianlongren is terrified. This is the first time he has felt since he was born. This is precisely what makes him fear of death 10 or even 100 times higher than that of ordinary people. Out of the survival instinct, he could use the energy of feeding, and said with difficulty, "Father, save me." The elder Tianlong trembled all over, and then he came back to his senses. "My son! Fuck you! Let go of my son! Admiral! Why haven't you come yet?" He roared hoarse, the loud voice sounded very powerful, but it was just to hide the fear in his heart. He kept shouting, but he didn't have the courage to stop him, and there was a deep despair in his voice. In this way, the supreme Tianlongren in this world's population watched his son close his eyes in Zhang Liufeng's hands. After a while, the neck crooked, and there was no sound. "It's rubbish." Zhang Liufeng threw the corpse in his hand to the ground, looking at the elderly Tianlongren with disgust. Watching his son breathlessly, he didn't dare to mention even a trace of his father's fearlessness towards his children. "Are you embarrassed to say that you are a good person? It's even more scumbag than scum. The beast will protect the calf, okay?" Looking at the Tianlongren who was inferior to pigs and dogs, Zhang Liufeng was not even interested in killing him, turned around and patted Waldo on the shoulder. "Bullying my companion, not even the emperor boss." Waldo was very moved, and the worries in his heart disappeared with these words. What if I offend the Tianlongren? Women are confidants, and scholars die for confidence. How about going crazy with him when I meet the captain who is so loyal? Waldo's eyes brightened, and he said loudly. Boss! Don't say anything, Waldo, would like to follow the boss until the sea is dry and the earth is old. Zhang Liufeng twitched the corner of his mouth and quickly interrupted him. Ha ha ha! Waldo touched his head and laughed awkwardly. Okay, let's go. The Navy guys are almost coming. Okay. Go. After saying that, the three of them swaggered out of the auction door. And the older Tianlongren watched all this happen, and he didn't dare to put a fart, for fear that some of his actions would lead to a murderous disaster. Zhang Liufeng feels disgusting to look at this kind of garbage that is afraid of death and wants to be a bandit, but also wants to wear a helmet. When he came to the door, he looked at the 24 big boxes among the guards that had been dealt with by the Red Earl. A few people are in a great mood. This is a full 2 billion Baileys. It took only a few days to mix with Zhang Liufeng, and I felt that I had made all my life's money. But what makes a headache is so much money. How can I take it away? In this regard, Waldo and Count Red frowned, obviously a little helpless. But these problems, in the eyes of Zhang Liufeng, they are not a problem at all. Is it a problem that Zhang Liufeng, who has a system backpack, wants to bring a mere 24 boxes of money? Chapter 48, Listen, I'm talking about all navies. Chapter 48 Listen, I'm talking about all navies. The only problem is that he doesn't want others to see that he has collected things out of thin air, this kind of shocking scene. After all, it's better not to expose your secrets or not. Immediately ordered Waldo and Count Red to take action, dispersing all the onlookers nearby. The two couldn't figure it out, but they unconditionally obeyed Zhang Liufeng's order. He immediately frightened and drove away all the onlookers. Those audiences were not convinced. The road is yours? Why, let us go, a middle-aged man with a gorgeous dress and a big belly said arrogantly. The surrounding audience also agrees very much. One by one, I won't leave. What kind of expression can you give me? Waldo was very upset, but he didn't want to be true to such flat-headed people, so he had a headache for a while. Earl Hong was not as entangled as he was, and drew out the thunderstorm without changing his face and waved to the ground at will. Rub! A sharp cutting sound suddenly sounded. I saw Han Mang flashing, and the earth in front of him was instantly cut open by his slash to a bottomless chasm. Hiss! Those who can come to the Chambord Islands are usually rookie pirates. Have the citizens seen such a sturdy character like Red Earl? Looking at the Red Earl was astonished as a heavenly man. Hey! The smoke and dust have not yet cleared, and no one can be seen in this huge auction square. Even the surrounding shops are closed. Some shopkeepers are too frightened and lose their measure. When the door is closed, the glass on the door is shaken with excessive force broken. Waldo was slightly surprised. Nima! How do you feel that these people run faster than the boss? Extending his thumb to Earl Red, it turned out that there were not many words. After the matter was over, the two of them turned around and were immediately stunned. Where's the money? Waldo wiped his eyes and looked again at the floor where there were more than 20 boxes before, which was already empty at the moment. He was dumbfounded. How did it disappear in just a few seconds? Hey! Where's my money? This is my hard-earned sales money. Okay? How awkward to say. Boss, where's the money? Zhang Liufeng said as he walked, let's go, you're done, you won't lose any points, don't worry. Waldo was very puzzled. He racked his brains and couldn't figure out how Zhang Liufeng had made such a heavy 20-odd boxes disappear. Earl Red is obviously much smarter than him, how can the old man not know that his captain is a secret all over his body? It's just that other people's secrets are unwilling to say, so he just pretends not to know it, anyway, it doesn't hurt them. Seeing that both of them were walking away, Waldo recovered and ran up in a hurry. "Hey, boss, Count, wait for me." In fact, the moment the crowd ran away, Zhang Liufeng used the system backpack to collect all the 20 boxes of money. He didn't even want to tell his own secret, so let's hide it if he can. The three of them walked on the street without anyone else, as if everything that happened at the auction had nothing to do with them. Walked towards the 13th island in a stride. However, the Navy headquarters has exploded. What's the matter? One died. Tianlong ran. Warring States yelled in disbelief at the phone worm in front of him. From his neck and forehead, there are countless blue veins bursting out, it is not difficult to see. He was about to burst his blood vessels with anger. Zhang Liufeng again. What the bastard wants to do? Dare to kill the Draco. Call me the Navy headquarters. Listen well, I'm talking about all the navies will go to Chambord Islands. Get that bastard back for me. Yes. The sentry at the door was so frightened, his feet were soft, and he fell twice with a puff, and went to send a message. The Warring States period was weakly slumped on the sofa, and stretched out his hand to knead the painful temple. This time, the disaster was really devastating. Who can't kill? Do you have to kill the Tianlong Ren? It's hard to make sure that the marshal himself has to take off his hat. How is the world conscription going ahead? He closed his eyes tightly and said weakly. Report the marshal, the world conscripts. Another sentry at the door was weakly answering the question of the Warring States period. Suddenly, I was frightened by a loud roar and the shit almost came out. Didn't I say to let all the Navy go? Why are you still here? The sentry was frightened with a bang and turned on his back. He quickly got up and ran outside. Yes, I'm sorry, Master Marshal, I will go now. The Warring States face was covered with black lines, and he suppressed the anger in his heart and said, no need, come back and talk. The sentry who had just ran out for several tens of meters immediately stopped, and hurriedly rushed to the front of the Warring States. Wiping the huge beads of sweat on his forehead and said, Marshal, the world conscripts. After receiving the instructions of the Warring States period, the entire Navy headquarters was dispatched, and all the remaining navies boarded the ship except for the Yellow Monkey who had taken the first step. Dozens of mighty warships are heading for the Chambord Islands. Hey, good guy, that battle was like a world war, and the entire sea was crushed by a warship, and I had never seen it when I was fighting Roger. Lieutenant General, what has happened? How come there is such a big battle? I heard that a Tianlongren died on the Chamardian Islands. On a doghead warship, a young man with pink hair and a stalwart white-haired old man were answering questions. It was obviously Carp and Kirby. There are people in the world who dare to kill the heavenly dragon. Hearing that Kirby opened his mouth into an O shape, he obviously could not accept this fact. Carp has deep eyes, embracing his arms, looking into the distance, his face is evil and hateful, and he gritted his teeth and said, that arrogant boy who is defiant, I must personally catch him. Kirby looked at Carp in horror and said, is that the flying thunder god Zhang Liufeng who escaped from the city? Perhaps because of extreme anger, Carp's whole body trembled slightly, and he didn't take Kirby's words again. From his face, Kirby also saw the answer. Cannot help but sigh. Unexpectedly, this flying thunder god Zhang Liufeng is so bold. It seems that the road to becoming a strong is still very long. The navy was vigorous and galloping on the sea with high spirits. But Zhang Liufeng and his team had already returned to Island 13, and Yan Ran looked like they were about to set off. How are your preparations? Zhang Liufeng boarded the Jinlin and asked everyone. It's ready, you can set off at any time. The answer was Jinlin's tender voice. Hearing that Zhang Liufeng nodded, brought a group of people to the side of the boat, waved his hands to Lei Xiaoqi and said, thank you for your help, goodbye. The two smiled and responded, go all the way. We will always pay attention to your wonderful performance. Zhang Liu Feng chuckled and turned around to glance at everyone and said, Dawn Pirates! Set sail! At this critical moment, a discordant voice suddenly sounded. Yo-yo, it's so lively here. Chapter 49, The soup was cooked at home and forgot to turn off the heat. Chapter 49 The soup was cooked at home and forgot to turn off the heat. After hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the source of the sound. Take a closer look. Who is the yellow ape who is not golden? Damn! Come so fast! Waldo yelled. Zhang Liu Feng just looked at Huang Yuan faintly, without much expression. It seemed that Huang Yuan's appearance had already been expected. General Huang Yuan, don't come here unharmed, are you here to see you off? Huang Yuan's face is not very pretty. Zhang Liu Feng, it's not a good thing for young people to be too arrogant. Oh? Does Huang Dejiang have the ability to keep us? Zhang Liu Feng said with a playful smile. Amount. Huang Yuan was stunned when he heard it, and glanced at a few people, a little bit savory. Yourself-like. Really can't stop it? I tossed and turned in my heart, and finally decided, I don't need to be hard-hearted. Don't let them set sail by making trouble by yourself, just wait for reinforcements to arrive, isn't it all right? With a decision in his heart, his face looked a lot better. Yo, stop you from starting, the old man can still do it, and your good days will come to an end when the army arrives. Zhang Liu Feng naturally knew that Huang Yuan was only the first unit to come by relying on his ability. He even killed the Tian Longren, how could the navy let him go so easily? It is almost impossible to mobilize a large number of troops to suppress it, and Huang Yuan's words are not to scare people. The situation is urgent. If he is surrounded by a large army, even if his rivers are like wind, no one can beat him, but most of his friends will suffer. Just as he quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind, Raleigh stepped forward. Yellow Ape, don't come unharmed. Hearing that Huang Yuan turned his head slightly, he recognized Lei Li on the shore at a glance, and was sturdy and startled. Yo, Pluto. Raleigh. This is really scary. One Piece's deputy is here. With a confident smile on his face, Lei Li said, the old man has lived in seclusion on this island for many years. I didn't expect to meet a general today. How about? Would you like me to do 2 tricks with you? Hearing this made Huang Yuan's trouble. Under his brown lenses, those small eyes rolled around a few times, and his face was slightly bitter. Damn it! Isn't this trying to kill me? A flying thunder god and a red earl are tricky enough, and I don't know where Pluto came from. Is this the 3 navy generals who went to catch the fugitives, or the 3 big pirates who went to kill the generals? How about my 2 hapless teammates? I was very speechless, but I had to hold on to my face. After all, the prestige of the general is not insulting. I didn't expect that today, buy 2 get 1 free, if that's the case, I'll do 2 tricks with you. The 2 looked at each other, seemingly calm, but hidden turbulent, sparks were almost sparking between their eyes. Disposition is the master's skill, the professional demeanor that I can't move. The 2 looked at each other for several minutes, and there was no sign of action. Carmen was stunned. Wow, is this the legendary master's trick? It feels that the 2 of them are very powerful. Is this the legendary internal force? Hearing that, Zhang Liu Feng almost staggered and fell to the ground. Mao's masters have tricks, Mao's fight for internal strength? The 2 of them are clearly slacking off and playing slippery, okay? Just when Zhang Liu Feng couldn't stand it and was about to make a move, they finally moved. However, when Lei Li was about to raise his hand, Zhang Liu Feng stepped forward and stopped him. Raleigh, we will solve our own affairs by ourselves. I think you should think about how to run. What? Lei Li was puzzled, what did Zhang Liu Feng mean? Look down on him? Do you think he is old? Old man, I'm always strong. Zhang Liufeng, you look down on me a little bit, I tell you. That Xiaqi house still cooks soup, you seem to forget to turn off the fire, right? Go back with you and turn off the fire. Except for the Red Earl and the Yellow Ape, everyone in the audience was dumbfounded. What's the situation? Is One Piece's deputy, the man known as Pluto, persuaded? Even Xiaqi, who was pushed away by Lei Li, is also unclear. Everyone just watched the two people leave in a hurry, and cast doubtful eyes on Zhang Liufeng. But found that Zhang Liufeng's face was slightly dignified, and he looked into the distance, not knowing what he was looking at. As if infected by his serious expression, several people followed his gaze and turned their heads to see what had attracted them to the calm captain. It doesn't matter whether you look at it or not, at first glance, you almost didn't scare your pants. When they turned around, they saw a vast expanse of warships on the distant sea, which was approaching at full speed. Even the term covering the sky and the sun is not an exaggeration, as if the entire sea surface is invisible except for warships. I'm a good boy. Isn't this too exaggerated? Waldo was dumbfounded, because he had never seen such a posture before. Tell me, they were just passing by, not here to catch us, right? Carmen's legs were frightened, and he slumped on the deck. What on earth did you do? Clockl is not stupid. No matter how strong they are, this posture is impossible. It must be caused by some good things done by these good partners. Suddenly, Lao Sha opened his eyes wide and his mouth was so wide that he could even put his fists down. He turned his head back with a look of sudden realization, and asked Zhang Liufeng, aren't you going to beat the Tianlongren? Without waiting for Zhang Liufeng to speak, Waldao waved his hand with a grin, no. How can we do such an unfavorable thing? Hey! Hearing this, Lao Sha breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the boss killed the Tianlongren. Seeing Lao Sha's expression relaxed, Vardo said with a smile and said abruptly. It's okay, it's just killed. Hey? Killed? No matter how wide Lao Sha's defense line was, he was almost collapsed by Waldo's words. It was difficult to speak, and he almost didn't bite off his tongue. Killed the Tianlongren? I rely on. What are you guys? Do Tianlong people dare to kill? Could it be that the monkey invited me to make fun of it? What? Lao Sha's face was full of black lines, staring at Zhang Liufeng, as if he needed an exact answer and explanation. In exchange, Zhang Liufeng waved his hand lightly and said. It's just a idiot, kill it if you kill it. Nima? Lao Sha was speechless, almost fainted without a second eye. Okay, things have already happened, there is nothing to entangle, when we reach the new world, it will be the sky high and the birds will fly, and the navy can't do anything about us. It's nothing but a dragon. Zhang Liufeng watched the navy's support arrive immediately, and didn't want to waste time and said impatiently. Lao Sha widened his eyes and said angrily. What you said sounds nice. Can you run away in this kind of scene? Chapter 50, A Fateful Encounter. Chapter 50 A Fateful Encounter. Zhang Liufeng glanced at him, not angry, and said with a smile. No one can keep me, and no one can keep my partner. You immediately open the coating and sink, and the golden scales will find the way to the Fisherman Island. I will stay and play with them to cover you. Go away. Boss. Captain. Zhang Liufeng was very pleased to see a few people and didn't want to leave him alone, even Lao Sha spoke. He nodded and said, Don't worry, I know what you are thinking. I will be fine. I will catch up with you soon. I will execute the captain's order now. Jinlin, move. Okay. Jinlin didn't have so many complicated feelings, he would only execute Zhang Liufeng's orders 100% unconditionally. Do it right away. Want to go? Doesn't the old man agree? Seeing that his reinforcements had arrived, Huang Yuan was full of confidence, and he would step forward to stop him if he didn't say anything. 8-foot mirror. Rub. He made a brilliant golden light all over his body, placing his hands up and down on his chest. A ray of light between his palms shot out and went straight to the golden scale. Just when he was about to flash past through the channel he opened. Zhang Liu Feng is here. Noisy. The signature sound of thunder and lightning suddenly sounded, and in a flash Zhang Liu Feng had flashed to the golden light channel opened by Huang Yuan, and his right arm filled with armed and domineering slammed on it. Huang Yuan, who was about to complete the flashing, was interrupted by life. Oh! The speed is amazing. Huang Yuan shook his body and returned to the original place, with a voice of doubt. He didn't think that Zhang Liu Feng could be so fast, and his speed was in the middle of nowhere. It is unavoidable to be a little surprised. It's no wonder that I have dealt with Huang Yuan twice before, and Zhang Liu Feng at that time had not yet integrated the fruit panel of Ainalu. No matter how fast it is, there is still a gap in comparison with shining fruit. It's just that Huang Yuan didn't pay much attention to this group before, except for the Red Earl. He didn't care about the rest, so his attitude was relatively lazy. But now it's different. The current Zhang Liu Feng basically has the ability to be known as the most powerful fruit in the One Piece world, the Thunder Fruit. Compared with Huang Yuan's speed now, it's hard to say. Therefore, Huang Yuan finally took a serious attitude and no longer despised Zhang Liu Feng. During the brief encounter between the two, the coating and inflation of the Jinlin had basically been completed. And the Navy's large force is also about to arrive. Bayou Bia Bayou. A short distance away, the Navy's artillery has been fired. The sky full of shells blasted towards the Jinlin. Don't ask to kill people, just to sink the ship. Suddenly many shells exploded around the Jinlin, causing the sea to wave up and down, and the hull shook violently. However, the three masters on the boat are not vegetarians. As long as the shells that are about to hit their hull, they will give the result. It was safe for a while. Captain! Come on up! Red Count growled coldly. Boss! Come on! It will be too late. Waldo also said anxiously. Carmen was clinging to the fence at this time, and a pair of beautiful eyes looked at Zhang Liu Feng with tears. I don't know if he was frightened or worried about his safety. Zhang Liu Feng felt a little distressed when I saw the look of pity. Captain, come on! She stretched out her arm and said delicately. Zhang Liu Feng clicked the corner of his mouth and smiled confidently, Don't worry, I'll be fine, will you see you later. Carmen held back his tears, bit his lip, and nodded obediently, unable to speak for a moment of choking. Jinlin. Set sail. Okay. Let's go. Such a cheerful voice can be heard in this situation, and only Jinlin can tell. In the eyes of a few people, Zhang Liu Feng is probably not lucky this time. Not to mention that he couldn't fight the navy that came out all the time. The key is that the ship is going to sink. How can he chase after it? The Jinlin gradually sank. The Red Earl and the three were struggling to resist the artillery attack, and couldn't tell the difference to prevent this from happening. Can only watch Zhang Liu Feng and Huang Yuan fight together. Zhang Liu Feng punched the yellow ape back, turned his head and glanced at the Jinlin, which was basically safe, and he was secretly relieved. Just as the Jinlin was about to sink, Carmen shouted, I'll wait for you to come back and find me. Amount? Zhang Liu Feng didn't hear clearly, only half of his mouth could be seen vaguely. I'll wait for you to come back and marry me. Isn't it? Are girls so unrestrained these days? He shook his head slightly without thinking about it. The corner of the mouth is slightly hooked, this is all right, and the things that are in the way are finally gone, and you can show your skills. Puff. If they hear this, it is estimated that everyone who is angry will vomit a few liters of old blood from him. Nemes? Sensational for a long time, CO authored that Zhang Liu Feng regarded them as a burden. If you knew it, you should give up the dark and turn to the light, and fuck you with the navy. In fact, it can't be said that the burden is so unpleasant. Zhang Liufeng was only worried that he would not be able to take care of the Jinlin. The superb ship flag that was finally obtained was sunk before it officially set sail. Then he really wanted to cry without tears. In addition, Waldo and Lao Shat are two capable people, and Carmen can't help but feel weak. If the ship sinks, one or two people fall into the water, it will be really troublesome. No matter how strong he and Earl Hong are, they will definitely have to be so busy that they can't care about each other. This time it's all right, the trouble is gone, you can fight as you want, run as you want, how can you be happy, how happy? Huang Yuan watched the boat leave, but he was helpless. There is no way, I am good at speed, and now I can say that the advantage is almost non-existent, I can't stop it even if I want to stop. This feeling of powerlessness made the Huang Yuan general, who is usually very easygoing, a little bit angry. It can only be another fate big move. Ice Age. Bakaksheng Guyu. This world is sometimes so small, and this thing is sometimes so coincidental. On the warship near the coast, General Green Pheasant saw the Jinlin successfully dived and escaped. Apart from anything else, it was fully capable, and the message had been sent out during the glorious and shocking Ice Age. But at the same time, Huang Yuan, who was fighting with Zhang Liufeng, didn't find it. The two big moves of the two generals met again as if they were destined. Amount? Okay. The Green Pheasant was stunned. Huang Yuan was also stunned. The two raised their heads and looked at each other, their eyes filled with drama. You smelly monkey, you definitely did it on purpose. Qing Pheasant's eyes looked. Heaven and earth conscience. I really don't know. Huang Yuan's eyes looked. In this way, at this critical moment, the ice cube that was about to surround the Jinlin was instantly broken by Bhe Kaiyan Guyu. Except Zhang Liufeng thought, all the team members broke dawn and escaped successfully. Chapter 51, The Domineering and Leaky Zhang Liufeng. Chapter 51, The Domineering and Leaky Zhang Liufeng. As a result, the Navy's complexion is extremely ugly, and all the crew can make the opponent run away. If it is passed out, it will be really majestic and sweeping. Give me my spirits. Sooner or later those daring rats who run away will be caught. Take down this heinous criminal first. A majestic voice came. Zhang Liufeng looked up and saw that on top of a warship at the forefront of the fleet, standing impressively, wearing a red suit and a white cloak with the word justice written on it, his face was serious, no angrily. Where to stop? The momentum is compelling, majestic, who is not the general of the Red Dog? Oh! Good guys! This is interesting, facing the Navy's thousands of troops alone, even the three generals of the Navy headquarters appeared at the same time. Zhang Liufeng rarely got serious. Even though he was powerful, it was not an easy task to fight against the Navy's highest combat power representative at the same time. Although running away is a trivial thing to him, he does not intend to choose to do so. Even if it is to escape, you must first leave the posture of a peerless king in the minds of this group of navies. He jumped into the air and put his hands around his chest. Although there was no words, his aggressive momentum went straight to the Navy. At this moment, almost 60% or more, the weaker Navy felt flustered in his heart, his legs were weak, and he even dared not look up at this guy who was slightly suffocated by his momentum alone. Domineering. As Zhang Liufeng's domineering side leaked, this place of heaven and earth was abnormal. The originally good sunny sky suddenly covered with dark clouds, and the sound of lightning and thunder came from time to time. Boom 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 boom. The power of thunder energy on Zhang Liufeng's body also leaked, and he was surrounded by thunder and lightning for a while, echoing the thunder of the 9 days in the sky, and at a glance, it seemed as if a flash of lightning and thunder, the mighty dark cloud was the divine general that he had summoned. At this moment, the prestige of one person is actually competing with all the Navy forces. Faintly, judging from the level of aura, there was a fight against each other, which is really unmatched. Is that the god of thunder? Isn't this aura too scary? Oh my god, what kind of monster-like existence is this? Who said no? This is simply our Navy's confidant enemy. If you don't get rid of it, it will be a big disaster. Listening to the warrior under his hand, the red dog continued to exaggerate his aspirations, and his face was very ugly. The overlord's domineering ability is really a headache. Being pressured by the opponent, there seems to be a large number of people on his side, but in fact it is useless at all. Against peerless masters, it is really not just the number of people that can win. Years of experience in the war gave him an immediate decision. All Navy orders. Soldiers below the major have all landed on the island to disperse the nearby people and protect their safety. Yes. With the command of the general, the Navy can take action one after another. Zhang Liufeng glanced at him and didn't stop him. These little brothers, he didn't bother to take it seriously, and let them leave. Akaji breathed a sigh of relief. There were 3 reasons for this move. First, he didn't want to sacrifice some naval officers who were useless in combat. Second, once a fight starts, people of their level will inevitably affect the lives of the people, so it is better to evacuate as soon as possible. Third, this Zhang Liufeng is really a headache. The Navy wants to catch him, and casualties are inevitable. He doesn't want this scene to be seen by the people and loses confidence in the Navy. To sum up, Akadog made a very wise decision, so that most of the Navy and the people who were weakened were withdrawn. Soon, there was no one on Island 13, and it became an empty island. As soon as the Red Dog was notified, he couldn't sit still, and ordered the senior soldiers to come to Zhang Liufeng's body in 1 month and surround him, and the battle was about to start. Facing the Navy's encirclement, Zhang Liufeng calmly said, still calm and breezy. I said General aka Inu, you look smart, but you are actually quite stupid. Okay? Suddenly being taunted by Zhang Liufeng, the Red Dog can't reveal his anger. What an arrogant kid, let's just say, how am I stupid? Zhang Liufeng raised his hand and pointed to the surrounding area, and said faintly, you should also send these weak chickens away. You kid is too defiant. Hey! It's almost reckless. Don't be ashamed of talking. Don't be ashamed of talking. Boy! Can't you still see your situation? Before Qi Inu had time to speak, the senior generals who had been swept by Zhang Liufeng's fingers were suddenly upset and shouted. Zhang Liufeng smiled contemptuously, now, if you get out, it's not too late, it's the last chance. Extremely arrogant. Let the old man come and meet you. An elderly colonel deceived him, and the Navy's 6 positions were fully opened, reaching Zhang Liufeng. Come back. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider was shocked when he saw his subordinates recklessly take action. Zhang Liufeng shook his head and said, it seems that your high-level Navy didn't reveal my strength to you. Forget it, let you see the reality clearly today. Go straight after the words. The arm is elementalized, and a punch is stretched out. The rice wife. Rumble. In an instant, a powerful thunder energy blasted out. The colonel suddenly stagnated and his face was shocked. The thunder beam that struck him was really frightening, and the speed was extremely fast. It was too late for him to react, but it was too late to dodge intentionally. Can only bite the bullet and turn on the armed color domineering, wanting to resist a move. But where his low-quality armed color domineering can withstand Zhang Liufeng's terrifying blow? Noisy. Dao's wife directly enveloped her whole body and pierced through. The colonel couldn't hold on for a few seconds, his domineering was already broken. Ah! The extremely strong voltage impacted every cell in his body, making him painful, and his expression became hideous because of the extreme distortion. His mind was empty, and his eyes rolled, he was curled up and fell down towards the sea. After Dao's wife killed one person with a single blow, she cast her momentum unabated, and continued to move straight in the direction behind her. The ghost spider watched the sharp blow hit his side, and whispered that it was not good. Hurry up! "Hey!" The stunned admirals who were originally watching quickly reacted after hearing the words, and the wind was blowing under their feet, and they hurriedly avoided both sides. No one dared to pick up Zhang Liufeng's moves. Or why is the ability of the Fruit of Thunder be hailed as the strongest devil fruit? Raiden is really not that many people are not afraid of it. It's a pity that even if they dodge early, there are still a few less powerful mages who were directly hit. He was also electrocuted and plunged into the sea. Zhang Liufeng's casual blow directly beat a few masters in every second, instantly refreshing the attention of the admirals. Chapter 52, Ready to join the four together. Chapter 52, Ready to join the four together? All the acts have the same virtue, they like to report the good and not the worry. The high level of the Navy headquarters does conceal the strength of Zhang Liufeng. Therefore, although many generals know that there is such a number one, they have no idea how strong they are. Some more confident generals didn't take Zhang Liufeng too seriously at the beginning, so it was completely different. We besieged together. Don't give him too many phone meetings. We are so many and powerful, even if he is strong, he can't beat four hands. Yes. Don't give him a chance when you go together. Kill. Zhang Liufeng grinned at the corner of his mouth. Okay, then come. Putting his arms away, Zhang Liufeng stood up straight, as if he had no intention of making a move. Looking at the group of generals he had killed, he became frantic. Haha, look! That kid was scared stupid. Yes, he probably can't think of how to deal with it. Fight to take him down with one blow. Razor. Land foot. When the generals saw Zhang Liufeng's expression at ease, why didn't they know that there must be a conspiracy? The green pheasant frowned and shouted, "Don't take it lightly, this kid is not that simple." Sure enough, just when these generals' moves were about to hit Zhang Liufeng, he saw his eyes open. Yelled. Thunder and lightning shield. Noisy. Zhang Liufeng combined the lightning shield of the 3 generations of Raikage and the discharge of Anilu, and a new shield composed of the 2 skills of electricity and light emerged suddenly. Hiss! Thousands of razors gushed out of his body, and the voltage of hundreds of millions of volts instantly destroyed the generals around him. The voltage this time is not the same level as Dao's wife. The generals snorted directly, and they were electrified to the point that they couldn't even say a word. Seeing that my elite subordinates were electrocuted beyond recognition, their heads were smoked, and they fell into the sea one by one. The generals are finally anxious. The Red Dog finally knew what Zhang Liufeng said. In Zhang Liufeng's eyes, there was no difference between these elite generals and the previously evacuated naval soldiers. It was also vulnerable, and even major generals and lieutenant generals were not enough to see them. The generals in the inner circle have already lost their combat effectiveness, while the generals in the outer circle can support a little bit with domineering, but they are also uncomfortable and will soon fall. The one who reacted most quickly was Lieutenant General Karp, who turned his hands over and his huge fists became as black as iron. With a roar, he killed Zhang Liufeng directly. Seeing Karp killing him, Zhang Liufeng didn't dare to neglect. A pair of star eyes locked him tightly. I saw that Karp entered the scope of the shield and thunder and lightning, and there was not much discomfort, even a bit easier than Rayleigh. He knew that he was right. This old man has something. In the original work, Karp has a great reputation, but his shots are few and far between. It is unknown how strong he is. At this moment, based on the comparison between Rayleigh and Karp, Zhang Liufeng knew that Karp was really powerful. Karp didn't seem to be affected by the voltage of over 100 million before he easily killed Zhang Liufeng's shield. Boy! Take a punch from the old man. Zhang Liufengjian frowned slightly, knowing that he couldn't take this punch with the shield alone. A black thread wrapped around the left arm, raising his hand was a punch. The 2 pitch-black fists intersected, and suddenly, the sky trembled, and an invisible shock wave spread, shaking everyone back again and again. However, the generals who were surrounded by thunder and lightning on the edge finally got out of the range of Zhang Liufeng by this wave of shock. Recovering a small life made this group of guys extremely grateful. The terrifying thunder energy was really terrifying. Even if he had escaped by chance, he still had lingering fears. Zhang Lu Fengkapo's rivalry was also coming to an end. This real domineering and force collision made the two retreat 3 steps each, regardless of the outcome. So strong. Since Zhang Liufeng obtained Roger's 3-color domineering, there have been few opponents in terms of domineering, and he has always been crushing the crowd. Even the legendary king of Hades, Raleigh, is inferior. But when he met Carp, he was evenly matched, which made Zhang Liufeng very surprised, but it was reasonable. After all, he was the man who once forced Roger into desperate situation, he was extraordinary. Finally someone can fight him. How lonely it feels to be defeated by Dugu, begging for abuse at the peak. But unlike him, the navy who watched the show was almost fainted. The power of Carp, who does not know who does not know. Relying on a pair of iron fists, all over the world, even in the New World, those sea powerhouses who have been famous for a long time are afraid of existence. How terrifying this powerful punch is, others don't know, can these navy elites still know? How terrible a monster can it be to be able to fight Carp head to head and undefeated? Step by step, these admirals involuntarily moved quietly and stepped back, and they finally saw clearly. The purple-haired youth who is under 20 years old in front of them is basically the existence they need to look up to. Are you stupid enough to pick up a big watermelon? Isn't this the toilet light up, looking for shit? Go away first. Akaji said with a black face. At this moment, everyone's hearts are calmed down, and the feeling of anger in their hearts has dissipated. At first, everyone thought that the other party was just a stinky boy who didn't know the heights of the sky, relying on his own abilities, to cause troubles everywhere to make trouble for the navy, so they were very angry and wanted to kill and hurry. But now it's different. People really have the ability to turn the clouds and rain down, and they have to treat it with caution. No one was arrogant anymore, following the general's instructions, quit 100 meters away. The 3 generals glanced at each other and surrounded them tacitly. Together with Carp, one station in the southeast and northwest, the 4 current powers tacitly prepared to take it together. Zhang Liufeng smiled slightly. Are you going to join the 4? Interesting. The majestic fighting spirit rushed to his heart, making him feel like a blood boiled over. Unknowingly, with the rewards of the system, he has grown to the point where the Navy wants to dispatch the highest combat power to jointly deal with itself. With such a power against the sky, who is not excited? Fight if you want. Why are you afraid of it? Zhang Liufeng, who was originally a little passive, suddenly took the lead, taking offense as defense, and hitting Huang Yuan with a killer move. 3000 volts. Thunder Beast. Suddenly a wolf-shaped thunder beast shot out and rushed towards the yellow ape. Nima. Why do the old man first? Huang Yuan's face was covered with black lines, the Sky Kong Yun sword was held in his hand, and when he raised his hand, he made 2 slashes, splitting the thunder wolf into 4, and then cut it open. It was too late to say that it was fast, and the green pheasant red dog moved as soon as Zhang Liufeng did it. Chapter 53, The Battlefield of Ever-Changing Information. Chapter 53, The Battlefield of Ever-Changing Information. Pug. Canine Tooth Red Lotus. Left Bing and right Huo, attacking Zhang Liufeng mercilessly. As long as it is hit by one side, it is not a joke. Zhang Liufeng didn't hold her big, his figure disappeared in a flash, and when he reappeared, he was already more than 10 meters away. The ice melted and intersected, but in the end it was empty. The moment Zhang Liufeng appeared, a powerful crisis came from behind, and it was Carp who did not know when he had already followed. Seeing and hearing, the domineering and perceiving speed actually caught up with the thunder and lightning. Zhang Liufeng turned his head to look at the iron fist that was close at hand, his pupil shrank, and he twisted his body with all his strength to meet him. That posture, like an upside-down golden hook, is very chic. Boom! Fist intersect, the same as regardless of the outcome. Karp's eyes widened and he couldn't believe it. This kid reacted so fast. It seems that it is not only the fruit ability, the armed color, the domineering and arrogant, even the domineering attainments of seeing and hearing color are equally extraordinary. Karp was a little angry when he failed to succeed in one blow, and the Navy Type 6 was a round of onslaught. Pointing guns, razors, arranging feet, iron blocks, the moves are endless, and the speed of fists and feet is unspeakable. Do you fight melee? I like it. Zhang Liufeng's eyes flashed, not retreating but advancing, raising his fists and feet to greet him. The two went through dozens of moves in a row above the sky, and they couldn't tell who was better. The visual impact of this fist to the flesh made everyone dazzled and dumbfounded, their eyelids dared not blink, for fear of missing a wonderful moment. It's horrible. How many years has it been since Roger's death that he and Lieutenant General Karp became like this? Dalmatian exclaimed at the ghost spider. This kid is not only amazingly strong, but even so aggressive. Where did he come from? The ghost spider shook his head and said. Although he is not convinced, but he really has the strength comparable to the generals and even the 4 emperors. Doberman clenched his fist tightly, he was about to pinch bleeding, and gritted his teeth and said, as if he was unwilling, but there was nothing difficult. This kind of exclamation and chattering can only be sent by the lieutenant generals, and the group of elite generals shivered and was horrified. Alone, the 3 toughest generals, Jakarp, have they ever seen such a monster? Even if someone possesses this kind of strength, no one dares to do it. To what extent does this have to be clear and confident about one's own strength? It is a feat that shocked the world. This is not a competition, the other 3 generals will definitely not give the 2 a chance to go head-to-head, and the firepower is all directed towards Zhang Liufeng's siege. The one who took the lead was naturally Huang Yuan. The light flashed. Huang Yuan held the Sky Kong Yun sword in his hand and killed him. The light speed slash was interspersed in the gap between the 2 attackers, not only hitting Zhang Liufeng, but also not hurting Karp, his swordsmanship, the highness, the veteran way of experience, and the tricky vision can be seen. However, Zhang Liufeng didn't seem to be doing his best before, and the movements between the gestures were a bit faster. At this moment, close shorts with 1 enemy and 2 still seem to be able to do well. This is amazing. At this time, the crowd of spectators could no longer make any sound. They had already put themselves out of the way, jumped out of a captured character, and truly became a spectator who appreciated the Great War. Because the battle of these 5 people is beyond the scope of their ability, they can't get in at all. Seeing that Zhang Liufeng is 1 enemy too, his demeanor is undiminished, his heartbeat speeds up, and even the voice of applause that is difficult to suppress in his throat. The green pheasant holds ice skates in his hand, and the red dog fists come with domineering lava and dual attributes to join the battle at the same time. With 1 enemy 4, at this moment, Zhang Liufeng's domineering look and hearing played a vital role. The domineering look and feel that has been neglected allows Zhang Liufeng to detect and analyze the number of attacks by the 4 at the same time, and even predict the upcoming crisis in advance. His incisively incisive and domineering manner let him achieve a legendary moment when he was besieged by 4 peerless masters and undefeated. In a blink of an eye, there were dozens of you and I met the 4 of you. Zhang Liufeng was also tired, and it was obviously not an easy task to defeat the 4 mountains of the navy at the same time. However, in this battle, he has clearly realized where his strength is in the food chain. If you let these 4 people know that they are going all out and besieging the enemy, just using them as test subjects, I don't know how they will feel. The strongest spear. 1 finger penetrates. Feeling almost done, Zhang Liufeng used the strongest state of his ultimatum to directly kill the most difficult Lieutenant General Karp. Karp's eyes were sharp, and he saw the extraordinary trick at once. Although it was just a finger, the sense of murder that spread from the finger made him dare not take it lightly. Karp folded his hands on his chest and blocked the shocking one-finger root that locked his heart. He had reached the limit. Because this trick came too suddenly, too quickly, it was just between lightning and flint. Being able to react so quickly to block, I am afraid that only a few people in this world can do it. The three generals also sensed the sense of crisis, for fear that the old hero might make a mistake. If this Karp falls, they will bear the blame. No one can bear this responsibility. But in the first time they moved, Zhang Liufeng's ultimate move had arrived. God's sanctions. Before Zhang Liufeng shot, he had already shot a thunder energy into the sky. Who would have thought that the electric light that seemed to be blocked and knocked off was actually a foreshadowing that Zhang Liufeng had set in advance? As soon as his voice fell, 3 shocking thunder pillars fell from the sky. It blasted directly on the 3 of them. Even if the elementalized 3 were unprepared and their attention turned to Karp, it was really uncomfortable to take this trick abruptly. Looks quite embarrassed. Then the fierce and strongest spear fell on Karp without any suspense. That strong domineering, coupled with the penetrating cutting of the thunder attribute chakra, is really terrifying. Rao is Karp's armed and domineering peerless, and he also suffers from this blow. Hiss! Could not help but take a breath. Chu flew backwards with a sound. The speed of the inverted flight was undetectable by the naked eye, as if it had disappeared suddenly. If it weren't for Karp's crash into the sea to cause 1,000 layers of waves, everyone would only think that Zhang Liufeng had just punched the air. Karp was hit directly into the sea by this violent blow, and a blood hole appeared on his left arm. The naval hero's armed color domineering was actually broken. Although it can only be regarded as a minor injury, this blow not only broke Karp's domineering, but also directly defeated the Navy's psychological defense. This is really going against the sky. How come young people today don't speak martial ethics at all? What's so special just now is clearly matched. Why did Mao change drastically in the blink of an eye? The information on this battlefield is really changing. Chapter 54, Terrible Lei Ying. Chapter 54 Terrible Lei Ying. 2 thorn spears. Heaven dog. However, the mainstay is the mainstay after all. Although Zhang Liufeng's sanctions by the gods unexpectedly hit the 3 generals, it only caused some impact on them, but it was not unbearable. Just when Zhang Liufeng's old power was gone, and the new power was still alive, the 2 ultimate moves were played at the same time. The speed is equally astonishing. It was too late for Zhang Liufeng to dodge, so he could only show off his armed and domineering back. Bang bang! With 2 hard moves on his back, Zhang Liufengjian frowned slightly, but before he could react, Huang Yuan arrived. Kick at the speed of light. The same trick that kicked the Red Earl instantly reappeared. He kicked Zhang Liufeng's head straight. Zhang Liufeng's face condensed, and crossed his hands on top of his head, blocking his foot. But like Red Earl, the inertia brought about by the speed of this light was not as big as that. Even if it was blocked, it couldn't resist the impact and flew down toward the sea. Close to the sea. Suddenly a huge vortex rose up in the sea, and Kapu returned in a rage. With a wave of an iron fist, he pointed directly at Zhang Liufeng's back spine, trying to blast him with a single blow. But the elementalization of thunder energy that Zhang Liufeng has not had time to trigger has already got a respite. Elementalization seems to be arbitrary, but only those who really possess the natural ability will know that if you want to be elemental, even if it is fast, there will always be a little bit of preparation time. The 3 generals have seized this little time to Zhang Liufeng defeated instantly. But after all, they still underestimated his domineering toughness and reaction speed. Hey! Kapu's shot was defeated, and Zhang Liufeng had already appeared in the sky. The 3 major navy generals, Hero Karp, It's a well-deserved reputation. I played very happily today. Unfortunately time is limited, so Zhang will leave. Hey! Want to go? Did you go? Akaji grunted, seeming to feel a bit resentful for not seizing the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I want to go, because you can't stop it. Zhang Liufeng smiled non-committal. Boy! The old man will not let you go even if he is dead today. Carp was also very angry. Father, I think you should go to the doctor first, right? Zhang Liufeng sneered and said. Hearing that, everyone turned their eyes to Carp again, and found that blood was flowing on his arm, and he couldn't help but breathe in another air conditioning. Hiss! Ka. Lieutenant General Carp, injured. That kid actually broke Lieutenant General Carp's domineering. Oh my god! How could this happen? I don't believe it, I don't believe it, you slap me quickly and let me. Snapped. Puff. It is true. A crowd of spectators originally thought that Carp was just knocked out, but they never thought that he was injured. Don't look at the minor injuries, but the amount of information contained in it is huge. At the very least, it can explain that Zhang Liufeng's armed and domineering accomplishments are above Carp. Suddenly, the three views of these elite naval forces collapsed, sweating and even more unsteady, unable to maintain their feet and fell into the sea. The three generals never expected that today's battle would have such a negative impact on the mid and upper level naval forces. Suddenly hate is gritted teeth and furious. If Zhang Liufeng is not left today, it will have an indelible impact on the navy. Today you have to die here anyway. The red dog could no longer press his patience with his anger, and directly threw a big move at Zhang Liufeng. Burst cone. The green pheasant also launched a fatal blow to Zhang Liufeng above the sky. Hachi Jun. Shut up! Green pheasant. Huang Yuan. A molten arm the size of a giant, followed by a frost phoenix the size of a warship, blasted towards Zhang Liufeng like a life. It seems that because of anger, or because of the potential of a master, the signature skills of the two generals are several times stronger than before in terms of size or strength. Unfortunately, Zhang Liufeng was prepared. Do you think that I am talking to you, really just want to chat? The corner of his mouth raised, pulling a handsome arc. The eyes are piercing, revealing infinite confidence. The sea breeze blows freely, and the clothes of the people are hunting and hunting. The dense dark clouds above the sky have also drifted away with the wind at this moment. This I rely on. What is this? The arrogant admiral of the navy underneath opened his eyes and opened his mouth, his chin almost fell to the ground. The friends were shocked. Just when the two ultimate moves were issued, the big guy looked after the two huge ultimate moves, one red and the other white. It's not that they have never seen a general move, but the same move this time contains different powers. Some people are admiring. Some people are surprised. Some people even showed the look of victory. Just the next second, they were all stunned by the scene hanging in the sky after the dark clouds passed. I saw a thunderball the size of an island suddenly appeared in the sky at some point. For a moment, everyone only felt that a giant beast in the sky was looking down at the common people with its blood basin open. Make them daunted, make them terrified. A deep sense of powerlessness surged into their hearts, and they were desperate. How to play this? Given the coverage of this thunderball, even if you add a few more legs to them, you can't get out. Apart from waiting to die, they don't know what else to fight against. The thunderball fell slowly, seemingly slow, but surprisingly fast, and fell to Zhang Liufeng's side in an instant, wrapping him firmly in it. The so-called giant arm like magma, and the ice phoenix the size of a warship have all become short-lived jokes. The moment it touched the thunderball was gone. Zhang Liufeng fell in the thunderball, radiant and unstoppable, as if the gods descended from the earth, with the power of domination. Even the people on the other islands of the Chambord archipelago have seen this behemoth at this moment. What's that? My God! Is the end of the world? Does such a big thunderball fall? It's over. Don't. I'm not married yet, I haven't enjoyed love yet, I don't want to die. Miss Sister, you haven't gotten married yet? It's such a coincidence that you win against Pan and in the wind in Yushu, eh? Roll. All right. Zhang Lai Yufeng. You are doing evil. Boy. This is a matter between the pirates and the navy. If you do this, you will hurt thousands of innocent people. Do you have a conscience? Put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha. What the hell? Karp and the three generals were in a state of desperation. If this were to fall, they would certainly be confident that they could escape the catastrophe, but it would be hard to say about the soldiers and the people behind them. Chapter 55, Put a Line. Chapter 55 Put a Line. Unexpectedly, you guys are quite thinking about the common people. Zhang Lai Yufeng said playfully. My trick, Lei Ying, will fall in 15 minutes. Zhang believes that some of you must have a solution. As long as you don't stop Xiao from leaving, if you do your best, it should be too late, right? I hate it. The red dog was very embarrassed when he heard this. It seems that it is impossible to catch Zhang Lai Yufeng today. Suddenly the navy side was completely silent. They knew that the only way was to let him go, as Zhang Lai Yufeng said, to deal with the thunderball with all their strength to seek a chance. If this guy is dissatisfied and smashes the thunderball down now, it will be really cold. How are you thinking? There are still 14 minutes. Zhang Lai Yufeng said lightly. The three generals looked at me and I looked at you, and they all saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. They understand that the only option is to let him go, but no one wants to carry the pot, they want the other person to talk. Time passed by, and the navy was overwhelmed and at a loss. Just when Zhang Lai Yufeng announced that there were 10 minutes left, Karp stood up. Roll. He roared and poured his anger into this word, shame. What a shame. After a horrified roar, Karp turned his head and said to the navy, everyone will try their best to stop this thunderball for me. Yes. A group of generals was amnesty, but someone came out to back the pot, and quickly used all their energy to bombard the thunderball. Zhang Lai Yufeng smiled meaningfully, see you later. Noisy wow. Leaving a word, turned around and disappeared in a flash. Out of the domineering coverage of the opponent's sight, Zhang Lai Yufeng plunged into the sea, flashing towards the deep sea. Damn, Lao Tzu is really, it's a dog. Karp watched Zhang Lai Yufeng go away, helpless. This time, they suffered a big loss. If this continues, the navy will lose its reputation. Ugh. Sighing, Karp turned and said to the three generals who looked more uncomfortable than eating shit. Okay, don't think about it so much, let this thunder first. Okay? Amount? What's the situation? Just when Zhang Lai Yufeng plunged into the sea looking for his teammates, the thunderball had been lifted and slowly disappeared. After putting the navy together, Zhang Lai Yufeng was so refreshed in his heart that he almost couldn't hold back his laughter, and choked on a few mouthfuls of fresh sea water. Karp was dumbfounded. Didn't they know that they were being tricked by the purple-haired youth? Damn mud horse! Puff! The red dog is the most upright, how can he stand this psychological crit? Immediately, a mouthful of old blood spurted out, almost blocked it without a breath, and held back. The energetic generals are also downcast at this moment, and it feels really uncomfortable to be beaten to the ground in terms of strength and psychology. There was a mixture of flavors in my heart, and everyone was stunned for a while, not knowing what to do next. The Navy headquarters came out all over the place, and finally ended up in such a fate. What if it were to be spread out? The atmosphere fell into a haze for a while, and even these domineering masters did not notice. Not far away, on the Chambord Islands, there was an announcement bird hovering with a treacherous smile. Ugh! Karp sighed, frowning, his face seemed to be a few years old again. He glanced around, and finally shook his head and sighed, "Close the team, go back and clean up." Hearing that, a group of generals lowered the originally invincible, arrogant heads, and gathered a group of generals back on the warship. Dingy left. So far, all members of the Breaking Dawn group successfully escaped from the troops flooded out of the Navy headquarters in the Chambord Islands. Battle of the Chambord Islands. Zhang Liufeng killed 1 Tianlong, defeated Laoli, killed 8 admirals, wounded 32, and fought against the Navy's highest combat power representative, the hero Kapu, and the 3 Navy generals, and caused 1 enemy to 4, causing him minor injuries, and escaped fame. Red Earl strangled 50 guards from the Sky Dragon. The Breaking Dawn team got Pele 2.6 billion. Once again a feat that will be unforgettable forever. Earl, what's the matter? The boss is not going to make any mistakes. Waldo asked with a sad look. However, Earl Red was sitting on the lounge chair on the deck, wiping the thunderstorm leisurely, and didn't feel much worry because of Zhang Liufeng being besieged. Like him, there is Lao Shat. At this moment, Lao Shat is leaning on the fence with one hand, smoking a long-lost cigar while enjoying the wonderful scenery under the seabed with great interest. This made Waldo and Carmen anxious. "Count, aren't you nervous? I'm almost dying. If the captain has something to do, I don't want to live anymore." Seeing Earl Red didn't say anything, Carmen shook his arm with a grudge on his face. Count Red smiled faintly, "Carmen, the captain will be fine. Wait for him to return. I want a cup of black tea." "Thank you." Carmen looked at him suspiciously and said, "Really? Really?" Hearing this, Carmen reluctantly walked into the kitchen, slowly looking back at the colorful sea above his head. "Earl, Carmen is not well involved in the world, but Waldo is different. The Navy has dozens of warships, plus 3 generals. He knows what this lineup represents." After a second thought, Vardo's face was already pulled down. "Count, to be honest, are you ready to abandon the captain in order to get the fruit?" A pair of tiger eyes stared at Earl Red. It seemed that as long as Earl Red leaked a trace, he would shoot without hesitation. Count Hong's eyes narrowed slightly, and he saw Waldo secretly open his posture. He had a lot of plans to take action against him, but he was still unmoved. "You have to believe in the strength of our captain." "But I don't know." When Lao Shat also came over and said, "Waldo is loyal, you have it, but the mind is a good thing, you should also use it." "Crocodile. What do you mean by that?" Waldo was not very cold towards Lao Shat, for nothing else, just because of Lao Sha's attitude towards Zhang Liufeng. He would not wait to see Lao Shat. Waldo glared at each other, but Lao Shat disapproved, took the coffee that Carmen had just handed over, took a sip, and thanked him with a look of approval. Then he said to Waldo, who was fidgeting, "After so many days, have you seen the captain suffer a loss?" Waldo thought for a while and said, "No." Lao Shan nodded and said, "Then do you think the captain is a fool?" "No." This time Waldo was very determined, and immediately answered, "Do you think he will suffer?" "That's not the case. Anyone who offends the captain will have nothing to do with it, and it won't hurt at all." Lao Shan nodded, "So, do you understand?" Chapter 56, Not Worth It. Chapter 56, Not Worth It. Hearing this, Waldo suddenly realized. The corners of his mouth were almost grinning to the roots of his ears, and he laughed loudly. "Carmen, please give me a steak dinner and a good bottle of wine." Carmen frowned and was startled. How did this make 2 drinks like Waldo as a person? But seeing the 3 people no longer worry about Zhang Liufeng, Carmen also calmed down a lot. "Although I was still very concerned, I also raised a lot of energy, and turned around to prepare food." Just as she turned around, a strange landscape came into view. Not far in front, a very spectacular ocean current appeared. The direction of this ocean current was completely different from that of normal sea water. It is a downward flow from top to bottom. The sea area under the Chambord Islands directly leads to the Fisherman Island. The sea area is divided into two layers, the surface layer and the deep layer. To reach the Fisherman Island and cross the Red Earth continent to reach the New World, one must enter the deep layer from the surface through the downflow. In other words, this downflow is an important hub to the New World. Wow! What is that, like a waterfall? Carmen knows this? He was covering his small mouth at the moment, pointing to the descending stream and said in awe. After hearing this, everyone turned their heads and looked at them, and they were all attracted by the magical natural artwork. Nature can be amazing. Sister Carmen, this is the only way to the Fisherman Island, downflow. Jinlin Meng Meng, who is in full control of the Jinlin, answered. Wow! The sea is amazing. At this moment, Carmen felt extremely grateful that he had promised Zhang Liufeng to board the boat and go out to sea. If it weren't for this, how long would I be able to see this magnificent scene? Dear friends! The Jinlin is about to sail into the depths of the downflow to the sea. Everyone must pay attention to safety. Hearing that everyone is looking forward to it, as long as they pass the downflow, then they will truly step into the New World. Whether it's been here or not, there is a little excitement in my heart. The Jinlin slowly passed through the descending stream, and suddenly its driving direction changed. The Jinlin, which was driving forward, suddenly sank its bow and became a top-down posture. Ah! Carmen, who was immersed in amazement, hadn't reacted, was startled suddenly, his center of gravity was unstable and he fell firmly. Oh, it hurts, she got up and looked down curiously, wanting to see where they were about to reach. It's just that when he glanced at it, he was shocked. Under the falling stream, there is no scenery at all, only the boundless darkness can be seen, as if it is about to fall into the abyss, and the catastrophe is gone. Before she could return to her senses, Jinlin's cheerful voice sounded again, the journey is bumpy, everyone must sit and stabilize. Otherwise Jinlin will not be responsible for flying out of the ship. Let's go. Whoosh! As Jinlin's voice fell, the Jinlin quickly descended and shot towards the abyss of the sea. As a result, everyone on the boat instantly lost their center of gravity, just like riding on a jumping machine. This kind of feeling, some people feel very good, some people feel that they have seen God. No, Carmen screamed in shock, and almost lost his soul. He hugged the fence tightly, praying constantly in his heart. The remaining 3 people have seen big scenes, and this level is nothing to them. Even facing the wind of the sea, smiling on his face, feeling very exciting. Everyone must be prepared. Jinlin has detected that in the depths that are about to arrive, there are many giant ocean beasts like hills, and there are even a few that are several times larger than these. Carmen's eyes were dark, and she had the heart to die. The current had scared her enough, so there were monsters, even monsters? Miss Sister's heart can't stand it, is it too scary? She spat hardly and asked, Jinlin, don't you scare my sister. What the hell is it? Jinlin smiled and said, has already appeared, sister can watch for herself. Humph! Carmen shivered, shivering, and his hairs stood up. Vaguely, I felt that there was a pair of extremely terrifying eyes watching them behind me. She turned her head back and forth, with a lot of effort, and finally turned her little head around, when she saw the terrifying monster before her. Frightened his eyes and passed out. That blood-red body, sturdy tentacles, it was a squid more than 10 times bigger than the golden scale. Isn't this the legendary North Sea giant monster? Carmen's slowly falling body was dragged by Lao Sha's ability and protected. Glancing at Waldo, what should they do? In this sea, the 2 of them can do nothing, any trouble can only be left to the Earl. Red Earl also knew this, and slowly got up, came to the bow of the boat with a knife, and stared at the so-called North Sea giant monster. He said lightly, it's just a beast, it's not worth it. The Baha'i giant monster seemed to be able to understand the Earl's words, and became violent. His huge tentacles danced incessantly. As soon as the Jinlin approached its attack range, a tentacle waved over. The Baha'i giant demon smiled humanely, as if mocking these stupid guys who wanted to challenge him. This seemingly random swing is surprisingly fast and powerful. It drives turbulence wherever it passes and creates a horrible vortex. If it is eaten, it is estimated that the ship will be destroyed. It's fast. Red Earl is faster. I don't know when Earl Red has disappeared from the bow, and there is still strong wind blowing in the position where he just stood. With a whistle, Earl Red had already left the golden scale and appeared on the only way for the North Sea giant monster to wave his tentacles. The thunderstorm in his hand has already unsheathed, and he is going to meet the tentacle. Ha! In the deep sea, a cold light suddenly appeared, but for a moment, the huge tentacles that originally had a crushing posture were cut through dozens of pieces by the Red Earl. Many tentacles that had been cut into sections were sent back to the Jinlin. How accurate is this powerful grip? Not only will the tentacles be delivered without hurting the golden scale and the air bubbles at all, the high level of swordsmanship is evident. Haha! Fine or Earl fine! Such plump tentacles must be delicious. Sister Carmen, the goods are received. Waldo licked his lips and swallowed his saliva. This time the Baha'i giant demon was completely violent, and while his hands hurt, he heard such excessive words from Waldo. How can it be tolerated? Saying that you want to eat your own meat in front of your own face is simply a naked insult. It screamed. All the tentacles attacked at the same time, and the tentacles curled up, as if they were holding fists one by one, and slammed into the Jinlin. However, all the bells and whistles are nothing but clouds in front of absolute strength. Chapter 57, First Taste if it tastes good. Chapter 57 First Taste if it tastes good. Red Earl didn't want to follow it with ink. He came out just thinking about cutting some meat and tasting it. To deal with this kind of scum, it only needs a look in seconds. Close the knife and scabbard. Red Earl had already returned to the ship. His eyes were staring at the violent North Sea giant monster. His pupils shrank. Overlord look domineering broke out. Rub. In the air, the original invisible domineering, but at this moment in the sea can see the outline. Domineering set off a shock wave in the sea, spreading towards the North Sea giant monster. It was just a face-to-face, all the movements of the North Sea giant monster froze, and his expression became extremely hideous. His eyes kept blinking, as if he wanted to fight against this overbearing aura. But after all, it was just in vain, and he fainted without struggling for long. For masters, volume is not a clamor for capital, and ants are just ants after all. Waldo gave a thumbs up, and said, "The Count is really strong, so just kill him directly, so as not to be a disaster here." Red Earl pointed to the dozens of huge tentacles on the nail plate Jiang and said lightly, "Don't worry, try to taste it first. If it is delicious, come often later." Amount. Waldo was taken aback and burst into laughter. Sure enough, people don't talk too much cruelly. Diao or you make it. On the forehead of the fainted Baha'i giant monster, a drop of sweat comparable to the size of the golden scale fell. Nima. What kind of pervert are these? Can you think of all this? My goodness, help! This group of people are going to be raised like pigs. No one cares about the psychological shadow area of the North Sea giant demon. Jinlin keeps going. After passing through the downflow, the Jinlin came to an extremely dark underwater world, and suddenly he couldn't see his fingers, and the big guy inevitably felt guilty. "Jinlin, turn on the light," Carmen said softly. "Sister Carmen, Jinlin has detected that the current landscape is not suitable for turning on the lights." "Hey? Why? My sister is so scared, I beg you Jinlin." Carmen was anxious, and his eyes were foggy and almost crying. "In that case, all right." And many more. Day. Count Red wanted to stop it but it was too late. At Carmen's strong request, Jinlin turned on the headlights on the ship. Suddenly, the original black gurgling scene around him was instantly illuminated. Everyone squinted and raised their hands to block the glare of the light. When they opened their eyes again, the friends were shocked again. I go. Waldo raised his head blankly, looking at the huge behemoths attracted by the lights. His head was blank. And Earl Red squeezed his temples helplessly, and the captain was not there, asking him to take care of the aftermath of this group of pig teammates. I can only say one thing, I'm too difficult. Lao Sha seemed to know that it would be such a result, and didn't panic too much, but as a person with fruit ability, he still felt a very headache. The key is that you can't make it strong. If you come here casually, you will be cold. Carmen finally knew what Jinlin said just now. These deep-sea creatures, after seeing the light for a long time, suddenly appeared light. It's strange if they didn't surround them. Run, run, Jinlin, run, she choked. These words were almost squeezed out between the teeth, which shows how desperate Carmen is at this moment. Okay. Whoosh. The intelligent Jinlin also understood the current crisis, and immediately fired up and flew out. It's okay if it doesn't move, the behemoths are just curious, and gather around to observe. This movement was terrible, all the gloomy fangs were exposed, as if they had seen peerless food, and they were chasing and killing the Jinlin crazy. Rao is that Jinlin's navigation technology is comparable to computer calculations, and it is extremely accurate, and has avoided the bite of behemoths countless times. But as the saying goes, the tiger can't stand a pack of wolves. It has been running wildly in the sea. Although it has been shaken back for several waves by the domineering color of the Red Earl, there have been giant beasts joining the chasing ranks along the way. It's almost endless. Now the situation is getting worse and worse, the crisis is getting bigger and bigger, and there is no way to avoid it. Red Earl's mind turned quickly, and he was thinking about how to solve this problem. After all, the Overlord's domineering is not a skill that can be used infinitely. He has a degree of everything, and once it reaches the limit, everything is over. With his strength, he is naturally not afraid of these behemoths under the sea, but these beasts are chasing too tightly, and the angle of shot is too difficult to find. If you are not careful, it is very likely that the bubbles will be broken. The shot is even worse. Seeing a variegated moray eel with a length of hundreds of meters, after the Jinlin evaded once, it attacked again with a big mouth open, and the Jinlin, which had just changed its direction rapidly, was forced into a dead end. Looking at the ruthless giant mouth close at hand, Carmen covered his head, closed his eyes, and screamed. Ah! Help! How much does she hope that a Prince Charming will appear at this moment and save herself from crisis? The powerful and stalwart figure appeared in his heart, and he couldn't help but lose his voice. Captain, where are you? Carmen needs you. Hearing the voice of Carmen's grievance, Count Red gritted his teeth and couldn't take care of that much, so he immediately took action. At this time, in the deep sea that was still dark in the distance, suddenly a white light flashed. Noisy. Zhang Liufeng, who has been chasing everyone, has arrived. I saw him as fast as thunder, and he had flashed to the front in an instant. A long electric light was pulled up wherever it passed, turning the behemoth surrounding the Jinlin with electricity. Go through the bubbles and fall onto the deck. Shaking the purple hair, a nice smile was raised at the corner of his mouth, and there is a strong return of the king. Hey! Sweat beads fell from everyone's foreheads, and a few people breathed a sigh of relief, and the boulder in their hearts finally sank. Looking at the pile of behemoths on the bottom of the sea with their belly facing upwards, they all have lingering fears. I am afraid that Zhang Liufeng will come back 1 second later, and Earl Hong will have a dead fish and the net will break. Slowly taking back the thunderstorm that had been an inch out of its sheath, Earl Hong was almost embarrassed to cry. Nima, this time the backbone is finally back. What's the matter, who is bullying our lovely Carmen? Zhang Liufeng said with a light smile. As soon as Carmen heard this familiar voice, his eyes widened instantly, looking at Zhang Liufeng, who suddenly appeared in disbelief. Can't help but squeeze his little face. Oh, it hurts, not dreaming. With joy in my heart, he rushed to Zhang Liufeng's arms. As soon as he plunged into Zhang Liufeng's warm embrace, the grievances in his heart broke out in vain. As if being rounded by hundreds of giants. That's what it means anyway. You know. Chapter 58, What happened? Is it my turn? Chapter 58, What happened? Is it my turn? Wu Captain, you are fine. Carmen is almost scared to death. This sea is terrible. Oh. Listening to Carmen's bleak cry, Zhang Liufeng felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, dotingly hugged her by the shoulders, embraced her in his arms, and stroked her hair that had been put down. Okay, the captain is back, everything is mine, okay. Oh. Although he was still sobbing, it was clear that Carmen was relieved a lot. Zhang Liufeng raised his head and looked at the three of them with a slight reproach, making them very embarrassed. Lao She hurriedly turned his face, smoked 2 cigars, and pretended not to see it. And Waldo scratched his head and said, "Boss, we can't help it. In this sea, neither Lao Shan nor I have to play. The Earl is left alone to take the lead. The Earl has to protect the boat and meat, and it is not easy to play." What? Zhang Liufeng also understood in his heart that there was no way, who would let him be a group of capable people on board, and it would be even more troublesome if the Earl ate the fruit later. It seems that you have to find a partner who can come and go freely in the sea. After comforting Carmen for a long time, the little girl gradually calmed down, but she said she didn't want to leave his embrace, so she fell asleep in his arms. Zhang Liufeng is also very helpless about this. Who makes him powerful and charming? Ugh! He took Carmen back to the room and settled down, and then he came out to count the gains. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Zhang Liufeng directly covered the bubble with a layer of electric current. This time, deep-sea creatures with strong perception never dared to approach the Jinlin. Although I encountered a lot of troubles, I still gained a lot from this trip to Chambord. More than 2 billion baileys were dumped by Zhang Liufeng from the vault in the cabin. Seeing the piles of golden vaults, the negative emotions of the few people just disappeared, and they were overjoyed. I have to say that money is really a good thing, and no one will dislike it. After a long period of observation, the vault was locked, and Waldo was asked to talk about the supply situation on the ship. This time, through the money borrowed from Lei Li and the others at the beginning, a lot of supplies were purchased. The current Jinlin has everything: food, supplies, equipment, facilities, Red Earl's favorite red wine, Lao Sha's favorite cigar, basically everything. This step is very good. If it weren't for a loan from Lei Li, when they finished robbing the dragon, there would be no time to purchase. Lao Sha walked into the warehouse and took out what Zhang Liufeng had told them to make. Zhang Liufeng took a look and was still very satisfied. These are 5 black robes. The style is based on the Huoyun robes of Xiao's favorite organization before Zhang Liufeng crossed the journey, except that the Huoyun pattern was replaced with a purple thunder pattern. The hands were handed out, and everyone replaced the grey cloaks given by Lei Li. This man relied on his clothes, horses, and saddles, but he was right. Putting on a uniform thunder and lightning robe, everyone looked a lot of energy. Finally, they looked like a group of people, who seemed more united, more organized, and disciplined. The most flavorful is the Red Earl. Once this robe is put on, the appearance of the Vampire Earl in the entire Western Castle comes out. It has a particularly graphic feel. If you eat the fruit of the vampire species of the fantasy beast, it will be really perfect. Carmen is very considerate, not only the robes, but also a few new clothes for everyone, especially Waldo. The torn hat is simply too bad. Carmen bought him a new one, with a new set of armor, and Vardo's eyes lit up and he held it in his arms with care. On the other hand, Red Earl, Lao Shat and Zhang Liufeng have new suits, which are all made of high-quality fabrics. Not only are they fashionable and good-looking, they are also very tough, and they are comfortable to wear without affecting their performance. The big guy changed it on his own, and rushed to the cloakroom to look in the mirror, one by one stinking. Waldo even more shamelessly showed off his muscles in the mirror, and was kicked by Zhang Liufeng with a big foot. Well, this girl has a really good vision. The Earl has been detained for a long time and has long been out of touch with the society. After missing it for so many years, the style of this dress makes him feel very beautiful now, and he can't help but secretly admire it. It's okay, it's not bad. Zhang Liufeng also nodded, very satisfied. He was already handsome, and when he changed his outfit, he felt that he was so handsome. Haha. The boss is not what I said about you, so don't be stinky. Look at your long skin and tender flesh, like a little lady, without any manliness. Seeing Zhang Liufeng looking in the mirror for a long time, Waldo haha laughed. Boom. As soon as the domineering color turned on, Zhang Liufeng stared at Vardo with a pair of stars. He was so frightened that he staggered and fell to the ground, swallowing a mouthful of the waterway. I was wrong, boss. Your manliness is too fierce. Close it, close it. Seeing Waldo panicking, Zhang Liufeng smiled playfully, and put away the domineering, saying, "Oh, originally, seeing you being sold as a prisoner was so hard, and I was ready to reward you, but now I seem I want to change my mind again. What can I do?" While speaking, he put his hands into the robe pretendingly, and fumbled the two pistols made of pure gold from the system space, playing with them in his hands, looking thoughtful. As soon as this pistol appeared, it attracted Waldo's gaze. Beautiful. As a powerful sea cock, Waldo has been playing with throwing stones for so many years. Now it can be regarded as a shotgun change. He certainly likes it. Hey, Master Captain, can your baby lend me a look? You are so manly, go find it yourself. Zhang Liufeng said without buying it. I was wrong, the elder is young and promising, wives and concubines are in groups, early births, longevity the Nanshan. Waldo basically vomited all the idioms he could say. Hearing Zhang Liufeng's mouth twitched, it's so good, stop, don't talk if you can't speak, where do you follow? Rolling his eyes did not appetite, and threw the guns over. Reward you, work hard in the future. Hey! Come on, just look okay. Not to mention how happy Vardo was, he took the exquisite double gun and played with him, and the joy was broken. The Red Earl was equipped with a thunderstorm, and Waldo equipped with a double gun. It felt good, and they were all quite suitable, and slowly everyone's outfits started. I lacked a handy weapon, I wonder if the system will prepare it for him intimately. Turning his head, he said to Lao Sha again, now the Earl and Waldo have both. Lao Sha, you. A touch of joy flashed in Lao Sha's eyes when he heard this. What happened? It's my turn. Chapter 59, Really Good Brother. Chapter 59 Really Good Brother. This time Lao Sha unexpectedly agreed and walked up. Captain, I don't need to say anything. I don't need anything to tie fruit naturally, but if it is. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Liufeng nodded and said, okay, you only need to have this consciousness. I didn't prepare for you anyway. Nima. Lao Sha's face turned black all at once. Co authored for a long time playing with me? After all, the slightest feelings of Zhang Liufeng's rising were gone. Humph, turned around with a scream, found a place to smoke. Amount? Why is this? Zhang Liufeng looked blank, not knowing what plain Lao Sha was doing. I don't bother to care about him, these guys have solved their problems, and I have to see what happened to the girl who fainted. Don't wait to be scared, it will be troublesome. As I walked thinking, the ship doctor is really indispensable, otherwise it would be troublesome to have dizziness, sweating, insomnia and kidney deficiency. It seems that sailing in the sea is really not an easy task. Watching anime and I think it's quite fun to play. It's a different matter if I really do it myself. When I came to Carmen's room, I found that the little girl was still asleep, the delicate little cheeks on both sides were flushing. She immediately walked up and touched the little girl's forehead to see what happened. Suddenly I heard Carmen whispering in his dreams, frowning sometimes, and sometimes shrugging his nose, which is quite cute. Turning his eyes, he moved his ears up, wanting to hear what the little girl was talking about. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but his eyes widened. What kind of dream is this little girl dreaming? Don't stop, don't stop. Listening to Carmen's voice, Zhang Liufeng suddenly felt a dry mouth. He had never heard of this before except watching a small movie when he grew up. Sound. He was very embarrassed, and immediately wanted to get up and leave, who knew he was suddenly hugged by Carmen's neck. Ah! Save me! The captain's brother, save me! This sudden attack caught Zhang Liufeng off guard, and Carmen held his head tightly in his arms. There was a sudden softness on his cheeks, which made Zhang Liufeng's mind tremble for a while, and his face blushed. You said that even if you hold it down, what the hell is this constant rubbing? Zhang Liufeng's blood rushed straight into his forehead, and he couldn't control it anymore. Carmen also felt strange in his sleep, wrinkled pretty, and slowly opened his eyes. When she saw Zhang Liufeng burying her head on her chest at this moment, her eyes were straight. It took a long time before exclaiming "Ah! Rogue!" The three figures arrived as scheduled, and instantly appeared in front of Carmen's door. Miss Carmen, what happened? Don't be afraid, we will protect you. Your safety, my responsibility. Damn it! Zhang Liufeng was speechless. Each one of them is so righteous and awe-inspiring. Looking at that wretched expression, it's just for watching the show, okay. Roll. At. Boom. Waldo responded and quickly led the door. A meaningful voice came from outside the door, "Boss, remember to close the door next time." How many times have you said, really? Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding, okay. I'll turn off your banana big bara off. Carmen pushed Zhang Liufeng away, hugging the quilt and said shyly, Captain, why are you always like this? You and I. Zhang Liufeng's face was blue and white. It was you who molested me, okay. Woman. It's really the originator of reversing black and white. Cough. To stabilize his mind, Zhang Liufeng said helplessly, I'm just here to see how you are, I'm afraid you will be scared out of you. Carmen rolled his eyes, apparently ignorant of what she had just done. Then you are lying down at someone's house. What are you doing here? Listen to your heartbeat. The corner of Zhang Liufeng's mouth twitched. Yes, I really have to eat this boring loss. He touched his nose and said, if there is nothing wrong, please rest more, I won't disturb you. Turn around and quickly leave this place of right and wrong. I don't care, you have to be responsible. Just as Zhang Liufeng turned around, Carmen said in a loud voice. Hearing that, Zhang Liufeng almost staggered on the door frame, swish, closed the door and ran away. This stinky guy, he always wants to accept it if he eats cheap food, hey. Carmen murmured, lay down and continued to fall asleep. The original angry pretty face changed to a happy expression at some point, and he fell asleep with joy. Seeing Zhang Liufeng walking out of the cabin with a black face, Earl Hong came to sit down beside Jin Lin and continued to observe the small yellow dot in the recorder. Waldo was also very eye-catching, and he was busy putting together some miscellaneous items. Lao Sha was left sitting next to the fence, smoking a cigar and drinking a little wine, looking like he was idle. Seeing Zhang Liufeng walking straight towards him, Waldo and Earl Hong held back their smiles and continued to do what they were doing. They kept peeking at the side, and seemed to be able to see it right away. The look of the play. You seem to be very free, Zhang Liufeng's gloomy voice suddenly came, and Lao Sha was so scared that he was full of spirits. He stood up all at once, like a cat with its tail stomped on. Looking at the two guys again, the tears from the suffocated smile were almost falling out, and there was no idea that they were in trouble. To Shang Zhang Liu Feng's eyes, Lao Sha murmured badly, always feeling that he would be bloodied today. Have you learned all the domineering? Zhang Liu Feng said lightly. Not yet. Boom. What? Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Liu Feng went up and said, come, there is that leisure time to smoke, and that leisure time is good for others. Okay? It's not right. What's bad and good? There is no good in the first place, okay? Ba ba ba. If you have the leisure time to smoke, and if you have the leisure time to drink, you don't have time to practice domineering, right? Come this afternoon, I will be a sparring partner for you, and practice until you eat. Puff ha ha ha, deserve it, let you smoke wherever you are. Waldo couldn't help it anymore. Seeing that Zhang Liu Feng had already pronounced the verdict, he laughed. Zhang Liu Feng's eyes were cold. It's funny, isn't it? Come over and join us. Ha ha ha, he really is a good brother, ha ha ha. I couldn't help but smile when I returned to Lao Sha. The originally extremely depressed mood improved a lot in an instant, and there was a fool who came to give someone a head for no reason. In this way, the two of them were abused by Zhang Liu Feng for a full afternoon. Fortunately, the Jinlin was strong enough, otherwise they would be so noisy, it is estimated that they would be broken. Zhang Liu Feng's attack was so harsh that the two of them had bruised noses and swollen faces. The two didn't think it was a duel exercise. They wanted to kill them. Chapter 60, The Navy Headquarters is Frying Pan. Chapter 60 The Navy Headquarters is Frying Pan. Out of the instinct to survive, the potential of the two was stimulated, and it really had an unexpected effect. Lao Sha has now grown a lot more than the original tricks. At least 10 tricks can dodge about 2 tricks. Although he was very embarrassed by the beating, Lao Sha was also a proud person. The feeling of aggrieved in the center made him clench his teeth and persisted, and even the heart that wanted to become stronger became firmer. Several hours later, Carmen had already gotten up and was almost ready for dinner before he heard Lao Sha roar. Enough! Clang! There was a sound of metal collision. At last! Lao Sha has touched the threshold of armed and domineering. Although he didn't maintain it, he just hit Zhang Liu Feng and disappeared. But the big guys are already cheering. It's not easy. Carmen came out holding a plate of drinks and 3 towels, very eye-catching. Everyone has worked so hard. Let's wipe and rest for a while, drink something first, and you will be able to eat right away. Congratulations, Lao Sha. While handing over the drink, she winked at Lao Sha. Congratulations for a moment. Lao Sha's face turned red, and she was a little embarrassed. Okay, just pack up, and eat after a while. Zhang Liu Feng wiped off the sweat on his body, took the drink and drank it, licking his lips with unsatisfactory intentions, then walked to the side of Lao Sha and sat down, patted his shoulder and said, Lao Sha, he is threatening his life. Under the circumstances, talents will inspire greater potential and achieve stronger power. Now you won't blame me for beating you fiercely. Lao Sha nodded. He was able to awaken his armed look domineering, his strength had to be turned up a few times, and now he was in a good mood. The one who laughed was called a mouth-to-mouth, and the bit of resentment towards Zhang Liu Feng had long since vanished. No. Thank you, Captain, for your training. Zhang Liu Feng nodded in satisfaction. Very good. If you have any dissatisfaction, just say it, don't hide it in your heart, let's solve it together. Okay. Dong dong. Okay? Feeling a knock on his shoulder twice, Zhang Liu Feng frowned and looked back at what? Something. Feed the shrimp line, I want to ask about it. Feed the shrimp, oh yeah, make it into a sauce. Nothing, I just want to ask, why did I be beaten like this? Puff. Seeing the big face like Waldo's pig's head, it was swollen as if sticking his head into a hornet's nest, as if he had endured 99 and 81 difficulties. Everyone present couldn't help it anymore and laughed presumptuously. Look, Brother Waldo is becoming more and more like a wild boar. You can go to the pot. Carmen wiped away tears, and said with difficulty holding back a smile. Let you laugh at me, haha. Deserve it. Lao Sha said cheerfully. This story teaches us, don't be too frustrated, you will always have to pay it back when you come out, haha. Give it back to your sister, if the boss can't beat you, I'll take a shit on the spot. Waldo said with a weeping face. Ha 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 ha. It turned out not to be a pig, but a stubborn donkey. After that, everyone burst into laughter. After dinner, Carmen gave Valdo some medicine, and Lao Sha found a place for himself, and worked tirelessly to practice the use of armed sex. Zhang Liu Feng and Earl Yu came to sit down beside Jinlin and discussed. Golden Scales, how long will it take to reach Dressrosa? Captain, with Waldo's blessing, if you don't stay, you will be there in 2 days. Very good. Don't worry, Count. Your wish is about to come true. Yet. Earl Red clenched his fists tightly, and his whole body was boiling. The tension and excitement in his heart were undoubtedly evident. Golden Lin goes all out, not staying on any island. Okay. Whoosh. Zhang Liu Feng gave an order, and the Jinlin flew out directly, heading towards Dressrosa at full speed. When passing by the beautiful Fisherman Island, the little girl Carmen was deeply attracted by the magnificent scenery, pouting her mouth and shouting that she must go down and take a look. Zhang Liu Feng had no choice but to promise her that he would definitely bring her back to visit the Fisherman Island. It took a long time to coax the aunt's grandmother. Through the Fisherman Island, through the Red Earth continent, all the way is unimpeded. When the Jinlin surfaced, the new air of the new world came to the nose, which made people feel refreshed. Finally to the new world. Zhang Liu Feng's eyes were piercing, and he was full of expectations for this familiar and unfamiliar place. The seas of the new world are full of climates, and it is possible to encounter different climates anytime and anywhere. This is the charm of the new world and the crisis. Fortunately, Jinlin cooperates with the recorder, and will choose the best route by itself, so there is a lot of trouble left. But despite the good weather, trouble is indispensable. Not long after they arrived in the seas of the New World, a new round of trouble has arrived to welcome them. Captain! Jinlin detected a warship approaching in front of you. Okay? Calculating the time, Ace's incident is about to happen. The Navy headquarters should be preparing to deal with this major event. How can it still have the energy to send warships to roam in the New World? Zhang Liu Feng, who was lying on the beach chair with her head in her arms, sat up after hearing the words, and came to the bow with the big guy, ready to see which navy was still wandering in the New World. At the same time, the Navy headquarters is frying. $and at and $yen. This is so special that they can run away. You group of dry food. This is all the troops of the Navy headquarters attacking at the same time. Why is it like this? It is obvious that the warring states has already exploded and changed the previous one. The posture of strategizing, incarnation of a peddler in the market, screamed at the high-ranking navy in the audience. 3 generals and a dozen lieutenants did not dare to speak out, nor did they have a face to speak. This battle is indeed too embarrassing and hard to tell. In the end, Lieutenant General Karp took over the matter and reported the cause and effect. After listening to Karp's report, and then looking at the injuries on his hand, the warring states period calmed down a lot. He was very surprised when he heard that Zhang Liu Feng was fighting against the 3 generals and Karp, and he was still invincible, and he could even wound Karp, who was armed and domineering. It was exactly like listening to the heavenly scriptures. If Karp hadn't said it personally, he would never believe that someone was as strong as this. Finally, when he heard Zhang Liu Feng's threat of Lei Ying, the personal safety of many people was involved, the Warring States period was almost relieved. This is the suffering of the Navy. They are not afraid of death in battle, even if it is the shroud of Magi, they are equally fearless, but as long as the personal safety of the people is involved, it is different. The self-proclaimed righteous party will inevitably become constrained by the fetters with the common people. Because they were born for this thing, if you don't care about the common people, what use is the army? What is the use of the navy? When everyone was struggling with Zhang Liufeng's affairs, there was a rush of footsteps in the conference room, and then a naval colonel pushed in and came to the Warring States to say, "The Marshal's big business is not good.